Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up to all the Reds out there. It's Liverpool 12th man here, and I am saying hello, and I hope that you are well. And I appreciate you joining me today because today we're going to get into something that I referenced yesterday that's going to be really, really cool to do. It's basically going to give you some insight as to like what we're looking at, as in the table, what our opponents are really that we're facing against. It's somewhat of a nerdy perspective, I guess you could say, when it comes to breaking down the table and also breaking down our chances of making a push for this title. So big up to Drunk Vigo, big up to Red for Life. I see you, brothers. Good to see you both. Yes, I wanted to definitely break it down and have some fun today. It's just something, again, I mentioned it about the fact that last year I had a pathway to us possibly trying to get into the Champions League. We fell short, ended up getting into Europa. But when I made the pledge, or not pledge, when I made the actual declaration of what was our pathway to possibly getting into Europe, I think we were like sixth place or something like that. We weren't even within sniffing distance of getting into Europe, and at least we did pursue and start to put on some type of run towards the end of the year. Yes, Drunk Vigo, I agree. It would be a very interesting show, to say the least, if I was to do something with do a segment with Mike Das. I've been on a panel once before with Mike, and I have nothing against Mike at all. I mean, like I don't have anything against any Red really, but yeah, sometimes me and Mike, we have different opinions and different views and different takes. So it's very interesting to see how we go back and forth sometimes with our ability to get that point out. So I am going to, first off, I want to bring up this. So I wanted to say, first off, from, I don't know if you guys were part of the quiz yesterday and everything else. I wanted to say, first off and foremost, a big shout out to Alan Hansen. I was not able to recognize, we have, obviously I have access to Sky Sports and everything else, but I watch my football via NBC or Peacock, and in America that's primarily the NBC has basically the like stranglehold of football when it comes to Liverpool or English football. When it comes to international play or such, that's when Fox comes into play. And I know Fox is connected to Sky and blah, 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 but all the same. Shout out to Alan Henson, Liverpool legend, and, definitely a valid and vital piece of the 80s for all the championship runs that we've had in the 80s. So shout out to Alan Henson. And shout out to Ensban TV trying to trick us up with some of the questions on the quiz. That was funny. Yes. You have to pay for Fubo TV. You have to pay for Peacock as well. I mean, like, if you want all access to all of their features. So, like, but what's great about it is, and I know this is different, slightly different, I guess, from some of what I've heard from overseas, is that at least here I can access it via stream, the streaming service. I can access any game I want. So I don't so I could watch Liverpool, I could watch I don't know, I could watch Nottingham Forest, I could, if I wanted to watch that game, or if I wanted to watch, and Hotspurs, whatever it is, I can watch it, and so you have all total access to it. I'm not trying to make a pitch for you to get Peacock or anything like that, but Peacock, if you want to sponsor me, that's good too. But all the same, yeah, that's all it is. So shout out. It was a fun time yesterday on the quiz show, and yes, look forward to doing it again. So shout out to Ensman TV for that. So yeah, I wanted to definitely get into this as well. I don't hopefully, big up Cedric. I hear your work, listening to work at work. You'll definitely, when you get home, Cedric, or when you get an opportunity, you'll definitely have to watch the video, because certainly what I'm going to break down is going to really give you, it's a pretty concise evaluation of where we're at, what the league is dealing with, and just gives us kind of a roadmap as to what we can expect and what we can look forward to. So it's kind of funny too, because we were talking about yesterday, and I was like, I don't know why I do this, but I keep mixing up Naby Keita's goal in the Manchester United game with his goal in the Crystal Palace game. So it's kind of funny, because like the look he gave, I think, was in the Crystal Palace game, but yet the goal, one of my favorite goals, is that goal in the Manchester United game, in that 5-0 game. So it's one of those situations. So real quick, shout out to this guy. Shout out to Naby. I hope that he's doing well and everything else, and more. I hope that much success with your career after your Liverpool days. So anyway, let me just break down this thing. So I know this is going to be a lot. Looks like a lot. We're not going to go through it like with just this big, the big graph that you're seeing in front of you. And what I mean by that is we're going to. This is just basically this is pretty much what I sent or going to be sending. Excuse me, to Grizz. Grizz, because I spoke about Grizz Khan about this chart. He was one of the people. Zabiri, him. I sent one to. I think it was. I think Ends and Savage. I got to see the chart that I put together last year. This is kind of like a mid-season chart that I put together. Has basically, obviously, the table. It has obviously like a little bit of a visual reference to look at as when you're looking at the table as the wins and losses and such. And what I did also was I did a focus on the Big Six and our competition of teams that performed well last year, like a top 8, I guess you could say, from last season, and and referencing how we're doing against those teams. So basically, teams that gave people problems that were good last year, and teams that did something like this. Oh, okay. James Alcott is excellent. Definitely excellent. I have not seen his breakdown of this just yet, but I'm gonna check it out. KJSJ. I will definitely check it out. But let me see, and hopefully I can bring some other insight then from his graph or his chart that he did, because what I wanted to do is this, because I haven't seen his episode. I don't know what his chart involved, but I know that this is what my chart is going to be doing. So let me just break down the chart in 3 different sections, okay? This section here is basically, this is the table that we're looking at. Obviously, we have Liverpool at the top, obviously, and this is updated. We have City in second place. Villa having played 1 game more than us, but they're tied for second, technically tied for second place, but they have a different, they have a lesser goal differential. And then in wins and losses, that's what I mean by they're pretty much tied. And then also Arsenal is in 4th place. Something interesting too, can I just point out real quick? Key on how many people are going to take that take I had about possibly Tottenham placing above Arsenal. It's going to be that's going to be an interesting story to watch develop throughout the entire year, especially since how much Arsenal fans hate Hotspurs and vice versa. How much the Hotspurs really despise the Gooners. I think that's going to be an interesting story that continues to develop. I think it's going to be possibly the final nail in the coffin if the Spurs end up beating out Arsenal. It might be the final nail in Arteta's coffin as to his coaching days in that sense. But it's going to be interesting. I find it always like that dopamine moment in that, like, I find it always funny and intriguing when the takes that you take or the comments and the takes that you make, when you see them on other content creators, excuse me, you see them on other content creators, podcasts, you see them on other people's takes, and it's cool. I mean, like, I understand, like, great artists. That was that the Picasso thing about artists create, great artists steal, something like that. So hey, it is what it is. But it's going to be different. It's going to be different. It's going to be very, very interesting. KJSJ says, I said Spurs were challenged. I'm not sure they can maintain it consistently this first season. I think I can agree with you on that, KJ. But I just think that there's a lot of pressure, obviously, on Arsenal this year. But the pressure that I see, like, it's almost like Spurs are playing with house money, So it's kind of like no one necessarily had them being in even the top four, much less like, competing for a title. And at the beginning of the year, they just happened to have some very fortunate luck go their direction and way. And they played well at times too. I'm not going to discount or just dismiss the fact that they did play well. But there's also a lot of parts and points of what, like you can see there's still a team that's still trying to be developed. You still got to get some type of depth. But it's amazing once you get that winning experience, once that winning feeling gets gets involved in your team, there's a lot you can do with it, and you just try to ride it out to the end. But yeah, so this has got the breakdown again. You can see right here. Let me make sure I get my pointer in here. Bring it in. I think you can see it. No, maybe you can't see it. Actually, you can't see it because it's on Google Slides. So if you look at it, you can see like the top 4, top 5, and then I even have the top 6 mentioned in this presentation that I'm going to be bringing to you. And I don't deal with any of the mid-table teams or even the lower end teams, but pretty much like the top 6, the big 6, as we want to reference them. I wouldn't even say the big 6 because some of the big 6 aren't going to be mentioned. Like, as I know, Chelsea's part of the big 6, even though they're not really a big 6 team this year. It's just a very interesting analogy because, like, people say, "Oh, it's the big 6, the big 6." Usually, you would think that's the top 6 teams, but to some people, obviously, Manchester United, Chelsea are part of that big 6, big 6 conversation. Yet, neither one's in the big 6, neither one's in the top 6 right now, which is very, 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 very interesting year for us, to say the least. So this is the table. This is to give you a good reference of that. But this is a better way to kind of look at it in the sense of just as in if you're a visual person like myself, and when I'm my visual person, it kind of like you can kind of see when you see obviously consolidated green in the columns that you're interested in. That's obviously something that your brain can resonate with. I know you can see those numbers, you can see the placements of them all. But right now, these are the 5 teams contending for obviously top 4, much less 5 teams contending for this title. Okay. I think there is a concerted effort to say, oh, well, Villa might contend with this year. They've had an exceptional year under Emery. I think that Unai Emery is a really, really talented coach. And then also with Arsenal, like obviously Arsenal were the darlings from last year. But let's be honest, they've fallen on some hard times when it comes to keeping the form of scoring, keeping the form of pace with the rigorous schedule they're going to have. With obviously the Champions League and with the league, they're now out of the League Cup, they're out of the FA Cup. They only have now basically 2 tournaments to focus on now. I don't like the whole bigger fish to fry BS. That's BS, by the way. When you hear someone say that, you're like, whatever, man. That's in my opinion, that's like a loser mentality to say things like that. Because the fish, I want all the fish, I want all the belts, I want all the Infinity Stones. That's my perspective. But that's a Liverpool perspective, and it's also a winner's perspective, if anything. So it makes a big difference. Yes, it is. It is. Drunk Vigo's got it so spot on. It is. It really is. It's some total loser talk, man. He says bro, but some total loser talk for sure. That's just you trying to make an excuse for your basically your letdown or your disappointment or your failure. That's a better way to put it. It's a bigger letdown to say it's your failure. Richard, good to see you, brother. He says Arsenal are a small fish, not seasoned. They are a minnow. They definitely are. They do act like a minnow. It's very interesting. They have a big 5 days coming up, 5 games coming up. These 5 games can either make these 5 games coming up for, I believe these 5 games coming up for Arsenal are going to be so tremendously important for them, in that it will determine whether they are really going to try to make a push for the title, much less I think these next 5 games can make a difference in if they're going to stay in the top 4. That's just my perspective, of course. Obviously, I'm not trying to trigger Gooners out there, because I do have some Gooner friends, but yeah, I know. I would make fun of the Cowboys, but my Eagles got knocked out of the playoffs too. So, but I can say, how about them Cowboys? For sure. Good, big up to Lucky. I hope that you're well, brother. Definitely. So getting back to this chart, look, if you look at this chart right here, the one noticeable thing to me, I get that, and this is something that I said on Quasi's show as well, and that is draws hurt, despite the fact that they aren't as bad as losses. Let's not get it twisted. If we were to see these yellows turn, so I have red on this chart means a loss, yellow means a draw, and green means a win. Okay, so if you look at this chart, I get it. Draws are bad. We've got 6 draws this year, right? 6 draws is the equivalent of basically 2 losses. Okay, it's the equivalent of 2 losses in essence. Okay, however, mix in a couple of losses in there, mix in a couple of reds in this chart. All of a sudden, we're in a place like if we're in a place with Arsenal or even Tottenham or even Villa, because that's the most noticeable difference, and the reason why I believe that we are at top of the league is the fact of, yes, I don't really like or appreciate or I have no love for these draws, but I can say this: I'm not hating on these draws, considering they could have been losses. In a lot of these cases, these draws were places where we were fighting from behind. Pause. Okay, and we had to like surmount a deficit. So if you look at this chart here, you can see Man City, you can see Aston Villa, you can see Arsenal, you can see Tottenham. Look, Tottenham have 5 losses, Arsenal 4 losses, Villa 4 losses, City 3 losses. In essence, those 3 losses that you see right there equal out to our 6 draws. In essence, that's how I'm looking at it, But what I do see also from this chart visually is that we've played quite a bit of our away games and have done decently on our away games. I'm not going to count. I know the Spurs loss is controversial, to say the least. In my mind, in my heart, I should say, I don't accept it as being a loss. In my mind, obviously, I'm cognitive that it is a loss. Okay, but let me bring you back to this one right here. So in this big chart, the reason why I have it set up like this is because this is going to tell you who we have to play, who we haven't played. If you cross-reference it, it shows you, okay, who we played, who we haven't played. For instance, we played Manchester City away, so that's why there's a draw there, a yellow block. And we still have a home match left against City. Okay, so that's how this chart is really broken down. Okay, and knowing that where I'm looking at this chart and I'm thinking to myself, you know what's great about it is that a lot of what we have here is we have a bunch of games that we've won on the road against teams that last year we drew against. Teams like these bottom half teams. Now, Luton is our unfortunate draw. I get that. It's something that I'm not cool with, something I'm not, that we can't draw the teams like Luton, Burnley, Sheffield or Everton, Nottingham Forest. We have to win all those games. Those are games that you can relatively expect. And if you look at it, you can almost always expect City to do well. And that's why I have this chart up here, is because if you look at it, City have won all their games pretty much against these bottom of the table teams, and with us, we had that one blemish with Luton, but so far that's our only blemish. That has to be our only blemish going forward for the entire year. It's not an easy accomplishment, but it's something that we have to focus on to really have a concerted effort at winning this title. But again, your Villas, they've drawn at Sheffield, they've drawn at Luton. Your Arsenal have won a lot of their bottom half teams, their bottom table teams. Tottenham, not so much. They tied at Everton, so they've got that one blemish. Villa's got those two blemishes. But you'll notice, though, and this is something I'm going to ask this question for the chat, and then I'll get back into the analysis here. Do you believe that this year? Do you believe that the Premier League is just the Premier League has more parity in that these middle table teams have a bigger and better chance of getting results against even the top half teams? Or do you just think that the league is bad in general and that all these teams are just subpar in essence? Because I've heard that take. I know Jamie thinks that way. I heard a couple others on on different podcasts, much less even sometimes on some of these Talk Sport and some of these media contests, media outlets, I should say, make that take that the league is bad, the teams are bad, that kind of concept. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that there's just more parity in the league. I think that because of the financial fortitude of the league, especially a lot of the cheating that's going on to maintain that fortitude. Oh no, and I get it. Jamie Phillips is my guy too. That's not a shot at Jamie, by the way, at all. But I'm just referencing some of the bigger names on the YouTube verse, whatever you want to call this, and I know that was his take, is that he believes that the league is a crap league this year, but I don't think that the league is a crap year. I don't think that the league is crap this year. I just think that more teams are able to show up and play on any given day. I think it's getting closer to that American football proverb that I referenced on a couple other podcasts, which is that any given Sunday kind of concept, where there's getting to a point where your Fulhams or your Wolves or I don't want to put Brighton and Newcastle in that, because Brighton and Newcastle were teams that performed well last year. It's interesting. I would like your takes on that. And it's something that I think is important to go forward with, because I think that truthfully, I get it. There are your teams that you obviously should get results. You should expect to get results. And if you don't get results, you should be ashamed that you didn't get a result from, like an Aston Villa should not be happy that they were home and they got a freaking draw against Sheffield United. That is unacceptable. That'll derail your pursuit of glory, period. Silverware glory, period. Luton on the road, different story. Every team away, every game you play away is a difficult game. Very, very difficult game. And I think there was even Sir Alex even said himself, getting a draw in an away match is a positive, as opposed to getting a draw at home is a negative. You get what I'm saying? Maybe Sir Axel didn't say that. I'll make it. If he didn't, then I'm gonna claim that quote, or I'm gonna claim that statement. Maybe he had a variation of it, I think, or something like that. But I know that's my perspective. Getting a draw on the road is not a bad result. Getting a draw at home is a bad result. That's my opinion. I honestly think that you need to win all your home games. I think on the road, getting a draw is a tiny victory. It's a tiny victory. I'm not saying that it's a win. I'm not saying obviously it's 3 points. I'm not saying, oh, let's just go out there and try to draw on the road. Not saying that at all. We want to get the W's on the road, of course. But getting a draw on the road is not the same, in my perspective, as getting a draw at home. I think getting a draw at home is like losing, because you're not supposed to draw at home. You're supposed to always win. So that's just my perspective. Let me hear some. Let me lock in on some of these comments here. KJSJ7 says, nah, I think the lower teams have quality. The lower team's quality has improved. I agree with that, KJSJ7. I totally agree with that. I'll just call you KJ. Is that okay? Hopefully it's okay to just call you KJ. I know, always rocking the boat. Maybe it's because I'm a Aaliyah fan. Rest in peace, right? But yeah, that's drunk Vigo trying to say I'm rocking the boat. Yeah, I know, I got you. Let's see. Richard says the Premier League is better. Okay, this is his order in importance. He's saying Premier League, Europa League, FA Cup, and then the League Cup. You know what's funny about that, Richard? And this is just me and you talking real quick. You know what's funny about that is that a lot of people do have the League Cup holding more importance to them than the FA Cup this year, primarily because we're in a semifinal in the League Cup. We're already so advanced in the League Cup. I know the FA Cup has greater prominence than the League Cup in England, but it's all silverware, to me. And I want to win all four those competitions. Like I said, I want to get the Infinity Stones, because I want to go on and win the Super Cup and win all the different tournaments that winning these leagues propels us having the opportunity to do so. What else was there? Oh, there's one. This is a good one. So I think this is on my earlier comment. Red for Life says, I think some of the other teams have a bit more quality this season, actually. Villa are doing well, and they have a decent squad and a very good coach in Emery, and changed the culture at Spurs, etc., etc., etc. That's the perspective I'm doing, Red for Life too. That is definitely the perspective I'm doing, because I think that the teams that you just said, Spurs and Villa, obviously they're in the top 5 here. No one really had them in the top 5. Not many people had them, considering that a lot of people know the Spurs have a talented team. But once Kane left, people thought that Spurs are going to fall off the map almost. Yet they haven't, and they've gotten really they've really done decently, at least for themselves, all things considered. Psychedelic Shaolin to the monk in the house. He says, big up, tough man, love the kit, and big up to the chat. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I just put an order in for some more shirts, some more of my own. I make my own Liverpool kits too. So I just put in an order for some more of my own self-made kits that I just wanted to put together, kind of deal. Just because I like fashion, so obviously. What do they call it? Concept kits, that's what I do, make concept kits, and sometimes I get them actually produced. I'll rock some of them throughout the year this year. So Richard says Liverpool need to break teams down, quick transitions, quick passing, fast passing, clinical finishing, and score more goals. Hey, from your lips to God's ears, as they say, or something like that. I agree with that. So Liverpool needs to focus on winning more matches. Power is in our hands. Yeah, I mean, we win out. We win. I mean, I don't expect us to win out the rest of the season. I mean, we still have quite a bit of games, but we have 18 games left in the season. But I mean, if we end up going 16-0-2, it being or we go maybe like 15-1-1 or something like that. Hey, or 15-1-2, or something like that. I think our chances of being still in that top spot is very, very well documented, or well taken. And if anything, what's funny about that? And I'm going to say Chris's Angels quote in a second, Chris. I'm going to bring up your quote in a second. I think that, you're looking at this Man City. We still have that home match. We have to beat Man City at home. We have to. Let me repeat this. We have to beat Man City at home. We have to win that game. I just believe we have to allow for allow all of us to breathe a little bit easier, for a lot of the naysayers, the doubters, the doom and gloomers, the scrolls, some of the scrolls, but the doom and gloomers more so amongst us. We have to beat City at home. I think we have to beat City at home. It's going to be a difficult. We still got a lot of difficult matchups. Looking at this lineup, we still got to do Villa. We still got to go against Villa away. We still got to go against Arsenal away. we still have Spurs at home. Well, we need to embarrass Spurs at home. If we don't come out with fire, there's going to be so much drawn into that game, so much hype, so much, box office, must-see TV that's going to be drawn into that Spurs matchup at home because of what happened at Spurs. That's going to be a fantastic game. I just don't want our team to get too locked up or too wrapped up in the hype and just focus on beating Spurs badly. And I mean badly. We have to beat Spurs badly. I would love to make a statement game against City as well. But we still have West Ham United away. We still have obviously Manchester United away. We still have Brighton. We need Brighton ends up being a boogeyman team for us for some reason. I don't understand that, but normally it's that boogeyman team away. So we definitely need to beat them at home. We still have Chelsea at home. So we still have some games to do, but we don't have as many as some would fear, I should say. So Chris Angel says there's something that becoming a norm. Oh, there's something that's becoming a norm at LFC and has been the real reason we only have a title, and that's our draws. That's what Chris is saying. Yeah, our draws. Not pause, I guess. Yeah, you gotta say pause on that one. But yeah, I agree. And Chris Angel saying, I disagree. Draws are the reason we haven't won more as a team. Now, I get where you disagree. I get, you might disagree, but look, you can see this chart. Look, Villa is, or if you look at City on this chart, City do their duty when it comes to winning their games against easily the mid-table down. They win their games for the most part. Obviously mid-tables anywhere from 9. Let's say like basically, let's say mid-tables like really like 7, 8 right around there. Because so there's 20 teams, so like about like 7. So 7, 8 is looked at as being mid-table. And if you look at this mid-table down, they win their games for the most part. They only have 2 from basically 7 down. They have 2 draws, 1 loss. Whereas opposed to from our 7 down, we have 4 draws. Okay. So in essence, they have dropped 5 points, right? They dropped 5 points. Or no, excuse me. They have 2 draws and 1 loss. So they've dropped 7 points. Okay. From mid-table down, they've dropped 7 points. Whereas we have dropped 2, 4, 6, 8. We have dropped 8 points down because we have 4 draws. Okay, so obviously, they've had a slightly better performance with those mid-table and lower table teams. I don't want to see draws. I don't want to see us get ties in these middle or lower end teams. We have to win against these teams. We need to win against these teams. But what I'm trying to get across is that, especially towards the top half of the table, getting a draw away isn't as bad as a loss. Obviously, it's easy mathematics. 1 point is better than 0 points. Okay, but I do want to draw. I do want to not draw. Excuse me. I do want to win those games. Obviously, that's a natural reaction. But I mean, the reason why City is involved in what they're involved in right now is because they have losses. And the one thing that is troubling to me, again, it's not that we had the draws. It's more so if that draw was Villa at home or Villa away, and if, let's say, it was United, well, not United. United is a different story. United is, again, a blip. But if it was, if that draw was Arsenal, or the Arsenal draw that we had was Arsenal away, a draw at Arsenal, that's a major difference than saying the draw at Anfield. Arsenal went into Anfield not expecting to win. They were hoping to at least draw. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to get across. Let's see. So I'm sure that might have triggered some people. Oh yeah, I see a bunch of comments rocking and rolling in here. Let's see. Okay, cool. I can call you KJ. That's up. That's what's up. And Red for Life is saying this. He's saying, depends on the context of the draw, the opponent, the grounds, player availability, etc. But they are 2 points dropped at the end of the day. I agree completely. What I am trying to stress to Red for Life is that I think that you're saying basically the same thing I'm saying, which is the context of the draw matters. The biggest context of the draw for me, is it a home match or is it an away match? The next biggest context for me, who's the opponent? And again, I'm actually saying that I think you're on the same page as me. You know, obviously the opponent, as in where they are and what it means for us, in the sense of, are they a team that's competing, contending with us? Is it a team that we need to make ground on? And then obviously you factor in, you know, is it a difficult place to go to get results? Is it, you know, who do we have available? Red for Life, that's a very good comment, very spot on. But that's exactly what I'm trying to get across here. It's like, you know, a lot of these factors have to be put into it. I'm not saying that we need to accept draws or we need to, you know, I'm not saying we need to accept them. It's more so I do not even gratitude for them, but more so it's like I have at least a recognition that getting a draw at home versus away are two different things, just two different things. And again, I'd love to hear if you guys have a different perspective. I mean, I'd like to. You can definitely share it for sure. You know, I'm going to bring it up. You know, I'm probably going to comment on it. Literature says Liverpool needs to win all the games at home and also win every away game. I mean, only draw Man City away. Yeah, I mean, if we did that, title's ours. Title's ours. If we do that, for sure. Oh, nice. Everyone, bow. One of our Reds Queens is in the house, Marion Southward. Big up. Pleasure to see you. KJ, yes, all the belts. All the belts. Let's see. Yeah. I'll show you some of the concepts. I've rocked some of my concepts on some of my broadcasts, or a broadcast here or there. Sometimes I don't, because, like, you know, some people have like different opinions on whether you can make your own kits and everything else and blah blah blah, whatever, you know. But I don't mind. I'm still representing. Marion says you have to win all your home games. You know what's really crazy is that's where the league is nowadays, is that you basically have to win all your home games. Like, you cannot lose at home. You just can't lose at home. Spot on, Marion. KJ is saying, I think that's the game that decides who wins the league. Which game? City versus. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Manchester City versus Liverpool. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to have a very big say in what we do and how we end up seeing it go down. Red for Life asks, who do you have us losing to there on the chart anyway? Away. That's a really good question. Okay, so let's just go through this real quick. All right, so do a quick rundown on the games that we have at home and away, and someone help me out with the math because I'm not going to be. Oh, you know what? I'll try to make a note here. Find something to write on. Let me get something to write on, and I will put together. I can write on this side. All right, I'm going to make some notes here and try to get it. So we have Manchester City. Manchester City at home. Again, I said we need to get a win on that game. Obviously, that's 3 points. Would I settle for a draw? Obviously, it's Manchester City. I want to make some. That's the only way we're going to make space between us to breathe is by beating the teams that we're fighting against. Obviously, we want to win that game. Would I settle for 1 point against Man City? The caliber of the team, yes, I would settle for 1 point. But am I trying to achieve that? Absolutely not. Our next matchup would be against Villa. Villa, we need to win. We need that win away. Look, considering Villa has lost against Manchester United away, they've lost against Newcastle away, away, but they've been really, really good at home. Villa is a difficult place to play at. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but I think Villa this year is a very, very difficult place to play at. Look at that line. Look at their column that they have for their home games. They have possibly, I think, they have the best home record in the top 5. They have the best home record in the top 5. They have one. That Sheffield United was a total blip for them. So getting a win at a Villa would be huge. Getting a draw would be settling for sure. Let's see. Arsenal. Emirates is going to be a difficult game for us. A very, very, very difficult game. I think it's going to be a very difficult game because considering knocked them out of the FA Cup, considering knocked them out with with some of our youth academy players, considering that the FA Cup is their game, their tournament, their little baby. They also know that if they lose that game, most likely, a lot of them have already written off the season as is. But they lose that game against us in February, they pretty much are just hoping to contend with top 4 at that moment. I want to see us obviously get a win. Would I settle for a draw? I don't really want to. But let's just say we get the win there. Tottenham at home, that's got to be a win. That's got to be a win. That's got to be a win at home. And then I know you just asked for the away games, but I'm going to go through since it's only 18. United away, whether it's West Ham United away, that's got to be a win. Can't settle for a draw there. Obviously, Manchester United, that's a win that we have to get. Brighton at home, it's got to be a win. Let's see who else. Chelsea at home, it's got to be a win. Let's see. Wolves. Wolves is going to be a difficult match at home, by the way. Wolves is definitely going to be a difficult match. I know that some of the other teams I said are going to be difficult matches at home, but Wolves has to be a win. As in, obviously what we shoot for and what we'll settle for has to be a win in that match. Then we have, let's see, we have Newcastle on the Wolves. Then we're at, let me make sure. Then we have Bournemouth. And that's actually coming up. We definitely got to win at Bournemouth, and we definitely have to win at Fulham away. Wow. And playing Fulham at away is not gonna be easy, but we have to beat Fulham at home. Or Fulham away, excuse me. Crystal Palace at home, that should be a win. It should be a pretty easy I want to knock on wood there, but it's got to be a pretty easy win. Then we have Forest, Brentford, Everton away. Okay. All three of those games have to be wins. We cannot settle for draws at any of those three teams. Those three teams are not, again, and it goes to where it comes down to is we have to win those games. Then we have Luton, Burnley, and Sheffield at home. Those are all wins. Wow, we do not have. So basically what I'm looking at is we can, at the least amount of games that we can do, and that's not, obviously, it's going to be very difficult to say we're going to win. We're not going to lose any of the next 18 matches. That's very difficult. But I would say the least I would settle for is 3 draws out of all these games. Out of all those games, out of the next 18 games, the only thing I would settle for is 15 wins and 3 draws, basically. That's the least amount that we need to settle on. That's asking for a lot. I get it. But, like I said, to answer Red for Life's question directly, City, excuse me, not because we already played City away. My fault. City at home is not the question, but Villa away, Arsenal away are our two possibly of our biggest games that we're gonna have to look at. And then who was the other one that I said is difficult? I don't think West Ham was the one I said. Which one did I say? Yeah, West Ham. West Ham possibly would be our closest, our fiercest difficult game on the road. I think it's going to be West Ham. I would say West Ham, Arsenal, Villa, in that order. Not in that order, as in from least to greatest difficulty. That's my take. Let's see. If we draw against City, I can see us missing out on 1 point, on a point or something like that again. KJ, I hope that's not the case. That'll be so heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. Psychedelic Shaolin says, do you think this season could go to the final game of the season again? It's definitely gonna be an interesting ride, because what's really interesting is that a lot of the games that the City have left, if you look at this chart, is home games against the bottom half of the team, which you expect them to get wins. And then they have away games at all these mid-table, if not bottom half teams. You expect them to get wins in those games. That's a lot of that's a lot to make up, a lot to keep pace with, at least. That's my point. I mean, we have a sprinkle here of home and away for us as well. I mean, but yeah, it's a lot. They have a lot of their away games they've already taken care of. And I don't like the fact that if you look at it, for instance, Luton, they won, we drew, obviously Crystal Palace at home was a blip for them. I would say that's their blip, but I expected that, to be honest with you. I expected them to have one blip in this bottom half. And the fact that we have one blip in that bottom half, we now have to match. We only have room. We only have room to get another draw in this bottom half, considering that they had that loss to the Wolves away. We have to keep measure with them going forward. We can't lose pace with trying to make this title run. Let's see, what else do we say? Yes, this is the results. Yeah, this is the results for all. So what it is if you looking at this chart, if you look at the team, for instance, is an easiest way to put it for the Spurs, since they're in 5th place, and I have the line before the top 4 and the 5th in the Europa line there. If you go across the line for Tottenham, you'll see Tottenham's results against Liverpool. They've lost. We have one loss, and this is from our perspective. This is from our perspective as well too. We have a loss against Tottenham, and then, but then if you go into the City column, Spurs drew against City, so that's why there's a yellow there. Against Villa, Tottenham won away, so that's why they have a green there. If you get those perspectives, so if you just take the team that you're interested in and you go across, that's where you'll see what we've done against each and every team in the league. And I put the colors there so that it can kind of give you a visual as to the more green you see, obviously, the better the team is doing. Obviously, the more red you see, obviously, the more alarm or more caution that you should have towards believing that the season's working out for you. Question to me, okay. What's your opinion on some fans saying we can't win the Prem because Klopp will take the Europa League seriously? For honesty, he's saying for him, it is he should be. Wait, for honesty, he's saying, but for me, he should be. Wait, hold on, let me get this right. All right, but for me, he should, because otherwise we are the same as Arsenal. As I said, the honest answer to that is I want all the belts. I want all the Infinity Rings. And if anything, you know what? This is just me, again, being absolutely 100% transparent with it all. We said it earlier, Drunk Vigo said it well, that we have bigger fish to fry mentality is a loser mentality. I think that I actually like the fact that I think that Klopp has come upon the consciousness to know that he can actively go for all of these tournaments, all these competitions, because he's more willing to involve the depth of our team. Whether it's forced on, some of it's forced, obviously. Would we be playing Gomez at left back if we had Robbo right now, or even Tsimikas? Probably not. But the sheer fact that we do have a player like Gomez that can play right back, play right center back, play left center back, play left back, because we do have that depth, because we have players like Kwanzaa, big up to Happy Kwanzaa, that can play left center back, could play right center back, could even play right back if necessary. Considering we have that depth this year, and I think our depth is definitely considerable, considering that we've been hit hard, with injuries this year. And I think it's been overstated or understated, I should say, understated by a lot of pundits and a lot of even content creators that have not taken recognition that I get all teams go through injury spells. All teams have to weather the storm when it comes to injuries. But let's be honest. Let's just be 100% honest. We've got a lot of injuries to a lot of key players and to players that would start on a lot of these teams, top five, much less any team in the league. A lot of these players that are injured for us would start on a lot of these teams. So yes, I hope that answers your questions. I think we can win the Prem. I think the Prem is one of our biggest. I think you'll always see us putting together, for the most part, a more concerted 11, a more concerted, hey, this is important, this is priority one type starting 11 when it comes to Prem games, overall games, even Europa. I think that it's important that we will do that. Now, keep in mind, I think that we have the ability to somewhat, depending on the draw, we might have the ability to, play more rotated lineups in these next games of Europa, depending on our competition. And that goes back to what Red for Life said about, whether we're playing home, whether we're playing away, who's competition, who's available, all those things factor into it. I know I'm falling behind in these comments. I'm going to go through a lot of these comments too, because I have a little bit portion of it. A draw is a 10 bag over, a draw is a 10 bag over here, so you're good on the pause. I got you. Yeah, gas draws, Hey, draws can sound like draws could also be referenced as undergarments. So that's why I had to make a pause on that as well. KJ says the United draw and Arsenal were both poor draws in his opinion. The games were there for the taking, and that's warranted. That's definitely warranted to say. The United draw was just, that's a blip. I think that's a blip. If you told me that we're going to have over 30 some odd shots, some almost close to 20 shots on goal, I would have said, yeah, we're winning that game. But to end up in a draw, yeah, that was a very, very big disappointment. Says great down. Thank you, Stefano. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do this for the Mighty Red Army always. You know what I mean? Like, as in, I want every Mighty Red to have concise, really have the proper weaponry to go into war. That's how I see it. Whether you're fighting against rivals, whether we're fighting against neutrals, delusional rivals, or even somewhat some of the scrolls that we have to deal with in our own fan base. I want you to be, well suited with the right weaponry to take on and shut them down. The draw versus City is at the empty head. I like that. At the empty head was a decent result with a goal from Trent. Imagine if we'd lost that. If we'd lost that game, it would have put more emphasis to the fact that, and this is why I mean what I'm saying. If we had gone to City, and this is the psychedelic Shaolin too, whose point is so valid. If we had gone to City and lost as opposed to draw, it would mean that a win at home is a wash. We don't pick up any points. Basically, we don't have any separation from City with a win at home. We would, by them serving court at home, we would have had to have won at home. I'm not saying that we don't have to still win at home, because winning at home will give us that separation. But being that we drew at away, would I settle for a draw? I don't want to say. I mean, settling is such a hard, can be taken as being a misstated word for this circumstance, because, like, let's be honest, City is one of the best teams in the world. So to be able to say you drew against one of the best teams in the world is still a positive, a slight positive. I'm not saying it's something to write home about, but it is a little of a positive. But by drawing away, if we win at home, we'll gain another 2 points of separation on City. If we draw at home, it's a wash. We cannot lose at home, because then obviously City will have gained a significant amount of points in this battle, and that's something that we can't have. A lot of good points here, guys. You guys this is what I love about the guys and girls that join. I love the fact that you guys put in your comments and you engage so well, because, like, a lot of times you I watch a lot of these other shows, and you'll see the comments or the chat, and they're talking amongst themselves to the extent that they either get into fights, which is silly. I don't want to see fights break out, but they'll either get into fights or they'll be talking about things that are not even relevant to what's being discussed on the broadcast. And you guys engage, and I like it. I do like it a lot. A lot of great questions, a lot of great insight by yourselves as well. KJ says Brighton, Luton, United, Arsenal, all poor draws. We could have won easily those games. We could have easily won those games. However, we were poor at Luton. I think that the Brighton game was a poor draw. Luton, obviously, like you said, was an absolutely horrible draw for us. However, I think Luton is underrated and overlooked this year. I think every team is going to recognize going to Luton is not a pushover. It's not an easy game. I think every team that's going to Luton, as you can see at this chart, they've gone. Some have won. Villa obviously have drawn. But a lot of those games at Luton, they played well at home. They played really well at home. Difficult place to play. That goes to Red for Life's comment of the grounds make a difference. And they do. Let's see what else. He's saying, KJ saying the draw at the Etihad is the only one that's acceptable. Okay. Red for Life is saying this. And then I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna get into a few more of these comments. I know I'm falling a little behind the comments because, like, you guys are getting into it. I like it. I'm trying to voice as much as I can, get you guys all involved. Red for Life is saying with the draws, I think a hard draw away will maintain confidence within the teams, whereas a home draw might deflate or shake us up a bit. That Red for Life, you are killing it today. You are absolutely killing it. That's exactly what I'm saying, brother. Exactly. Psyched out Shaolin. Imagine if they gave the Diaz goal versus Spurs and we ended up winning the game. We would be 5 points. Psychedelic Shaolin. Why you want to try and make me cry? It'll make me sad. You're so spot on that too. Nilante, big up, brother. Big up, big up. I see the no. You have to tell me why you're saying no. Maybe you said it later on. Honesty says, in my opinion, the Spurs game on May 4th, if we are still there or close to the top, we'll be there, brother. We'll be there. That game will be the game of the season for us, in his opinion. I think the City game is going to be the City game and the Arsenal game are the two biggest games we have left. Or City game, Arsenal game, and possibly the Villa game are the three biggest games we have. Not just because they're in the top four. Obviously, you want to make separation between any team that's in that top four. You want to win against those teams. Last year, we had a good record against the top tier teams. Last year, we had a poor record against mid-table, if not bottom of the table teams. That's got to be a difference in this year. But I can understand why you're saying that. But the Spurs game, I think that I don't know if the Spurs. I think Spurs game, because of the media hype, is going to be big. I don't necessarily know if the Spurs game at home is going to be so pivotal. In that, obviously they're fighting for their lives, trying to make top four. But like, I just think that for me, the City game at home is going to be big. Us going to Villa is going to be big, considering their record at home, and us going to Arsenal, considering the rivalry that we have with Arsenal nowadays. That's going to be big. Those are the three games that I would say are on my radar as being must-watch type games. Big up Rasta Crab. Big up Rasta Crab. Rasta Crab, a.k.a. El Tucho, in a former life, at least. Good to see you. Representing Beijing Reds TV, my homies, my Caribbean homies, as well as their I wouldn't want to say adopted brother. I guess adopted brother from Colombia / America. Chris Angel, big up to you as well. Nilante is saying this real quick. In 21-22, we drew the games in the top four around us, which cost us the title. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, Villa, we dropped points. Let's see. What other comments are out here? Rasta Crab says Crystal Palace is going to deal with them. Oh, okay. Who are you referencing? Oh, with Arsenal? Yeah. That game against Arsenal. Real quick question. This is a slight segue. And again, I have a bunch more slides to go through here. Sometimes when going against teams, I know it can be knocks against your confidence, knocks against your form and your ability to maintain form. I sometimes think though there's teams out there. I think you could almost to a measure you could say these 4, if not 5 teams here that I have representing in the top 5. You don't expect them to lose a lot of games. You don't expect them to draw or lose a lot of games. You don't expect them to go on runs where they don't win. At least, have like poor runs of form. And for me, I always get to saying that I'd rather be the team that you've won a game and you go against us and we're your loss, as opposed to you won a game, you lost the game, or let's say you lost the game against Crystal Palace, and now it puts that much more pressure on you to rise to the occasion. Sometimes, I don't know, it's a weird jinx type thing or a weird superstition thing with me. I always like it. I don't mind when teams have won or lost before, technically, to me sometimes, because it puts a lot more pressure for them to show, to know the measure of what they have to offer. Is Elise red for life? Is Elise injured? And then that would, I don't know why we would even, because then that would kind of take away the opportunity for us to go get him. I know there's been talk about Elise being a team or a player we might go after. Psychedelic Shaolin. I've been saying, look, you can say you heard it here first. I don't care if you end up hearing it on other content creators. You will see this take quite a bit, but I think that Hotspurs have an opportunity and could place above Arsenal. I think that would be the final nail in Arteta's coffin, unfortunately, because I don't mind Arteta as their coach. Nilante says he's worried about, he said, Chelsea, I'm worried we always drop points against them. Yeah, we always get draws against them. I'm worried in that I don't want to see them in the League Cup final, and I definitely am. I'm not necessarily worried about them coming to Anfield. I think that we should be able to get over that hurdle against them at Anfield, to be honest with you. Let me get a couple of these Rasta Crab comments. He says, Villa is going to drop off to 5th or 6th. Really? Rasta? Come on, Ross. You think so? He says, no more easy wins in the Prem. And he also says, give me 2 losses instead. That's interesting. I don't know, man. I get it. You would have picked up points by, other means by having those draws measure up to other points because there are opportunities lost. I get it. But we can't lose that many. It's these next 18 games are very, very important. So I'm going to, before I get into some of these other comments, let me just make sure because you guys are rocking and rolling on these comments. I'm so far behind. Let me get into some of this other stuff I wanted to show you on these slides. Okay, so look, this is something I think that's important. And I didn't bring down, I just recognized I didn't bring down what. So I'll explain this. Basically, the first column is Liverpool, the second column is Man City, the third column is Villa, the fourth column is Arsenal, and the fifth column is Tottenham. And what this shows is our average points picked up. This shows our goals for against these teams, and it shows our goals against these teams, and it shows our record against Big Six, and it shows our record against last season's top 8. And I utilize the top 8 because I think that if you look at the top 8 from last year, it's a pretty much a good account of who is relatively contending this year. Albeit Chelsea and Newcastle aren't in the top 8 any longer at the moment, but a lot of what the top 8 is giving you is showing you basically showing you teams that have some type of good chemistry, to have gotten results last year. Most likely they could possibly get some type of, you could somewhat expect to have to expect them to have that some form of that consistently this year. And then the top 6 is the top 6. Top 6 is Manchester United, Chelsea. They're always difficult places to go and win and do what you need to do. So on this, if you're looking at it, average points picked up, look, and it shows the first column is home, second column is or in the sub columns, first column is for home, second column deals with our away form, and so on for each team. Again, Liverpool, City, Villa, Arsenal, Tottenham. Just keep in mind it's basically the order. These columns go in the order of our placing in the top 5. So the great thing about it is at home, you can see we score at home. That's why I'm really looking forward to it, our home form and what we have to do at home. 2.6 average points picked up at home. You can obviously see that we score so many goals at home. Public sector, direct, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's say public sector direct again, but no. Before I got into that, yeah, if you look at it, average points picked up 2.6, that 1.9. We're on par with Man City. We're outdoing all of the rest of those other teams. The average points picked up 2.6 at home. The only other team that's doing better at home is Aston Villa. The only other team that's doing better at home is Villa. The one thing that I can say is that we're picking up points away. That's huge. 1.9, I get it, but we're keeping par with City away. Do I think that we can outperform the entire season against City on the road? Well, if we want a title, we'll have to do so. We'll just have to do so. I think right now with where we're at, we can keep a measure of our home form. We will beat City to the title. That goals for home, once again, 26 to 24. Away, I would like to see us. Away is a different story. Away, we're in the mid bunch of the top 5 scoring away. I would like to say this for all those out there that keep lambasting our defense, saying how crappy, I was about to say the S word, sorry, how crappy our defense is, how utter blah blah blah, this and that, and you know how we can get turned around for this, or turn pause. We can get I don't want to say the other one. How we can actually find it is oh, he meant City. Okay, I got you, KJ. Is that if you look at it, you know, goals against, we've only let up 8 goals at home. We've only let up 10 goals on the road. And again, I'm gonna bring out some really good points. So I hope you guys stick with me. I know I see some are, maybe the math is getting too involved for some people, but our goals against, 8 goals at home, 10 goals at home against top 5, top 6 style competition. That's good. We have to keep that kind of biorhythm for us to really have some type of measure. Because if you look at it, Villa away has let in 19 goals. You know, Arsenal away has let in 10 goals. Tottenham away 16 goals. Reason why Villa and Tottenham, in my mind, will be not necessarily measuring out for the entire year is because they are night and day difference when it comes to away and home, and allowing for teams to score at their grounds. Big difference, huge difference. And that's why you see the record. I mean, we're 2 out of 5 against the Big Six, 3 out of 5 against the Big Six away, 2 out of 5 and 3 out of 5 against the Big Six for City. 2 out of 5. Villa is not necessarily considered to be a Big Six. That's why it says 2 out of 6 and 4 out of 6 for Villa. And then as far as Villa for Arsenal, 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5 home and away, and then 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5 for Tottenham home and away. We've got to hold court at home as well, because that record against top 8, if you look at it, pretty much every team at the bottom, every team in this top 5 has basically done similar measures when it comes to it. Now, this is going to be, I'm going to bring it down to this because we're almost at the full 90 here. And again, let me pop in a quick question or two. Honestly saying the reason I say Spurs game is because of what happened at their stadium. Yeah, that's exactly agree. And let's say if we lose the game, the title hope is done, or if we win, we can breathe a sigh of relief, in my opinion. Yeah, I can agree with you on that completely. Yeah, I'm not going to say this out loud, but you can read it because I definitely agree with the measures against the PGMOL are just on some other levels. Oh, okay. I got you, Nielante. I see your statement. Oh, look at this. Exclusive. And this is Honesty saying, he said that PGMOL agreed that Liverpool should have had a penalty against Arsenal for Martin Odegaard's handball at Anfield. Again, another apology. It's on deaf ears by this point, man. It's just on deaf ears. And then one more says, yes, true. It wasn't good enough. Our squad was the best we had under Klopp, and we bottled it in the 2 main trophies. And yeah, you're right. Just getting by in pens with Chelsea, you might say. Okay. Public sector direct say 6 draws is equivalent to 4 losses, not 2 losses. 6 draws is equivalent to 4 losses, not 2 losses. Okay, so you can get 3 points. Okay, 2, 4. Oh wait, 6, 8. So wait. Oh no, Did I say 6 draws is equivalent? I said 4 draws. I was just referencing the 4 draws to competition that we should have had. 2 4s. So if we had 6 draws, that's 6 times. Yeah, that's 12. So it's basically 12 points that we dropped. 2 4. Yeah, because it's 6 draws. It's 2 points that you're dropping. So 6 times 2 is 12. That's 4. Yeah, you're right. 4 draw. It is 4 losses for sure, because it's 4 games, 4 wins that we've missed out on. My bad. If I said 2 losses, my bad. Big up for making sure that I'm on point and having my back on that. Big up. I hope that you get to watch the game together with your uncle, Psychedelic Shaolin. That'll be fun. That'll be fun if Middlesbrough does knock them out. All right, so I'm gonna go basically from the 6th up to from the 6th spot to the top spot. Look, this is basically what we're looking at for West Ham United. You can see that their form, they've had obviously a middle dip in form towards the middle of the year, but they've then, as of late, have definitely stepped it up, pressed forward, and pushed towards getting some type of relative result for themselves. West Ham is going to be very, very interesting. I think I also included, I included Bournemouth on this chart too, because that's our next game. So I did include Bournemouth on this next chart, but I had West Ham because they're that team looking in at Europa, or possibly top 4. It's very interesting. They've definitely measured to put on. Moises has definitely brought their team some breathing room into wanting to get into that top 5. When it comes to Tottenham, you can see their roller coaster has definitely been more of a slight enjoyable roller coaster towards the beginning. It's been a great ride in the beginning. That middle form is noticeable with the 3 draws, 3 losses, the draw, and then another loss after. That hit them very hard in the mouth. Definitely gave them a standing 8 count on that one. Can they go the distance? It's a good question. Very good question. So let's get down to this is for Arsenal. For Arsenal, you can see the measure of what they're dealing with. They have had a couple of draws here and there, but they've always returned with wins. And then they had that loss, and they returned with another win. They had 4 wins in a row, had a loss, then a win, draw, then 2 losses in a row. That's where their season has gone. That's the reason why their season has gone the direction it has, in my opinion, and why Crystal Palace, is going to be a real measure of whether they're going to compete for this title at all as well. Getting on to Villa. Villa is so difficult. I showed you how difficult they are at home. Looking at their measure of how they worked out. Look, Villa got really, really served in that first match, loss in the beginning of the season. But Villa has picked up steam. Obviously when they played us, we that was at Anfield, but it was a great game for us. We really showed that that was possibly one of our best games of the season for the Prem, to be honest with you. And especially considering you look at this run of games they've had. They've had a really good run of games. I get these 2 losses are noticeable, but I mean, it's the fact that loss, even though they had that loss, it was by 2 wins, a loss, and then followed by 2 wins. 3 wins, a draw, a loss, and then they at least followed it with a win, even though they should never have drawn that next matchup. We're getting to it here. One of our main nemesis. Hey, Brian. Good to see you, Brian. And if you guys stick around, you know what? I might open this up a little bit. Pause. I might open up the phone lines just to kind of get you guys' take on the charts and information I provided. What is your insight or what you have to think of? Because I like chopping up with Brian. Philly, Liverpool FC, you're welcome to call in, obviously. Everyone's welcome to call in, but I like chopping up with Nolante. Brian's in the house, so I like when I see some of the people that I like to engage with, despite them not having the opinions that I necessarily have as well. I like the back and forth because I like the dialogue. So big up. This is Manchester City. Manchester City is just a beast. This is obvious. These 2 losses were out of nowhere for City. I think no one really had those losses really being in their front view mirror, much less their rear view mirror. But yeah, you can see that those 2 losses were huge. The fact that knocked them off pace, they followed with 3 wins, but then those 3 draws and then a loss. That is unlike a City team. The 115 don't really do that too often. That's why this opportunity this year is so so important. It's so ample of an opportunity for us to win this league, because if you're going to see a City team have three draws and a loss on the bounce, you rarely would have ever been saying that in the past with the City, you know. And then to follow a win and a draw, they were really, really like in some like, you know, in a slight free fall for City's preferences. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, can you really imagine? Let me show you. This is our form. Could you really imagine if we had the same form that there would be people just screaming from the tops of the rooftops that Klopp needs to go, or, you know, FSG out, or whatever. They would have been all the above would have been screaming about players, everything, if that was the case. Because I mean, you look at our form, other than, you know, we had that Chelsea matchup in the beginning of the game, that opening game against Chelsea. It is what it is, man. That was hyped up, media hyped up, you know, extra drama for a team that we've had a concerted record as of late to just draw with. We rarely get W's, and they rarely get W's against us. And then we had to run a form. We were winning games. I get it. We're winning games from behind, but still all the same, we're winning those games. We had that controversial loss at Spurs, and then it didn't help to have that draw following that. But even going beyond that, we won, we drew, we won, we drew. We slightly wavered, but then having those wins and having those two draws, at least we have those two wins that follow up behind that, and that was important. I did our matchup against Bournemouth is not going to be an easy matchup. I'm going to do a preview for that show, but I'm really hoping that we come back well rested, with some more surprise returns to the practice pitch that will be able to be available for our team against that Bournemouth match, because I don't want to settle for a draw in that match. I know I said that that when having a draw on away match is a slight win, but it's not against a Bournemouth. It's not against a Brighton, who we did end up drawing against. It's not against the mid-table teams and lower level teams. We have to win. That's simple. We cannot win. We cannot draw against mid-table or lower table teams. Okay, so because like if you look at it again, this is Bournemouth's form. Bournemouth has, as of late, Bournemouth has recovered in their form. They've recovered in their form, and this shows obviously it shows the position in the table. They're still a bottom, if not bottom mid-table team. Okay, we cannot lose at Bournemouth. We cannot lose at Bournemouth. And I'll knock on wood, the whole nine. Not trying to, call it out into the universe of not having a jinx on it, because we cannot lose at Bournemouth. We have to win at Bournemouth. And obviously, they had their last game away was at Tottenham, where they tied. So I mean, they can do work. Bournemouth has a decent team. They have a very good team. Their run in the beginning of the year was surprisingly poor and bad. But they've, as of late, have definitely picked it up. They have definitely picked it up. So again, I said I would, since it's 124. I'm going to open up the phone lines here. Yeah, they do have a good manager. I agree with you, Brian. They have a good manager. I'm going to open up the phone lines, kind of go back and forth with you guys a little bit, so we can kind of, chop it up if you want. If you don't, if you want to just keep it in the comments and you want to chop it up in the comments, I'm cool with that too. There's no pressure on anyone to ever have to call in. I appreciate you calling in, because I enjoy talking to you, but I will converse with you through the chat as well. So don't think it's an obligation at all. But I'm going to put in the phone lines, because again, I see Brian is out there, and I don't know if Brian's availability. So if Brian calls, that's cool. If Brian can't call, that's cool. If Nilante can call, that's cool. If he can't, I know he's got the little man. So, and again, Philly Liverpool FC, Psychedelic Shaolin, KJ's, Public Sector, who else? Honesty. Who else was in the chat here hey, Marion, Rasta Crab, Chris, if any of you guys want to tune in, Drunk Vigo, of course. I like chopping it up with Drunk Vigo, and obviously JK as well. He's jumped on the stream before, and I love it when he does because he has really good insights. And big up to Arthur. I didn't see your comments. Big up to Arthur. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, cool. That's cool. I got you, Arthur. Arthur's doing a little pitch for his show. Okay, that's cool, Arthur. Appreciate you chiming in and being a part of it. But yeah, so yeah, I put the link in the chat. I'll do this for sure. This is somewhat. Oh, I don't know if this is going to show. That's a shame. But this is my guy Nabi with the look against Crystal Palace. Again, that Crystal Palace goal was just pure filth. I guess I can't show, for some reason I can't show you the GIF. I thought the GIF was going to show. That's a shame. It was a great GIF. Big up the Nabi. That look had me laughing so much. It had me laughing so much. But again, this is all good and well and good. I'll bring up I'll keep the chart in here. Bring up the chart as a reference tool for us if you want to reference things. I'll pick up the Alan Hansen. So I'll pick this, and I'm going to do here. Hold on 1 second. Do this. All right. So again, if you guys want to call in or someone's calling in, that's cool. Oh, Nathan. Okay. Cool, Nathan. Nathan. Nilante. I'm so used to seeing Nilante. That's why. And I see Nathan. I'm like, it throws me for a loop sometimes.
I don't know why it's coming up as that, but it doesn't really matter anyway. So, it's just, yeah. It is what it is, man. Yeah, I don't know why it's come to that, but anyway. But yeah, sorry, I saw the link, so I thought, when you always bring in the invitation, it's always invitation to jump in.
Oh yeah, easily. It's for anyone's part of the Mighty Res Army, I see it like, hey, it's open invitation to always, be a part of the conversation for sure. Actually, here's another Mighty Red here. We got Brian in the house. Big up, Brian. How are you doing, sir?
I'm okay. How are you, boys?
Good.
All good, thanks, Brian. All good.
Good. I've been breaking down. I did. I don't know if you guys saw the spreadsheet I made last year on the pursuit of top four, basically, that I made last year that had the breakdown of the games remaining and everything else and blah blah blah. And I know we came short of doing it last year because I even had up my predictions as to the games that we're going to be playing and what it was going to be. But this year I did a slight similar case of trying to break down our opportunities this year. And I showed in this chart, as you can see over on, I guess, what is this? This is my left, but you're right. You have it. Oh, we have KJ. KJ. Wow. Unexpected, but I appreciate it. KJ, how you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm all right, I just saw the link. I thought I was listening to Nilante as well. I just thought, going to the shop, I may as well do the same thing.
Oh yeah, big up, okay. Yeah, we're having a little discussion in the chat.
Yeah. You are both still. Can't lie.
Big up. Yeah, I was just like KJ. I was just I think.
So, for example, on your
if my connection's bugging, let me know, and then obviously I'll just jump back in when I go back home.
No, you're good.
I'll jump back in when I go.
No, it's cool. You can jump back in. Yeah, jump back in when you get to a better spot or whatever. Or the
I'll jump back in. The shop's only 5 minutes down the road. So
okay, yeah. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna at least do this for another 30 at least. I'll do the 2-hour mark for keeping this. So
I'll be in the chat. I'll be in the chat till I get back.
Okay, cool, good. Yeah. So basically, what I was breaking down, or I was trying to get to, is that this shows like the games we've won, we've drawn, we've lost, And I put the colors there just to kind of give like a visual, because sometimes people are more visual when it comes to understanding the wins and losses and how it's affecting you. The more green you see, the better. Obviously, the more red you see is the worse. But like yeah, I wanted to get your takes on our title hopes. Basically, I'll go to Nolante first, and then I'll ask Brian to give his take. But this is what we're looking at, and this is what we're dealing with. We've had a decent run against a lot of the top teams, in the top 6. And, do you really believe that this is a year that we can make something happen? Or do you think that this is just a off year for City off year for City, but yet we still are going to struggle to maintain this lead? And that goes to Nolante.
Yeah, 12. Can you go to Brian first? I'm just sorting something out so quickly, and then I'll answer after Brian anyway.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Brian, floor is yours. Brian, how are you feeling about the information? What the information that I provided? How are you feeling?
I'm sorry, I missed the main bit of it. Sorry, I'm still not 100% well. I haven't been well for ages, but I'm still not. So I'm a bit a bit slow off the mark, a bit sluggish, but just the main gist of it. I kind of really miss. I only came in when you'd moved on to the top 6 thing. Mm-hmm. So I can't really comment on what you said because I don't know what you said. So I don't.
Right.
But I think we got City they've shown they were down against Newcastle. If they weren't losing that game, they wouldn't be bringing on Kevin De Bruyne. Yeah. He might have come on for 10 minutes at the end to run around or something. Mm-hmm. And they've had, the guys that they've had leave and they've had him. So that's where we've caught them cold, I think, where you're asking, is it a bad year for them? I think it was. Doku has performed really well, but they've lost Gundogan, they've lost Mahrez, they've lost John Stones, who kind of makes a lot of their ideas work. They're constantly losing him. De Bruyne had been out injured. That's really to me then that's really no surprise that City haven't been in juggernaut form. But look at where they are. They're still only a couple of points off of us. Mm-hmm. They're still our main challenger. And now if Kevin De Bruyne if he's back and Haaland is back, and
Rodri too, because their form dips. Even when they didn't have KDB, when they didn't have Rodri, it made a real difference.
They lost 3 games that he was out. I think they lost 2 league games. So any lead that we had on them, it's going to start getting tighter and tighter now. I can't see us pulling it. This is kind of like you were saying, they had their blip against Palace. Mm-hmm. And they lost twice against them last season, so that wasn't a huge kind of shock. But they've had their kind of bad part of the season now. Mm-hmm. They're kind of longer blip. They're coming into form now. Players are coming back. Mm-hmm. If they could do something in January, it doesn't look like it at the moment. We're a fair way through.
Do you think they're gonna make a move?
You never know. If something happens, they might do so. It doesn't look like they're going to do anything, but they're happy. They're very we've been operating at our maximum level, and they've kept up with us basically. So even though we have new players to bed in, and we have had our injuries too, but not really to someone who's we don't have a game changer player like him coming back in the way they do because Kevin De Bruyne.
Trent, you could say Trent.
But he's coming. Yeah. He's only played 40 minutes this season for them.
Right. So I get what you're saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah, no. But that's been out all year.
I wanted to make sure that no one clipped you up by saying
no. To come back from and rejoin the squad. That's where I see there's 18 games left. We will drop points. Right. We're going to drop points.
Right.
I reckon if we beat them, we've probably got about 4 points to play with. No more than 5.
So that home game,
if we beat City at home, I reckon we can probably drop 5 points
and still win.
Because I reckon they're going to go.
Going to
They won't
drop
go
a point
18.
here or there. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to win 18 games either, but they could win 15.
Right. Exactly.
That's,
I mean,
can we win 15?
Right.
That's the way I see it. So our chances now, you're asking me to finish the question. They're very, very, they're very tight. I mean, we have a lead. But again, look, this is football, man. Kevin De Bruyne doesn't quite come back. They go to Burnley and shock horror of shock horrors.
Right.
Burnley get a result.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's no guarantee that he's going to stay. He's going to stay fit either. I'm not wishing injury on KDB at all.
No,
but there's no
and I don't
guarantee
think he will. I don't think he will. He's injury prone. He'll come back for bits and pieces, and then they'll get him into the team for the Champions League run. But I've always said Guardiola is like a race horse trainer. In that, like, he'll have this horse that just kind of finishes 5th and 6th in all the big races throughout the season, but guaranteed that when that big race, that horse is at its peak. Mm-hmm. So he can time, like they time the horses. They don't want them running fast at the start of the season. Mm-hmm. They know when it comes to the home straight, literally. Guardiola is the genius at that, of having a team just sitting there in 3rd or 4th or 2nd, and all of a sudden, 10 games left, boom, they're off.
They're off for the races,
that's what I see. That's what normally happens. So we just got to be ready and counterpunch and don't drop points at the wrong time. Try and take advantage if they drop points, but this is the game now.
What are your three biggest games? What are your 3 biggest games that you target as being must wins?
The next 3.
The next 3.
It'll always be the next 3. It'll always be the next 3 because you can't say in 6 games time when we play United and we're going to play City and Arsenal. No. It's because if you take your eye off the ball now, you're not in a position to make those points count. So the next 3 games, you win those, you keep the pressure on them because they will drop points, and it won't be in the gambler. It'll be in the, like, what are we saying? Like, we go away to Bournemouth, and City fans will be kind of like, oh, well, Liverpool are going to beat Bournemouth, so we'll have to win. And we can go. Yeah, and we can easily get beaten by Bournemouth. On and off day.
I know that.
And they play well.
I know.
Man, the margins
you'll have to
are
remind
so fine.
That, Ryan, that hurts.
They're so fine, man. But come on, you got look. It's realistic. Would you put your mortgage like $300,000 on us to beat any team? Like, it's a game of football. Any given Sunday. Yeah. So you just got to be there to make sure when you play. And again, look at this stuff now. When we're playing it before them, we're playing after them. It's very rare we're going to be playing 3:00 on a Saturday boat. So you just got to be there and take advantage. But it's going to be. Are you concerned? Because you know how sometimes not many teams really do that. And I think the only real game that we did that was that game at the end of the year where you might be the crowd reacting. Obviously gives you a heads up as to, hey, what's going on with the game. Not last year, 2 years ago, excuse me. But do you think that whether we play before or after in that week is going to have a play as well? Do you think that's going to be a very big factor? Definitely, because if you have, if they play on at this point of the season, it won't matter as much. But if you're coming down to the last few games of the season, and you know that your rival has gone 3 points ahead of you, they did it last night. They beat Everton last night 3-0. You are playing Arsenal away. You have to get those 3 points. A draw isn't good enough anymore. So it depends. When the timing, it's like you rather just get your points on the board and then say to the other team, right, okay, you try and catch us. I'd rather have points on the board than games in hand. Always.
Sure.
So it's all, lads. It's all part of the game. It's all part of the psychological pressures of just holding our nerve now. And hopefully we have a Robbo and a Trent. Hopefully Trent comes back a bit sooner and we have a Robbo and a Trent at least for the running.
Yeah.
We need a little bit of that uncertainty at the back, that chopping and changing at the back. That's not what we need. A solid back 4 of the guys that, Virgil, Canade, Trent thing, or whoever you want. Look, Canade, because Matip's out now, so just that solid back 4 first choice every year. Every week, get them in. McAllister, get him ready for the run in. Just go toe to toe, because that's what we're going to have to do. They're not going to give us much chance. But that game at Anfield, then it's at Anfield.
Yeah,
I think we can beat them at Anfield. You know, so any season, I think we can beat them at Anfield. But
yeah. Nolante. So two questions to you, Nolante. Because I know you're working out what you need to work out here. One, the first question is Philly Liverpool FC asks, do you think City is more focused on winning the Champions League or the Premier League, basically? And to caveat that question, if you look at it, I broke down on who we have. So basically, we both have the same against the top five. Liverpool and City both have the same amount of home games and away games left. It just so happens, though, that City's away game is against us, and then City has Villa home, Arsenal home, all teams they lost away against. So to see them, obviously those games are going to be difficult for them, but those are measured games as well. And then they have Tottenham away, as opposed to we have City home. We have City at home, Villa at Villa, and we have Arsenal at Arsenal, and then we have Spurs at Anfield. So, with that said, do you think that
Chelsea as well at Anfield?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Are you guys feeling the Chelsea?
You got Adam in.
I'll keep up his question so you can answer Philly Liverpool FC's question. But do you think? Are you guys really worried about the Chelsea matchup too?
No, you just throw it in there. You know.
Okay. I got you. I mean, I'm only giving. I was only giving the top four. Those are the games I was giving for measure. I get that. I get it because Chelsea, both us and City both have Chelsea at home. Actually,
it's just that Chelsea PTSD, you know.
I feel like, but hey, Chelsea drew with City this year, you know. So
yeah, that 3-3 wasn't it? A 3-3?
Yeah.
4-4.
Yeah.
4-4.
They should have won that game too. They should have won that game. Actually,
yeah, great game.
It's a great game.
100%.
But okay, so the question is basically, do you think that City is going to focus more on the Champions League than they are going to? Is the Champions League? Do you think their priority, and then the Premier League is as a second priority? I understand that a lot of these teams, you might be able to say, oh well, they should be able to hold all the tournaments in the same measure. Obviously, that's not the case because you judging by the lineups that we see. But with that, also, do you think that are you optimistic knowing that City and us, who we have in that top four and where we have to play? Do you think that we can come out with the better results in those matches? And obviously, the Liverpool City game is huge, but I know that's a lot to dissect. I get it.
That's all right, man. It's like going on a date and they go ask you 21 questions: where you come from, what money you got, what car you driving. You're like, oh my god, damn.
Where you last night?
Exactly right. It's the first date. Damn, man. Damn, you know. And pop season. But anyway, I digress. Pause. I digress. In terms of that question from Philly Liverpool, I think City are focused on the league, and the reason why I say that, of course, the seasons before they wouldn't say it, but the whole demeanor was getting that Champions League off their back, the monkey, and unfortunately, well, it was gonna happen, but unfortunately, we can't use it against them. But we can still say we've won more, but they've got that. So their focus right now, for me, is to become the first team in the Premiership to win 4 in a row. So and their bread and butter is the league. So to be honest, I think they're focused on making history again in the context of the league. So I think the league more than the Champions League. If they win the Champions League, they don't win it this season, yeah, it'd be a bit disappointed. But if they win the league again, they won't be too fussed.
Okay. So you really think though that you think that the going for 4 is bigger than going for back-to-back Champions Leagues, Sam? Do you think that?
No, I mean back to back, probably, yeah. But in this context, in terms of the Premier League, yes. for them to be a team, if they won it 3 in a row, to be the first team, it's like it's been the first. So the first team in the Premier League history to win back to 4 Premier Leagues in a row, that isn't going to be done for, maybe a lifetime, because I don't see anyone dominating winning the Premiership like that 4 in a row. So the Champions League, they can win that belt. They'll always be there. Now they've got the squad, the manager, they'll be back again next season. And I hate to say it, but if depending on how long Guardiola stays, I think they might win it again before he leaves City, if I'm honest.
Okay. And what are the biggest three games that you have circled on your calendar as, impactful, must-win type games for us?
That'd be easy. Luton, Sheffield United, and Nottingham Forest. I'm only joking.
Oh, really?
I'm kidding. I
was gonna say, hey, no, they are big. No, I would have seen it from that perspective, as in like, if we lose against those bottom half teams, it's over.
Every game's a bigger, but obviously the basic Chelsea, and like you said, 12, the Villa and Arsenal game, the Arsenal away game. One thing about the Arsenal, I remember the 21-22 season, a little bit similar to how the last games. Remember, we had them in the semi-finals of the League Cup, and they had that crucial league game when we were going, and Arsenal was up, and we won both away games. And we know that league game, especially at home, Arsenal are going to be coming 10 times forward. They're going to be really, really up for it. So that's going to be harder. That's going to be even harder than the FA Cup game, though we weathered the storm. So, we really have to fix up a bit. If we play like that again in the first half, I don't think we'll be winning that game. I don't think we'll get away with it this time. So we need to be a bit more smarter. But so I'll say that City, obviously, the Villa game, and there's another game off the top of my head, the Spurs game. Because of what Spurs, that injustice we had in that game, and the way the fans, I'll never forget. The way the fans were over celebrating the result against 9 men.
Yeah, Pedro Porro.
Exactly. Yeah, with that, we were robbed of that VAR goal, descendants off. I expect Klopp to remember to play his terms in that dressing room. He's going to say, "Remember the injustice. Teach them a lesson."
I hope so.
I'll be playing the video for that one, man.
Exactly, Brian. You know what I mean? They'd be playing well. So, but we should. I think the 3 of us can all agree we should be giving them a beat down. I want to see a complete performance.
I want to see an absolute beat down for sure. Yeah, I said that.
The motivation will not be lacking for that. It's a team that's made for us as well. They could beat us 4-3. We could beat them 4-3. It's their crazy team now. They are crazy. The way they attack, the way they play football. I wouldn't like to play them every week. I'd say that much. But we should, them at Anfield, they'll give you chances. So that could be, like, if you're talking about penciling games, that's one that I would, I'd want a ticket for. Because that'll be a proper game of football. Like, Chelsea could be a horrible game. Arsenal away, like, it's Arsenal. I don't care. It's at worst, it's a draw. It's just, they don't have it against. It's Arsenal and Liverpool. We just always get results against them. I know we don't always get results against them. I'm just saying it. But that'd be my one. Yeah, like that. I think Levante's right. Just as a game, like with all the drama that's on it and all the stories that are attached to it and all the kind of the payback kind of element to it, I think everybody's going to be want to watch that Spurs game.
It's pretty long. It's pretty far down the line though for us for that game though. I'm looking at the matches. I mean, we have
game week 30,
Liverpool. We have obviously we have let's see, we have well, that's the FA Cup, but we have Bournemouth obviously, but then we have Chelsea, we have Arsenal, then Burnley, Brentford, Luton, Forest, then the City game. The City game comes before that actually.
Yeah, then we play Spurs, right?
No, and then we play Everton.
Oh, cool.
And then we play Brighton. Then we play Sheffield. Then we play Manchester United. Then we play Crystal Palace. Then we play Fulham. Then we play West Ham. The Tottenham game is the third to last game of the season.
The season will be that. Yeah, the season could be on a knife edge. Hopefully,
well, it will be certainly.
Hopefully we're at least in it. If not, if we're 6 points ahead, happy days.
Well,
yeah, I'm sure with 3 games left of the season, that ain't going to be no dead rubber match. So there's going to be
it's not going to be a dead
awful lot
rubber
on
match
that
because
game.
you know who after that match we then go to Villa after that game,
Yeah,
Oh,
see, this is the thing about Villa. Sorry,
and
Nat,
then we have
you'll notice.
Wolves.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Perfect, right?
They're
Brian,
good
I'll
at
just say real
home.
quick to add
They're
to
good
it,
at home.
and then we have Wolves. You know how Wolves are for us for some reason.
Yeah,
We have Wolves at the end. For some reason, we always face Wolves towards the end of the year, but we have Wolves as our final game. So those 3
at
games
home,
go
right.
Spurs at Anfield, away to Villa, and then we have Wolves at home. You're right about Knife's Edge, Brian. You're absolutely right about Knife's Edge.
No, that's it. But I was just going to say, Villa, they are absolutely brilliant at home. They are useless away from home.
Yeah.
So that
And
Villa
you're
game
talking about Villa,
at
right?
City, at Villa at City, that's basically 3 points for City. But us going to Villa, that's a much tougher game. But they need, I believe, we're talking about strikers in the Premier League. I'd be interested in your opinion on this. Basically, is this one of the biggest drop-offs that there's been in a long time? And I'm going to, look, I don't even want to get involved. This has just occurred to me what I've just said. So I'm going to take Darwin Núñez out of this conversation. Because I just realized what I'm doing.
Everyone in the chat recognize that Brian's a little under the weather, so do not.
There you go. Me, Brian, alone, man. This is 100%.
But we're dropping off from Haaland to Solanke and Watkins, and I think that is a bit of an indictment on the state of number 9s at the moment.
Yeah,
because Solanke and Watkins are good players, but they are average footballers. Okay, Isaac is in there as well, but he's a little bit trickier.
Are you, Brian? Can I ask you a question though? Because you just brought up that Isaac question, and I would love to Nolantes. I'd love the chat's opinion too on this. Would you take Isaac over Darwin Núñez?
On current form, yes. Yeah, I would. Yeah. But he's very brilliant.
I mean, just for going, I mean, like to have him going forward.
Yeah, he's very injury prone. That's all I'd say. But in terms of ability, in terms of striking, I don't think there's really anything to choose between the two of them. I don't think you could say one is. But Isaac on current form is. Yeah, but Darwin doesn't. It's one thing about Darwin. He doesn't really seem to ever get injured. But Isaac is the kind of guy who. You'd probably almost have to kind of book 3 months out every season where he's just going to keep. Because him and Callum Wilson, they just kept getting injured.
Medical table.
Yeah, but he's a absolutely brilliant player. He'd improve. Yeah, he'd improve 100%. Our team. Absolutely.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
So would you, Nolante, would you take Isaac over Núñez? And I'm not just saying, even I understand the form currently right now, but I meant like I just meant hypothetically, let's say Núñez was on another team. And we had to make a decision. We're going for a number 9. Would you pick Isaac over Núñez, or would you pick Núñez over Isaac?
I'll be like Brian. I agree. I'll pick Isaac over Núñez, and the reason why Isaac just has a little bit more of a skill set than Núñez, and he's a better finisher.
He is.
Pretty much. Pretty much half the chances, and it's not about chances because Núñez has got, look, as much as I didn't want him, I do appreciate Núñez's work rate and effort and ethic on the game, and the way, and obviously he's, what's the word I'm looking for? He's unpredictable, so you don't know what you're gonna get. So it can be good and bad. So that's a great asset. But Isaac, he's different. He's got the skill set. He's similar to Núñez in a sense, but he's just got more finishing. He'll get more goals for us, and that's what we need. We need that little extra oomph. You know what I mean? Obviously, like Brian said, not much difference, but Isaac for me.
Mm-hmm.
Look at City, man. One chance.
I mean, because KJ,
one goal. Finished. He had one big chance against City, and he
finished.
And he brilliant finish.
And it's ice cold. It's that sometimes that's just a difference. Look, Darwin, we're saying he's a better finisher, and I'm kind of saying, right, actually, no, probably put those 2 boys on a training pitch and have a finishing competition, like just a friendly finishing skills type competition. They can both probably hit the bullseye. You know what I mean? They're both probably unbelievable compared to me out playing 5-a-side. Jesus Christ, these guys are just hitting rockets, like, you know what I mean? And not really nothing, but it's, can you do it against Manchester City when you get one chance?
That's it. You know what's
That's
I'll
the
rewind.
difference. Under the lights, big game. These are the fine margins between the players. So
Mhm.
at the moment, I kind of have my fiver on Isaac finishing it. Rather give Darwin 2 or
You
3
guys both have
chances. Yeah,
Isaac.
yeah,
That's
cool.
interesting. I'm only saying it's interesting because your comment earlier, Brian, was I think relevant in that Isaac, and KJ said it too as well. He said Isaac is too injury prone.
Yeah,
And
it's his only problem.
Yeah.
I know how we all get on. I know how we all get on top of the narratives out there about availability, which is understandable. But if he had a number 9, yes, that he has qualities that we want in being able to finish his dinner, but it's not going to be available. And the second part and point I was going to ask is, as being a relative factor for me at least, is I get that Darwin Núñez isn't as clinical as Isaac, in that he, if we were going to say he's only going to get one chance, Isaac or Núñez, chances are Isaac's going to finish it and Núñez won't. Okay, if that's how you want to view it. But I can say this though, I think the fact that Núñez creates more opportunities for him to have more chances is a little bit of a positive factor for him, is it not?
They're both excellent, but they're both excellent.
Well, I'm not saying you're
Yeah.
you're saying Núñez or Isaac are trash or whatever. I'm not saying that.
No. It's just I like the way you kind of phrased it afterwards. Was if both of them, like if Núñez didn't play for Liverpool, and both of them were on the market, and we were in the market for a striker, and so not knowing what Núñez could do for us, because I mean, if you put Isaac into the team, he could turn out to be super creative for us as well. We don't know. But if you were saying both were on the table and you were saying to me, which are you going for? I'd be like, damn, that's a hell of a choice. 2 excellent players. Like after Núñez played against us for Benfica.
In the Champions League? Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like,
yeah, it's a no-brainer.
That was a rare performance. He hasn't played like that for us maybe really yet, but that anybody that saw that,
Newcastle maybe.
Yeah, that was great when he came on. Yeah, that was great. Anybody who saw that game that was like, hey, we're actually interested in this guy. We'd be like, holy hell. Yeah, I'm a lot more interested right now.
We had an opportunity to go for Isaac before too, right?
Yeah, we were definitely. Well, look, we were always linked with him. That's paper. Is it paper talk? Is it real? But no, look, all the top clubs would have been looking at a player like him. But it's probably then the price. He was very expensive. He cost around the same money as as both.
Yeah.
And it is just that injury record. So.
I think too, and I'll let Nalante have a take on it as well. But I think too, sometimes when you factor in acquisitions or transfers, I get people say, and I said this I think on the last broadcast, people say, oh well, 60 million is a lot, to pay for a player, or 70 million is a lot to pay for a player. But like as in the realistic part about it is that 60 million is 60 is the new 30 in essence,
Yeah.
For a striker.
It just is. Like I said,
Yeah.
what would have cost you 30 million a couple of years ago is costing you 60 million today,
Yeah.
And then you factor in the fact of what you said, Brian, as well, which is the level of quality for number 9s in world football in general has taken a slight dip, considering the level that we've come to look or expect from the number 9. Maybe that's just maybe too much revisionary, or
it is. It's facts. It is. There is a lack of them compared to it, like football changing slightly as well. Lots of thousands of factors, but like I just said, I thought it was stark in the Premier League. It's like after Harry Kane left, you were kind of like if you're talking about fantasy football, if you play fantasy football, if you put Haaland in your team and you're looking at 2 other strikers to put in your team, if you're playing 4-3-3, I mean, you're very quickly looking at a Bournemouth striker or a Villa striker or a Sheffield United. Yeah, Newcastle. It's like, especially since Harry Kane left, it's like, wow, there's a real lack of top quality goal scorers out there. Like, it's stark, I think.
Yeah. I want to make, because your point was spot on about like, the quality earlier, about the quality just like kind of taking a dip. And then I see these names being thrown out there, and there's some of them are just recycled names too that have gone on to other places and not done well. Like your Timo Werner's obviously not we're seeing right now, or what was the begins with a V? Not Vlahovic, is it? But he plays for Juventus.
Vlahovic.
Vlahovic,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Like a name like that or something, and that's why. Okay, so Philly Liverpool FC has a question for you both. And he asked this, and I'm going to bring up Psychedelic Shaolin's context to add to his question. So Philly Liverpool FC asked you for the question for the two callers: if Newcastle called and asked to swap Nunez for Isaac, are you doing it? Not current form, just overall, are you doing it? He's asking. And keep in mind, I know he said not current form, but Psychedelic Shaolin weighs in to say this season, all comps, Isaac's got 14 goals. 14 goals, 0 assists. But Nunez has 8 goals and 10 assists. A lot of people, I know, I get people want goals from the 9. I do too. But if it's amazing how so many people have pushed Liverpool into this place of having this like dynamic number 9 that all the goals are focused through. And that's just never been our team. Really, at least under the top era. That's really, even when we had Sturridge, obviously Sturridge was availability, but you can almost argue that Sturridge is like an Isaac in essence,
Well, tell that just keep what you've just said, 12 man. Sorry, what you've just said there. Keep that and repeat it. What you just said there about us having like a number 9 where yada 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 and all the goals.
Yeah.
For all the people that come out in chats and comments and complain and say that the reason Darwin isn't scoring goals is because the team isn't creating enough for him, that the team isn't doing this for him, the team isn't doing that for him. This is what I've been saying from the start. No team should ever be set up, no Liverpool team set up just purely to create goal-scoring chances for one player. That's not how a Klopp team works.
Mm-hmm.
That is so you all have to be playing part of it. So the people that come and say, "Oh, Darwin is," it's because the team doesn't create enough for him. I'm sorry, it's not the team's job to just service Darwin and Darwin stands and scores goals. Yeah, so he should be. If you you have to add the context to that, where it's like, this is Darwin doing a different job, playing differently. If Darwin, I reckon, if Isaac played for Liverpool, and Darwin played for Newcastle, those numbers would probably be similar. If you know what I'm saying. Darwin would have more goals and fewer assists because he'd be played more as a focal point at Newcastle, and they would be set up. Kieran Trippier would just be pinging balls into him every 5 minutes. Whereas here he has to play more of a team player. And Isaac would be doing that for us. He'd probably have more assists with fewer goals. That's the way I'd answer that question.
Nolante, you have a take?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Brian's saying, but again, I think as the 21st century, the new people who some people in football, they jump on statistics and stats a lot, and I think some people are held, like for instance, I mentioned Sadio Mane, right? And I'm just going to mention for one reason, right? I remember when I was on the other channel, Copish, and I remember this was at the end of the 21-22 season, and a lot of people giving him like grief because he just lost form, COVID, whatever, and telling him like we need to get rid of him. And I remember I was only one of the few because I know Sadio is a world-class player. It just is what it is. You just pick up the form. And I remember the 21-22 season when he started, the same channel. Again, this is fans, like lots of comments. They're saying, "Oh, like Sadio, oh, he misses a lot of chances. Oh, you can't beat a man." Now Sadio's not an out-and-out striker. He's a winger / forward. He can play the line, so it's not about him missing chances. He gets in, he creates, and he creates. And the thing is, and people would like to go in statistics. I remember watching Sadio a couple of times at Anfield, and again, when I saw him on the pitch, the way that man is world class. It wasn't about the goals and assists. The way he makes movements, the way he takes 3 players out of the game. He moves to the middle, he moves to the left. He can beat a man, and it takes 2 players out of the game. But people don't realize that. They don't realize the logistics of the game. So sometimes we get too involved in stats. Now, in regards to Nunes and Isaac, I mean, if we were to swap, I mean, Brian, yeah, you probably have a point. Maybe as Isaac just slightly. No, don't get me wrong. Like Nunes, like one thing I'll give him props is the way he, as I just said in the previous comments, unpredictable. He can play in the left. He's not his position, but he'll still do a job regardless, and you can't fault that. But my question to throw back at you two is: if we're in the middle of next season and he's still similar with Nunes, and the goals are not happening, how long do we say, yeah, we give him grace? Because at the end of the day, it's not. Yeah, and I get it. The team's not for the supers, but at the end of the day, we need goals, and he was bought. And he wasn't bought just to be a team, just to be a team player. He's bought to get a certain amount. So
no, that's the fact. He is our striker.
Yeah. So if we're going for the title, I mean, like I said, I'm a fair man. Even if I don't want someone, I'll give it. Like for me, I remember 12. I discussed this. I said I was only talking about Premier League goals. I wasn't. I think a reasonable man. I said you should get about 15 Premier League goals. I said, you know what, Nunes, fair enough. That's a fair amount. I'm not expecting 20, 25, but this is the thing, you see. So again, it's all opinions, but at the end of the day, it's where the club wants to go to, and at some point.
Real quick, to follow up, and Brian, you can answer this as after Nilante. If hypothetically, because I think he's going to, I did have him slated as getting 20. I said he's going to get 20 all comps. I know I said on Jerry James's show, I said. I went even one step further and said he'll get 20 goals in the Prem. I definitely need a couple hat tricks here or there for that to happen. But
yeah, if we keep it to league goals, it's easier. I think it's when discussing players in this, it's easier if you keep it to league goals because it's more of a.
But I mean, we're trying to get silverware. So I mean, but
I mean, when you're talking about the league, if we're talking about the league. In terms of are we going to take City and all, like Darwin's, it's just I know what you said, but I just think it's more instructive to talk about him in the league because we're comparing him to some players who aren't playing in European competition, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, I know that like when it comes to
but what did you think to Nilante's question? Nilante was asking you if it's at this stage next season.
So say your question one more time. Say your question one more time.
If he's still scoring at this rate and we're halfway through next season,
right?
How much time do we still give him? I think that's what you're asking.
Right. So how many league goals is he on? I know he has 8 goals this season.
Yeah. So we're at Christmas
4
next season, and he's still on. And he's on 8.
5. Yeah. 8.
So currently he's on 5. I'm just going to say that I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to say. Projecting, let's say he has 5 goals halfway through the season. So let's say he ends up with 10 goals. Then let's say, so he keeps his production going. In sense, it's just hypotheticals. I'm just doing hypothetical.
So if he gets 10 this season and next Christmas he's got 6 league goals.
Okay.
And he's playing all the time. He's playing all the time. All
the time. Now, can I ask this for clarity? If he's got 10 goals, okay, but
he scored 3 of them in a hat-trick win against Liverpool.
Right. No.
Against the Manx.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. That would probably make everyone forget about everything else they got to say.
Probably.
But I was going to say, if this context, if we're going to go with that context, because let me pull up. I don't think I have his numbers. I think he said 8 goals and 10 assists. But I think he's got at least, how many assists does he have as well this year? In the Prem.
Oh, his assists are up there. He's high, but we'll just keep it general. Just say he's.
No. I was asking because because the only reason I was asking for this
he's on 6 and 8. He'll be on 6 and 8. The only reason I was asking about this context is, would I be disappointed if he had 10 goals for the entire season? Yes, I would be disappointed. As our number 9, I would be disappointed. And if he's on track for that again next season.
And he's on track again for that next season.
Halfway through next season. He's on track for 10 again.
How much
time is on your
related to what it resulted in
I'll get an answer out of him. I'll get an answer out of him for
you.
Brian, I'll keep it quiet. Take it away from me, Brian. Take it away.
How much
Ryan
time
doing
is
the
on your Darwin
solicitor.
Nunes
He's
clock?
like a solicitor here.
It's how much time is on Darwin Nunes' clock if halfway through next season he's on track for 10 goals in the league?
I would still give him next season.
So,
Only under
so he
this
gets
pretense.
3 years. So it's 3 years. Okay, that's
Yes,
cool.
on the
My
third
answer
year,
would be
if the third year he's not banging out goals
Yeah.
like we expect the number 9 to be, then that's a different story. But
Yeah.
I only wanted to preface my answer with this, in that hypothetically, let's say, okay, so I know we were just dealing with the Prem goals, but I don't know how many assists he has in the Prem. If someone can help me out with that in the chat.
it's around 8. It's around
okay.
8. It's around
Okay,
8.
so hypothetically, let's say it's eight assists. Let's say it's 8 assists in
It could even be
right
10.
now he's working.
Yeah, I think it's.
What is it, 10?
Let me check. I think it's at the moment. It's saying he's only got 6.
Okay, yeah. If someone in the chat can help us out, cool. If
I'll
Nalante
confirm
cool.
that for you now in a sec.
Yeah,
But-
go on, bro. You just double check anyway.
Yeah, so I'm just going under, like, let's just say hypothetically. I know. Hey, Muhammad Ali used to live in my town, and actually, so big up to Muhammad Ali.
Big up.
Asian Pops giving the Ali reference.
And,
Yeah, he has 8. He has 8 assists in the league.
hey, okay.
Okay, so
he has
let's
5
say,
goals and
8 assists.
8 assists.
Okay, so he's 5 goals. Let's say entire year he gets 10 goals. But if you told me that our number 9 got 10 goals and 16 assists, would you not say that that's a good year?
I'd say he's
Despite-
not our number 9.
You'd say he's not our number 9. Okay.
No, I say this guy is really good, but he's obviously not a striker.
Because
or a
isn't that
finisher.
more like Bobby Firmino style?
Yeah, but that's not the player we bought, man. Do you know what I mean? We
I
bought
thought-
this
I
guy.
thought
He's
he-
number
It's
9.
not Bobby, yeah.
We didn't buy a Bobby. We bought a Darwin. And, you
Yeah.
know, people are. It's like, oh, why are you expecting him to be a goal scorer? What? No, I'm not saying you, but I get a lot of this. Why are you expecting him to score so many goals? Why are you expecting him to be a striker? Yada yada. Because he is. He's a number 9. Please stop trying to brainwash me into thinking that Darwin Nunes isn't a striker
Exactly.
at number 9. He is. That's his job. Primarily, his job is to score goals. Don't tell me Klopp didn't buy him thinking, hopefully this guy gets us 20 goals, 22 goals. He didn't buy him thinking, hopefully he gets us 10 goals and 8 assists. It's all good. It's all gravy as long as we're top of the league. But, you know, it's just, he is a number 9. Comparisons to Haaland are unhelpful. But, like, with Nalante's thing, like, for me, he's already got 2 years at the end of this season. So if his numbers aren't up or what we need, and the club has a suitable offer and a better replacement, then that's football. That's what you do. Then Darwin Nunes will be playing somewhere else. I just think he's such a touchy subject because he brings out such emotions in people. Because, and he's great to watch. He's fantastic. But the thing is, the chaos thing was great, but it's kind of annoying me as well, because if you think players, coaches like Pep Linders or Pep Guardiola, or that they want chaos, they don't. It's good to cause chaos in the opposition backline, good thing. To cause chaos in our front line, bad thing. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? You need some defined line between that. Yeah, if he goes and causes chaos for other teams, yeah. But if half the time his teammates don't know what he's going to do next, or he's not sure what, that's actually not a good thing. I don't think that's a net negative. So the guy is great and he's brilliant, but the goals are going to be his what's the word? They're going to be his, you know, his answer at the end of the day is going to be goals. Because if this guy was playing for Chelsea, if he was playing for Arsenal, and he was putting up these kind of numbers, there's not a Liverpool fan on the planet that would be saying we need to put £65 million on the player or on the table for him and get him to Anfield tomorrow.
Yeah,
you know,
tell me one number 9, especially for a top tier team, top level team like we are. Tell me one number 9, even if it is a middle of the, like someone like all due respect to Solanke. I know that Solanke used to be a red, but like as in, I would never say that Solanke's like the cream of the crop when it comes to number 9s. He's a capable number 9, good, having a great year, good player, but you know, even Solanke is going to be in the same ballpark that we spent for a Nunez.
If
I
you
know
wanted
he's
to
a
buy
lot of
him
money.
next season, yeah, he's going to cost you. Like, we were all laughing about how we ripped Bournemouth off for 30 million. They're going to get 60 for him.
Easily, if not more.
Because it's a seller's market for strikers.
Yeah.
If you want to buy a top quality striker tomorrow, like a lethal one, there's 5 or 6 guys out there that are on the cusp of it, that are playing in Spain and playing in Spain and Portugal, but they're Darwin Núñez types.
Right.
There's no Lewandowski. If you want Osimhen,
yeah.
there's only one Victor Osimhen. He's probably the closest thing you could get to a guaranteed
And that's
goal.
110, 120 million, I think.
Depending on what way they have him tied up, 140, 150, 110. So I'm not saying that there's a guy that we can replace him with. I'm just saying if he's not doing the business, then the club will move on.
We'll replace him, certainly.
Football is ruthless as shit, man. Football is ruthless as shit.
I just think the reason why I wanted to preface my answer with what I was doing with my Muhammad Ali dancing around rope-a-dope that Beijing Pop says I was doing is because like I just see it as like if we have I get that we didn't say we're going out there for a Bobby. I'm not saying that we looked at Núñez and said, oh, we need to get Bobby style, production out.
There's only one Bobby.
Right, certainly. And I love Bobby's possibly one of my favorite players of all time. So, but what I am saying is that what if, this is just a hypothetical again, what if we were getting Bobby-like returns from him, but yet having that option or having that other variable in the equation for our number 9 is a player that can, I know the chaos is thrown out there too easily, but a player that does have the ability to, utilize his pace. And we can all say Bobby's pace is not the same as Núñez's pace, for instance, So there's other aspects of his game. Obviously, I think Bobby has better passing, the flair and everything else that he has is much better than Núñez for certain. But there's like certain parts of his game that kind of like you could get some type of positive return from. And circling back to our earlier comment, our team, the production of our goals come from our wide men, like as in our wingers, or our inside forwards, if you want to call them that, and that's why I'm saying if we're getting production out of him, I want to see him score, obviously, but I'd be more concerned if he wasn't creating opportunities for himself, which in turn is creating opportunities for Salah, for Diaz, for Howard.
Well, let's see how we do without Mo now, because this is what we spoke about before. Some players now have to take the burden on their shoulders, so this is an opportunity for them.
Yeah, certainly. But you understand what I was getting at, though? Why that? I'm not, and in no means of the word am I saying that you're saying Núñez is trash or Núñez needs to go. None of the people on the panel, make sure that everyone understands in the chat too or watching.
Of course, it's all.
No one on here is saying
that. All our
how sometimes things can get skewed. You know what I mean?
We love all our players. We do. We want them to do well, and we love all our players.
But can it sometimes be that the measure of, because even Klopp has said it himself, he is the production, because he's been asked pretty much straight out, the Núñez drought of goals or this or that about the goals. Are you concerned? And he makes a point to mention, obviously, he's a good manager, so he's going to try to bolster the confidence of his players. But he still said that Núñez does so many more things for us that sometimes even the statistics people can't really measure, And it's kind of like the same defense. You know how many times that there were people that used to like knock Bobby because he wasn't a number 9 in their minds, even and you would take the defense of him saying, but Bobby creates for Mane or Bobby creates for Salah.
Bobby is the system. It took a while to catch on, but everyone realized Bobby is the system.
Yeah.
So you don't replace Bobby. You don't even replace the type of profile because he's just a one-off type of player. So you go off and you do something different. So we tried something different. Right? Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, Nalante, you want to throw your 2 cents in?
Yeah, sorry. I was just wondering, is that this about Nunes? Is it still on the
Yeah.
Nunes and
Yeah,
stuff?
like
Yeah.
as in no. It was just basically I was just asking, do you think that like despite the fact that I get Nunez isn't scoring the amount of goals, he's had a lot of opportunities. I've heard people like for instance, I know Mike Doss was referenced earlier, and even though Mike Doss has had a couple of flip-flop takes, but all
He's
the same,
crazy,
he made a point of bringing out the reference of, I think that Nunez is like scoring like 5% or 10% or something like that of his goal opportunities, which is well below the average for when it comes to number nines in production that you'd like to see. Obviously, we want to see bigger and heavier, contribution of accuracy or successful contributions for goals. But if a player has an overall positive, and even some of those factors that create other things for these other players, is it really that dire? And is it really that direly necessary for Nunez to score the goals if he's creating not only opportunities for others, for his wing guy, for like Nunez, or excuse me, for like your Salahs or for your Diaz's and stuff? Is it more of a testament that you can live with Nunez that way, the same way we kind of lived through the Bobby years of him not being a prolific scorer? Because he only had like 1 year. Bobby only had like really 1 year where he was like a really, really prolific scorer for us.
Okay, well, I'll say sorry. I was a bit distracted with little man. He's just come
No
home.
worries,
So
I got that.
that's right.
No
So
worries.
I'll say my bit, and then I'll come out. I'll listen on the chat because I do want to stay.
Okay, yeah,
on,
sure.
Duty
Yeah.
calls and all that. But yeah. So look, I get it, 12, Brian. In terms, but the difference is Firmino. When we bought him, he was an attacking midfielder. He was a number 10. He was just being genius move club. He was just reversed into number 9. But really, Slash, he was just an attacking 10, playing as a number 9. So
we didn't buy him
with
as
Bobby's
striker.
records, I had no problem about it because he's not an out and out. And boy, and we all know what wonders he did for us, man. It was magic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was Samba every week with him and the connection with Sadio and Salah, you know what I mean? But in regards of Nunes, no, because difference Nunes, we bought him for, it's not about the money. He was for big money. He was there to be then that number 9, that presence, that goal getter. I mean, you saw the run in Benfica, the goals he was getting. And yes, we've adapted him on different ways, and you can lay a little bit to Klopp because he, in and out. But at the end of the day, he's had a good amount of runs. He's meant to be a goal getter. Now, assist wise, if he gets extra assists and he takes us to trophies, then I'm not going to be 100% happy with him. I'm not going to lie. That man said harsh, but I said, you know what? Fair enough, we've got the trophies, but if it's the same productivity, and we're not getting the trophies, then I'm not going to be overly, but it's just at this stage I'm going to ask you both the question: do we want this Klopp legacy to end with just one Premiership trophy, or do we want the legacy to leave at least with 2 or 3? You know what I mean? And that's the thing, because with Klopp, and again, is a take. If his Liverpool career ended now, I'll say it's been good. I appreciate it, but it could have been better. And that's just what it is. And that's the standard I'm living on. He needs to seal his legacy in the more way, because he really deserves to be up there with the greats of the Prem. And we know that. But what we need to do is seal that legacy, so when he does leave, there's no context. You know what I mean?
You know what's funny, though, too, real quick, before you bounce real quick, too. And I know that you don't necessarily have to answer. I'm not going to answer your question or not. But like, or you know what? Yeah, I will. I'll say this before you bounce. And I want Brian's answer on this too, and I want the chat's answer on this as well. I believe that this year that Mo is 2 for 4 for penalty kicks, right? I think he's 2 for 4 this year for us, right? Hypothetically, I know he's got 5 goals, but if Nunez had been taking our penalty kicks, and let's say, and he's 100% with taking penalty kicks in his career, are you still having this conversation if he's at 9 goals? Are we still having this conversation if he's at if he was the penalty kick taker, and obviously he scores the penalty kicks? and now he's on 9 goals. Up, Nolante had a bounce. I know he had to take care of his little guy. But Brian, you still there? Hopefully.
Oh yeah, I said
Because Nation Pops has a statement for you too. I put it up on the board for you. But I'm just asking, if he had 9 goals instead of 5, and he had the PKs, do you think that everyone's on his back, on his neck as much?
I think. Look,
I know. And now I got you. Ali got listed on the ropes. No, I'm just joking.
No, it's I'd still no. Look, I'd be saying he's got if he was playing exactly the same way, and just the games are going the same way that they go, I wouldn't be giving him super extra bonus credits for it, because it'd be like, yeah, you know, well done, like you're getting the you're scoring penalties, so that but it's kind of, that's a super hypothetical, because the simple fact of the matter is that's not happening. Okay, you'd have to ask each individual Liverpool fan how much weight they would put behind that. I don't think anybody would look at it.
I'll ask you a quick question. Then, do you do the same for Salah? Because I know Salah has a lot of goals, but you know, for instance, there was that year that he had
I didn't want to see
Mane. I thought that year from Mane was a more accomplished year for Mane than it was for Salah, despite them both having the golden boot. And the reason why is because Salah had penalty kicks involved in the golden boot pursuit. You know, and Sadio didn't. You know what I mean? So
no, look, that's always this, like what you're talking about is one of the oldest football pub conversations going. X player scored 200 goals in the Premier League. He was better than Y player who scored 120 goals. But player Y never took a penalty. Player X always took penalties. Like, it's one of the oldest debates going is, what do you know, how do you rate it? And then you bring into, well, look, the guy never missed a penalty. That's an incredible record. But yeah, if somebody has, it's like if you want to get into it, you want to compare records, right? Well, let's compare non-penalty records, but penalties still have to be scored. So it's Salah is, you know, it's like there seems to be a bit, not revisionism on Salah, but it's like, well, let's pick apart what Salah did. Because he's normalized brilliance, he's normalized excellence, he's normalized elite levels of finishing and contributions at Liverpool, just so we can maybe big up another player and say, oh, well, Salah only did this or Salah only did that. When Salah goes, we will go a long time before we have a player with that kind of, because this is the thing when you're talking about like greatest players of all time or best players of all time, or like the best player ever to play at Liverpool in a certain position. If Diego Maradona had played for 2 games at Liverpool at number 10, we made the best footballer ever to play for us, right? Because he's the second best footballer of all time. So second best footballer ever to play for Liverpool. But does he match up with the greatest players who played 560 games for Liverpool and won 8 titles and won this and won that? You know what I mean? So it's like you've got someone like Salah that's been doing it since day one. He's never stopped. Penalties come into that. Yeah, that's just part of his legacy. Penalties are part of what he does.
Right.
So you can't add it to, you can't take it away. Someone has to take it. Someone has to take the penalties.
Yeah. No, I get that. I remember you said. I remember one time I had I put out the XG for, I think it was for a game or something too, and you're like, you know, is that the XG? Because we had like the highest XG in the game. Yeah. And then we were trying to figure out if that included penalties or non-penalties. And
there was 2 penalties in that game.
Right.
So our XG, expected goals, if you include it, because the XG for a penalty is 0.7. Right. So if you get a penalty, it's not an expected goal, but it's 0.7. So that was added to the 2 totals. So it wasn't goals from open play. Expected goals from open play. So if you took away, though, even if you took away the expected penalty goals, which would have been 1.4, it still brought us down to something like 5.6, which would have been a record. So yeah, like your expected goals. So like say Nunes, for example, Nunes has 8 goals this season,
Right.
which it doesn't sound great, but he's
It
only
doesn't.
down. He's only 0.7. He's minus 0.7. So he was only expected. His expected goals was only 8.7. So do you know what I'm saying? He's not. It's not getting a huge volume. So he's clearly not in the positions. He's not playing. That's low basically. But he's scoring what he should be scoring minus 0.7. But it's not like his expected goals are like 14 or 15.
Right.
They're only 8.7 over the season.
And again, I know our conversations, even our conversations with those in the chat right now, are usually more substance involved in our breakdowns of like, why we think this way or that way, but it's, I say I want to give the right weaponry to the Mighty Reds army out there. And, often when we get to these conversations, the first thing that people are going to say is, what are his numbers? And they're going to just say, G, what is his G? Normally they don't even go to GA, but they'll just say, how many goals is he scoring? And that's why I was asking, does it make a difference to you? Because then,
would it make a difference to the criticism, do you think? Do you think it would?
Yeah, that's what I was.
No, but do you think it would?
That was my question.
But do you? No, yeah, I'm saying, do you think it would alleviate some of the criticism?
I think if someone were to say to me, you said he has 5 goals, right, in the Prem. So I think if you were to tell me, I'm trying to think of what because I know the top goal scorer right now is at 14. Okay, but let me see what the let me bring out the list here for the Prem, because that's a really good question. I think if we were having this discussion, and the stats. Okay, so for goals right now, first place obviously it's a tie between Salah and Haaland at 14. If you were to tell me that, obviously you would take away those 4 goals, but if you were to tell me that Mo Salah has 10 goals, or he doesn't have 10 goals, he would have 12 goals because 2 of those I think he's 2 for 4 for his penalty kicks, right?
Yeah, so you're being generous and you're giving Darwin a 100% penalty record. So
well, that is his current record. As I'm just going by what his current record is.
But okay, yeah.
I'm not trying to skew the numbers and say
no, but he hasn't done it for us. So I'd just say, like, if he had taken 4, I'd say let's just be kind of even it out and say he missed 1 and scored 3, because if they're hypothetical penalties,
I got you.
Just not to be just ramping it up to 100.
Not to be a homer, I guess.
Well, yeah, kind of add a bit of leeway to it, because someone pulls out a worldly save and Salah scores the rebound.
Because he did score the rebound on that one penalty kick that he did. Yeah, but that's now an open play goal. That's not a penalty kick goal.
Yeah, no, I'm saying someone else scores it, but he misses 1, but we still get the goal. I'm just for the interest of kind of spreading it out, let's just call him 3 from 4.
So you want to say 3 for 4? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's say he scores 3 out of 4. Okay. If he scores 3 out of 4, he's
11 goals.
If he scores 3 out of 4 penalty kicks, now all of a sudden we're saying that he's a top 10. He's in the top 10 in the Premier League for goals.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking you. Do you think that he would get less negativity?
I do. I think if he was on, Brian, you know what? I've been making a concerted effort to put it out there that I think that Darwin should be on penalty kicks.
Oh, I know. I've seen it. But
not just on. I mean, like, obviously, I think we have to figure that out. I know we don't get a lot of penalty kicks as Pop said earlier, but for the opportunities that we have, I know for the opportunities that we have, while Salah's gone, I think Darwin should be on penalty kicks. Personally, I think it's a good morale booster. Obviously we want to see him make them.
We'll find out.
It's a gamble because it could take away from it too. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember, like I was saying, see, the thing is, right before the start of this season, there's a list of penalty takers, right? We all know there's a list of free kick takers. Yeah. There's a list of captains. There's a list of everything. So before this season starts,
I didn't see the list for PK takers.
No, but it won't always be released. No, but within the club, like there's always a list.
Within the club, sure.
Yeah, there's a hierarchy, so everyone knows who's first, second, third choice.
Right.
So last season it would have been probably something like Salah first, obviously. Then it was James Milner if he's on the pitch. Then we know it's Milner. Then it probably would have been Fabinho.
Yep.
Then it could potentially have been Jordan Henderson, and then it might have been Bobby. So that's 5 players.
Could even been Virgil, actually.
But if it was that, that's 5 players, and 4 of those players have now left the club. Milner is definitely gone. He was definitely second. Henderson and Bobby would have been on that list, third or fourth. So you now have 4. You now have to have 4 new guys,
right? 4 new people take their place.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're going to have to figure out, like, how do you know who's gone and won it? So they'll probably do it. That's why I think my money, if you had to gamble on it, it would be McAllister, purely because of McAllister's record taking him from Brighton last season. So he might be just the safe pick, but it'll be.
Yeah, certainly.
They will have had to somehow figure out now a new who's second, who's third, and who's fourth kind of thing. If Salah's not on the pitch.
I get you on that.
So I think we won't know. This is the thing, we're not going to know until we get a penalty in a game in the league when Mo isn't playing. And if McAllister and Nunes are both on the pitch.
We have had because our only penalty kick we have had one penalty kick scored by the only other. So we've had 5. I don't know, man. I have to pull it up now. I was looking on Transfer Market, and they showed the penalty kick takers, and actually I did because I did that PK thing, that PK episode, and the only other person that's taken a penalty kick for us has been Darwin. But he wasn't involved in that game. Salah wasn't in that game too, though. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like, you won't know until everyone's on the pitch.
Right. There's no way.
Has been chosen.
You put it right, though, man. You put it right. You said there's no way that Salah is coming off of penalty kicks. There's no way.
Hell no. Oh, that man's got records to break, dude. Yeah, no way. He's got a number. Yeah, absolutely. Egypt, League Cup, FA Cup against Colchester. He
almost missed the penalty kick for Egypt, actually. He almost missed it.
There ain't no. Yeah, he's got big number. He's got records to break, and he's got numbers in his eyes. He's got to probably miss 2 in a row, at least, maybe 3, before someone says. Because I guarantee you, we've got at least 3.
That's already happened once. He missed 2 in a row, and those 2 games,
and he's still back.
Games that actually end up hurting us and costing us immensely.
So there you go. Look. He's still on pen, so it's going to be.
Yeah,
I think we've got McAllister, Nunes, Bosley, Trent. All of them can take it, but there's taking a penalty and there's taking a penalty at 0-0, 89 minutes in a big game. So I think I trust McAllister. I trust Bosley. And
do you not trust Nunes?
No, I was going to say, and I would. I was going to get to. Yeah, no, it's just McAllister because I just know his record last season was just ridiculous. So I have something to hang my hat on with McAllister. He's done it in the Premier League.
Okay,
and he did it last season.
The big variable there is he's done it.
Yeah, you can hang your hat on it. It's something you can attach an opinion to. Whereas Nunes, I ain't never seen him do it. So for all I know, he's one of the best penalty takers out there. And yes, I think. There is a fine line as well. People say, "Oh, let him take the penalties; it'll boost his confidence." But that's an assumption. That's assuming that he scores the penalties.
Yeah.
It's like, imagine he goes up and he takes that first one and he blazes it over the bar, and it's like, oh no, it's a fine line between. But again, it's like, if he wants it,
I
Yeah,
think he
maybe let him
does.
take it. But I reckon, like I say, I reckon it'll come down to McAllister, and
Yeah,
then
I got you.
Darwin might be third choice. But in a penalty shootout, I'd have no worries about. Like we've got some real quality players there in terms of striking the ball. So we've got 4 or 5 that in a penalty shootout, I think we're absolutely sorted.
Right, yeah. Penalty shootout, certainly. Certainly, I'm confident that we have some really decent players that can step up and have had the pressure of being a spot kick taker before. Just as you said, I mean, we got
Sabazlai does everything for
yeah, we
Hungary.
got Dom, we've got Mac 10. Obviously, Virgil has taken big penalty kicks. You know, we've got even Lucho's taken big penalty kicks, albeit he did miss one for Colombia, but still, he's taken big penalty kicks. Like as in, the list is definitely long when it comes to who we have to be able to take it. I just know though, I think Darwin wants it. I mean, like, because Darwin's quick to grab. Like we've had even when I remember even on that opportunity, was it what game was that? It was against Burnley, right? Did we get a penalty kick against Burnley, right? Wasn't it Burnley that got the penalty kick, or what, am I wrong about that?
I'm not sure.
There was a time when Darwin and there was a time when both we got a penalty and Darwin and Mo Salah were both on the pitch, and I saw and Darwin was holding on to the ball. And at first I thought, oh wow, is Darwin about to take a penalty kick before Salah, in place of Salah? And I know that yes, you do hold on to the ball, you try to protect the spot. That's something I've seen Trent do, at least.
Trent did it the last game. He did it.
Yeah.
I've
seen him do that, and I'm like, I like that too because it's important. Because I mean, like, I remember only because I know Manchester United had an opportunity of like they ended up like scuffing up the mark, and they allowed while in the Champions League game, and ended up the guy missed the PK that would have like knocked them out of the Champions League even earlier than their exit before. But like, I saw Darwin hold on to the ball, and he was the one that handed the ball to Salah, but it was one of those things where I'm just like, wow. I mean, like it seemed like he wants to take it. He seems like sometimes.
Oh, he's kind of looking at him, going, "Any chance? Any chance?"
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
That's that. Yeah,
look,
you see my point.
You
Yeah.
just hold. No, you just hold it there.
Yeah.
The goalkeeper might start thinking it's a psych job on the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's a psych job on the goalkeeper because basically the psychology behind it, without wanting to sound like an idiot, is you don't want your penalty kick taker anywhere near anything, right? Mm-hmm. So he walks away like 40 yards away. Trent holds the ball. Trent stands on the penalty kick or on the penalty spot. Everyone starts making noise around him and all that stuff around him.
Yeah, trying to get into his head.
And the goalkeeper is looking at it going, Trent's holding the ball like he's going to take it. What way does he take his penalties?
Right.
And then the next thing, just before he's about to take it, Salah just reappears on the scene, takes the ball out of Trent's hands, plants it back down, takes the penalty. That's the thinking behind it. But any goalkeeper worth his salt is going to be looking at it going, I'm not falling for that, lads. Yeah, Salah has just 40 yards away. He's definitely, we know who's going to take this.
We know who's going to take that kick.
But it's just to distract the attention away from Salah and kind of get everyone focused on Trent. But the main thing is stand on the penalty spot so they can't go and mess it up. That's the main thing.
Pops gave the game too. It was Newcastle. He said it was Newcastle that Darwin was holding on to, and that you're right. That could be a psychological, considering what Darwin's done to Newcastle. You know what I mean? If that goalkeeper's looking at him and be like, is Darwin going to step up and ruin my day again? But I kind of knew he wasn't going to end up being. We all know who's going to take it in the end of the day. But when I saw him grab the ball and was like holding on to it, I was like, is this going to be is this maybe the passing of the torch? That's what I thought maybe for a slight moment, and then I saw
That's
him over
that's the
Egyptian
rope
king.
dope, man.
What did you say, Brian?
That's the rope dope.
Yeah, that is the rope dope.
Yeah,
that's a good one too, for sure. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just personally think that if we do get, and again, I gave my reasoning behind in that PK episode that I did. I gave the reasoning behind why I thought, the candidates that you brought up were good too. I gave like their percentages on their PKs, and I gave the kind of insight that I would think would be the candidates for taking our PKs in this little hiatus that Salah's not here. It most likely would be. I think it would be Darwin.
Can you do me a favor?
Mac 10, and then Dom. Dom's a strong shout though, Brian. Dom's a very strong shout.
Can you put the link back in the chat? Can you put the link back in the chat?
Yeah. One second here. You got it right there. So yeah, I think Brian's gonna hop off and then hop back into through I think his phone might be dying or something, most likely. Let's see. Let's get some of these comments in while we wait for Brian to get back. I wanted to give some clarity to Pops as well. When I said that, I put this comment. I don't know if you saw the comment or not. I said this is the comment I was trying to get across. Is that last year we didn't get that many pens? I agree, yes, but the misses on the ones we did were crucial. My comment was basically if he, and that is if Darwin holds the consistency that he has at penalty kicks currently, that's the difference maker in me in that. I get it's a gamble. It's a big gamble. It could affect his conscience, his confidence, positively or negatively. I get that, but are we having this? Are people utilizing this as the fodder? Are they using that as the ammo against us, the weapons against us? If hypothetically we have, are people using this as a weapon against us? If hypothetically, Mo Salah has, Mo Salah has 10 goals. I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, you can't turn.
No worries. I was just gonna say, it makes a difference if we were saying that Darwin has 9 goals. I know even if it's 8, even if it's 3 out of 4 that Brian says, I think Darwin will let's just say make all. I think he can make 4 out of 4 at least. But he's going conservative with the 3 out of 4.
Well, he can make 4 out of 4 at least.
Right.
He can make 4 out of 4 at most. He can't score 6 from 4
at most. Right, that's
true. Even the biggest Darwin fan doesn't think he can get 6 from 4.
Right. That'd be great if he could get 6 out of 6 from 4 attempts. That'd
that would be nice. He can score the rebound twice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that'd be really great. I think he did try to score twice. I think in that same Newcastle game after Salah scored and the goal celebrations was going on, he went over and I don't know why he did it, because that could have been a yellow card by what he did, but he ended up he ended up running up and kicking the ball in the net again as a celebration. I'm like, oh man, don't get a yellow card for that, man.
You must remember Bakayoko. I think it's Bakayoko, the striker that played for Chelsea.
Yeah.
He did that. I think it was in the World Cup for Belgium. He was Batshuayi.
Yeah, you're thinking Bakayoko is the other guy that we're looking. He's the Belgium that we're looking at.
He also played for Chelsea. There's another Batshuayi did that. He got on the pitch for Belgium and they scored, and it kind of came back out of the net, and he ran and followed it in, and he absolutely leathered it off the post. He smashed it as hard as you possibly can, and it came straight back and smacked him in the face. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen.
I'm about to
He
check that out. I didn't see
just
that. That's
smashed
funny.
him. He did. He went, did the classic follow up and hammered into net. Hit the
Yeah.
post, came straight back and smashed him square in the bush. It was just absolutely.
That's
crazy.
hilarious. That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah, you got to be careful trying to take credit for other people's goals.
Yeah, man. It's, you know what? I just think it's a different narrative. Personally, I just think it's a different narrative. If Salah's on 10 goals, and I think it's a different narrative. Salah's on 10 goals and Darwin's on 8, 9 goals himself. I think the narrative is different for. I think the narrative is just different for Nunez.
Well, look at Shearer. You know, Shearer is always talked about, as just, he'll beat this record. I think he's got something like 50 penalties. There's you've got players out there that have scored 20 goals in a season but never taken a penalty. But Shearer will always be top Premier League goal scorer because, that's his thing.
Oh, you mean PKs are his thing?
Yeah, well, no, that's just his record. He took penalties.
Did you ever hear that? Oh, did you ever hear what Michael Owen said about that too? By any chance? Michael Owen had a comment. He was being asked about, like, this was just on that year that we had a bunch of handball calls before which was really weird when they like modified the handball rule in
point they change it every 5 minutes, dude.
I know where they did it. This was one they did it like in the mid season. They like made a different clarification for what handball was going to be. But like Michael Owen made a comment about, he believed, for instance, he was just saying that he believes that if he was playing in this era of football, his goal tally would be, considerably higher because he would have gotten a lot more penalty kick opportunities, for instance, and he was just referencing about how, like, he thinks that he played in an era where it was more difficult to get the number he said it was more difficult to like accumulate the numbers of goals that he got in his era than it was to get the goals that a lot that you're seeing today. For instance, with your Haalands and your, because Haaland and Kane, they're all taking the PKs for the teams, and the number of penalty kick opportunities was greater now than it was in his era. That's what he said.
Yeah, definitely. Michael Owen is a player that gets derided a lot, but he had 2 golden boots and he had a Ballon d'Or by the time he was 20, 21.
Mm-hmm.
But he never got more than 20 in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And he got 2 golden boots. So scoring back then was, excuse me, my cough come back.
Mm-hmm.
It was, you'd know VAR, you'd know offside, you'd know minuscule little calls for this and that, and 17 checks for penalties. It's not that, fouls weren't called, or it's not that, it was, there was horror tackles all the time, but it's just, like the amount of little touches and things that he would have had that would have been called as handball. Like the amount of time he was going past someone, it was just handled and it was never seen. But nowadays, you would have had 7 cameras on it. It's just the way the game was played then. Like, he's right. He definitely would have had him staying fit in any year. Like, people tell you that he could have been one of potentially England's best ever players because he was finished so young and he left so young. People don't know how good Michael Owen was.
Michael Owen was trust me. Michael Owen was growing up. Michael Owen was my favorite player.
Oh, he's unbelievable. He could do it all. He could run, he could pass, he could do the whole lot. Like, but just knee injuries by the time he said it himself, by the time he went to Real Madrid, he was done. But it's true. Like, someone like Shearer, anybody that was taking penalties, like, they're getting probably 5 or 6 more if you
Yeah.
play for a top team now, because everything is looked at 20 times if it's missed.
Do you agree with this comment? Do you agree with this comment from Pops? Then he says, and this is referencing Michael Owen. I know. I love how we've gone from the table to Nunez now to Michael Owen. It's fun. I enjoy the conversation. He was saying he was lucky, being Michael Owen, to get them with only 20. Robbie scored 30 in all comps in 3 seasons running, and for me was a better finisher than Michael Owen. Do you agree with that?
Robbie, if you're talking about, he was lucky to get them with only 20. Oh, he was. That's what we're saying. They were low scoring. That's why I was kind of bringing it up, because 12 man was talking about kind of the high numbers. I was saying, like, yeah, he could win a golden boot with only those kind of numbers. Robbie Fowler, you probably won't see a better finisher than him.
Yeah.
Like, you'll see someone who might be as good as him, but the ball is still round and the goals are, like, when you talk about, could a player from the 80s or the 90s or whatever do it today? Well, if they were born in 2000s, well, yeah, of course they could. You're not going back in a time machine and get Pele and bringing him to 2000 going. Like, I think he'd have more stuff to worry about than the football,
The Manchester, he brought up the Manchester United thing being the killer for his career, or killed it for a lot of fans. But I mean,
killed him for Liverpool.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it also goes
Fowler was a better finisher. No, just to say with what Pop's saying, yeah, Fowler, Owen was an incredible finisher, an incredible player. He had way more pace than Fowler had. No pace.
I disagree with Philip. That's wise. I agree with Philip. For me, Owen's move to Madrid killed his career. I think that.
Knee injuries. No, his knee injuries killed his career. He'll tell you. He lost his pace by the time he went to Madrid. He'll tell you that himself. He knew when he left Liverpool that he wasn't ever going to be the same player again, and he was only like early 20. So he went there. He only had 1 season at Madrid. Then he goes to Newcastle for about 16 million. And when he got to Newcastle, he had basically, but he was physically done, but he wanted to do well at Madrid. He wanted to have, but by the time he got to when he went to Newcastle, he kind of checked out mentally, and he was just in a really
because his body wasn't performing at the levels that he was used to.
Yeah, he was just taking paycheck after paycheck at that stage, and then he goes to Stoke City, so it's, and Manchester United, and then he goes to Stoke City.
It's interesting. It is interesting, Brian. I don't know if Chris Angel's in the chat, but it is interesting because, like, there are a lot of players that have seen, and I know his pace was a big portion of his game, but there's a lot of injuries that happened during the 90s, if not 80s, but during the, especially during the 80s, but like the 90s as well, that those injuries were career ending, if not like, career changing type injuries that nowadays, I mean, there's people that kind of injury is kind of similar. It's somewhat similar to the injury that VVD has gone through, and we've seen him have a resurgence in his pace and his ability. So it's
good. I've been saying this for a long time that there are injuries. When we talk about players, I talk about players from the past. I consider myself sort of well up enough on stuff to be able to talk about players that I didn't necessarily see play, but
that's what I've mentioned that time and time again. I give you those props all the time.
I tend to only, but that's only because I do not what I call research, but I watch things and read things, and you hear things and you learn things. But I prefer to only talk about players that I have seen play. So then I can say for a fact sort of what I know. But like, and for him and Fowler are probably, that's why it's sort of like,
this is true too.
Talk about players that we have now, I can go, they're good, but Christ, we've had some bloody good ones. Like, I know, we've had some really, really good ones. The thing about this,
if you had a Fowler, imagine if you had like a Fowler and he had the sports science technology,
this is what I'm saying,
and the nutritionist and all the other. I mean, the whole reason why one of the biggest reasons why that I've seen when I've done my little history dives and the portions of this game that I actually physically followed, was that one of Arsene Wenger's biggest keys to success was the nutrition program that he drove Arsenal.
Yeah, to a degree. No, it's just that I wanted to say just that I got a bit off track there. The ACL, they were career end back in the day. Yeah,
right.
Those things, they were.
Yeah.
A bad hamstring injury wouldn't really, do you. You could always kind of come back from that. But I've spoken to Chris Angel about this before. But the other observation I had it on is that back in the day, if you got an ACL, you were kind of finished. You were done. But from what I can see watching now, it's still a really serious injury, by the way. It could still be a year out, but you're more than likely going to come back. But from what I've seen, there's way more of them. Like, there's loads more ACL than there used to be. Like, you can definitely get over them, but I'm sure, man, these things never happened as much as they do now.
Why do you think? Why do you think that? By the way,
exactly. That's what I wanted to talk to Chris about. Is like, am I right about that? Am I wrong about that? Is it because of recency bias, or underreporting from the past? But as far as I can see, there's definitely way more of these, because in my mind, I would think of it because back in the day, if you look at in the 90s, say, kind of a typically rugged period that we can kind of
it was more physical.
But imagine players like Julian Dix and Razor Ruddock, who played for Liverpool, right? Big men mountains, couldn't get on a pitch today. They wouldn't even get in the front door because there'd be body mass and all that stuff. But they were much more rugged, and they could sustain. I think the players are so finely tuned these days. They're athletic. Their bodies are so highly tuned that they're more like a racehorse. When something does go, it goes. Because look at Wesley Fofana. Wesley Fofana leaves Leicester for 80 million quid, goes to Chelsea, does his ACL, out for 9 months, comes back, plays 5 minutes of football. Guess what? Does his freaking ACL again.
Yeah. Maybe it's like that. Maybe it's like the more computer. These new cars, they put more computers in them. They put more.
Yeah, so finely tuned.
You're so finely tuned, but yet, like, if one little thing goes wrong on these in the computer system, it could break down the entire thing.
I'd be interested to know.
That is a very. I'd like to.
More.
We should definitely.
Is it just me or?
It is an interesting debate to have.
And like a player like Nkunku, he's got an 8-month knee injury.
Yeah, I know. He came back. He's already back injured again. Yep.
He's out again. These are kind of. I think it's definitely because of the amount of games, maybe, but also just because they're really just much more finely tuned now. Whereas back in the day, there was a bit of body mass on them, but you might have weaker players who get kicked or whatever. But the worst you get is a hamstring or a broken leg. Now they seem to be doing ACLs and ankles and things like that all over the place. Everybody's getting.
Yeah. It could also be because there's a lot more involved in. It's weird too, because that comment that Pops put in, I thought was a very, very valid comment. He made this comment. And he said right here, the current players also take better care of their bodies today, and that's what I meant by there was a lot of people that were getting on Endo, for instance, and it was something I did I did not only a piece on him, but I did was doing follow.
Japanese boys, they're fine, man.
Yeah. The way that they're engineered is just in the sense of the way that they go about the maintaining the fitness and nutrition of their bodies.
Boys over there, they're 85 years old playing football. Come on, they're different. They are genetically different. They're like, there's guys in Vietnam now still fighting the war from World War II.
No, you're right. No, you're spot on. And why I was bringing up Endo is because Endo went from the Belgian league to Germany, and then obviously he's gone from Germany to Premier League. But even it was a step up from Belgium to Germany, as in the amount of pace and the amount of fitness that he was going to have to contend with. And what he did was he got a nutritionist and he created a diet for him to be able to create those type of returns that he was going to be necessary to stay in the Bundesliga. And he's done the same for the Premier League, guys. And he's got a nutritionist here.
A lot of them have. A lot of them have. Like I'm a chef.
Chefs.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm a chef. Like I'm a professional chef.
Yeah. There's no mama making home cooking.
No. I know a few people that have. So they don't, but they've been involved in that kind of world where there's like where they do the concert circuit, and say you might have a Madonna tour. Say a Madonna tour is coming to England, and you'll get some guys that are like, "Can you do this for me?" I know people who've done that, and then it's like within 6 months they're never working in restaurants again, and all they're doing is working for these kind of people. And if you can get in, like if you're a player that basically anywhere above championship level, if you're in a championship,
you absolutely should.
These guys they can afford that, because they're doing other things. But these chefs, like, it sounds stupid, but they're only on about $2,000 a week, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, they're not on insane crazy money, but they're just there basically preparing. Yeah. And also this has caused conflict as well, because Paul Pogba was famous for having trainers and fitness people doing stuff outside of Manchester United. Because you remember when Ronaldo went back there and he was slagging off, saying like, that's the same freaking bicycle that was here when I left. Pogba was kind of like but Pogba could see what was going. He was getting his own people in.
Yeah.
And a lot of clubs, they can be really, really strict on that, because it'll all have to go through their nutritionist, the club nutritionist.
I get the angle you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. Everything has to be okayed. But that's the thing now. These footballers, that you can actually afford to do that. You can have, because people get amazed like that. Hang on, he plays for Liverpool. He goes training every day, and he still pays for his own fitness people, or he still pays for his own personal trainer, or he still pays for his own nutritionist. Like, yeah, they do. They take it to that next level. Like, where you think, oh, you go to the club and you have the best of the best, and you do. But these guys, like, we see them as like, during the summer where there was that gap, and everybody's like, oh, thank God, Virgil can go and rest his knee. He can go. 48 hours later, there's pictures of him at that Portuguese training hell camp thing with Nadal in one corner and freaking, all these other world-class athletes at this camp in Portugal for getting fit. And you're like, I thought these guys would be on holiday. No, they're out there paying 10, 20, 30 grand out of their own money to go to some crazy fitness camp in Portugal. They can't take 2 days off. It's mad. Like, I'm thinking, oh, Virgil is going to get a week's break now, lying on the beach. Nope.
No.
They're out there on Instagram doing fitness stuff. It's insane. We think, oh, they're getting tired or that.
He's a lot of. There is no real off season any longer, really.
There isn't, is there? I think some of them know as well these days. It's a short career at the top. And when you get to 31, 32, you're probably more inclined to do longevity stuff. Like, if you're 21 or 22, you're going to do the Jack Grealish thing when he's off on holiday in Cyprus and getting photographed falling out of a nightclub. But when he's 28, 29, he's probably going to be going, no, I'm going to go to a training camp thing, because I still want to be playing when I'm 34.
Trust me, being someone in the nightlife industry, being someone that has friends or even some clients that are involved in sports, it's not easy to navigate it's not easy to navigate the fitness part of it, the nutrition part of it, and just having a life part of it. Like, you're out. Let's say hypothetically you're out on a holiday with your family. You know what I mean? Like, are you going to say, okay, yes, I know that we're about to sit here and eat, I don't know, whatever it is, whatever's the family's eating. They're at P.F. Chang's or something. I don't know, something like that. I don't know if you have P.F. Chang's in England or in Ireland, at least or not. But
No, we don't have those.
Right, like let's say they're at some restaurant, right? And
Sushi. Let's call it sushi.
Sushi, yeah, exactly. Okay, or I was going to say they're at Salt Bay's place or something like that in Salt Bay.
Arteta, man, Arteta, you got done up, man. You got done up.
That's the wrap there. You got to get the cut there.
Oh man, like Salt Bay ain't cool anymore. He really
he's
ain't
not cool at all.
anymore.
He's not cool at all. But
Arteta got stung there, man.
I love that meme of Salt Bay feeding Arteta though. That's an awesome picture. But let's say you're out with a family, and it's difficult to say when you're out with a family that you're going to be like, oh well, like we can go here, we go there, or we can't go to this restaurant, or we can't, it's incredible how like your fitness and nutrition and the ability to get the returns that you want to get throughout that entire year are different. Like as in, you have a different plate than everyone else at your dinner table, and that's different in itself.
Well, can you imagine trying to do it in England?
Yeah.
With the English tabloid press, like these guys can't do anything. They can't go out.
They can't go do anything.
They can't do charity. If they're doing charity work, they're do-gooders. If they're going out to nightclubs, they're drunken idiots. God forbid they might be black and successful and buy their mother a house or spend money on someone, then they're being flash. It's a lose-lose battle over there if you open your mouth. That's why these people have to be so bland and kind of not, you see an interview with Virgil van Dijk, if he says one thing that's memorable, you're lucky. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if you meet him out, if you know him and you have a chat to him on the pitch, I'm sure he's got a lot to say. You see these guys in interviews, they're afraid to go out, they're afraid to do anything. They all hang around each other's houses because if you go to a pub, it's like, oh, look at him, he's on the beer. It's impossible for these guys over there, the spotlight. And that's just like,
look at what they're doing with Trent. Trent's out. I got asked what was the update on Trent, and I was like, "Oh, is there an update? There's an update." And I remember checking to see if there was any update. The only update was that he'd gone to Milan for the Dolce and Gabbana fashion show, and I'm like, the fact you're getting like, imagine your whole life being tracked like that,
Yeah, you can't do that. No, as a professional footballer, if you go to a fashion show, that is officially almost the same as coming out, basic level. It's just like, what? A footballer at a fashion show? That's the British tabloid media. I mean, I know they're famous in America. They're famous the world over, but the spotlight these kids live under, and most of them are just kids, which it's strange the effect that a football jersey can have. Once you put a football jersey on someone, they all look around 27, and everyone just assumes they're all adults and they're all this and that. And I would love to have the career, but especially if you're English and you play for a high-profile club, we tend to get away with it a lot because we have to do something wrong for the big press to go after us because of all the stuff that's happened in the past. And they still seem they keep it separate as well. Liverpool has always been separate from the mainstream. And long as that continued,
Maybe, do you think that maybe that might be a help? That might be a benefit for not having to play in London, but having to play in Liverpool. You have a little bit different, like press response type thing.
Yeah, look, there's so much residual hatred in England, in the press from the 80s and the 90s for Liverpool, and like that stuff goes deep. It goes really, really deep. So to foreigners like me, to anybody that isn't from the area, you can have a smell of it, but you don't really know how bad it is. So for them, anything that any of the press says over there is always it's treated with suspicion from the start, which is why it's very much like it's a great analogy to me was Arsenal fans before last season, because Arsenal fans before last season were pretending to be Liverpool fans' friends, like being like, "Oh, you're doing brilliant. It's great to see you going up against City. It's great to see, Jurgen Klopp. It's great to see this," because they hated City more than they hated us, right? So they'd be
Right.
they were pretending to a degree to support Liverpool.
Yeah.
And then the second we dropped a couple of points and they were top of the league for 3 seconds, it was like, shut up, Scousers. Get back in your stupid little box, Scousers. You're done. Your time in the sun is over. I mean, these guys went from 0 to 100 overnight.
Right.
And then you saw the London attitude towards Liverpool. Shut up, Scousers. Arsenal are back. It was just a flash in the pan for you.
I know.
Now we're talking. And it was like, right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, all that stuff you were saying the last couple of years. Right, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But that's
No,
that.
you're right. Spot on. It's spot on. Yep.
We saw how quickly it changed.
Brian, that's why I can't, I say this quite a bit on a lot of different podcasts, whether it's my own, even when I'm on other people's podcasts, I say, we don't have friends out there.
No, we never have.
No one likes us, and I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, let's not get it twisted. When we've reached the levels of success that we've reached, seeing that kind of like two-facedness that you're talking about, basically, of, oh yeah, like they're cool with us now, but they're not our friends, man. They've never been our friends. They never will be our friends. They want to see our downfall always. So
yeah, it's just a shame that, like, and I always say that the best times were when Everton was the second best team in the league, and Liverpool were the best team. That was the best time, because no matter else was going on, it was a really poor time. I don't want to be going down social, but that's just the way my brain works. I will go down social routes. It was a really bad time in Liverpool in the 80s. It was a really bad time in England.
Right.
The two biggest teams in English football were
from Liverpool. Yeah.
I mean, if you weren't a red, you were a blue. And that was the friendly derby. You're saying we have no friends, everyone hates us. That was a genuinely friendly derby. And it was, anybody thinks.
What was the competition that, there was one competition that Liverpool played Everton in the final, and they thought it would be cool to have them have the same, have Everton and Liverpool be a part of the same parade.
Yeah, well, that might have been 86 again, or could have been after Hillsborough.
If anyone in the chat can remember, because I remember Stevie Nichols spoke on that, and he said it was like he said it was like really awkward, like, as in, Liverpool had won, so they're like, they're in cloud nine, and then and it was supposed to be like a celebration for the city in general.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Yeah, they did that got very clunky.
Yeah,
but it was Arsenal were a good team. There were other good teams, but it was Liverpool was the powerhouse.
right.
And that's why I've always said it's better if you think it's the people that think it's funny that Everton are getting relegated or whatever. Okay, but it's much better to beat a brilliant Everton team. It's much more enjoyable to beat them to second than to easily beat some team that's finishing 16th and 17th and 18th all the time. And it is big for the city. It's like, if you can have two big clubs in Manchester, why can't you have two big clubs?
It's positive. I've definitely taken a different take or stance.
It's jobs, man. It's jobs again as well. When a club gets relegated from the Premier League, they shed an enormous amount of staff.
Yeah,
you're talking about basically in a city the size of London, that can be absorbed. In a city the size of Liverpool, every Liverpool fan that lives in Liverpool, if Everton were to be relegated, they would be within 2 degrees of separation of knowing someone who lost their job. Like, that's how small Liverpool is, and that's how big all the supplementary stuff, the match day staff, the food, all these things. That, like, if that was to disappear overnight, everything got relegated. I don't think.
No, I get you. It would have a butterfly effect. In a
Yeah,
sense.
let's make Liverpool a European capital of football as much as bloody Manchester is. I mean, forget like Everton need to be taken over and run properly, but those were great days where you got the two biggest clubs outside of London. It was two fingers up to London as well, as much as anything else. You can have 7-8 Premier League clubs probably from London. If in most seasons there'd be at least 6 or 7 London Premier League clubs, but all the titles were going north.
Yeah. But
now, those are good times, man. Those are good times, but they're not coming back. The 80s are not coming back. I know that time when Liverpool was watching a parade, whether it was red or blue, in friendly derby, it's literally
of the whole decade. It's not. That era is not coming back.
But I will say one thing before I know, JK, that people are laughing at it, yada yada yada. That stadium Everton is building is freaking beautiful.
Oh, I bet
right out on the water. Have you seen the pictures of it? Right out on the water. Big dome.
I've not seen what they.
Google it after, man. That is a spectacularly cool looking stadium, right out on the water on the docklands, and they're building that. That's good. Really cool. So it's a beautiful place. Like.
That's really cool. Big up, JK. How are you?
I'm cool, bro. I hope you and Brian are cool. Everything good, yeah?
Okay. How we doing, man?
Good. Everything good. Everything good. Yeah, the Everton Stadium is real nice.
Did you want to chime in on? We were talking about this. This episode is originally about my infamous spreadsheet, but we got into into the football romantic segment of it, I guess, where we started talking about Michael Owen. We talked about Darwin Nunez. We're talking about Everton and the significance of Everton. The floor is yours. You can comment on whatever you like.
No, just saying Everton. It's like what's happening to them is I don't know, man. They've always chose the wrong options. Everton, like they've got a new stadium coming up, and they don't want to be in the first division going into that new stadium. So they need to make sure that they're in the Premier League when they start that new season in that new stadium. They need to be in the Premier League. So I don't know. And now Forest as well now have thingy, but there's still the Man City problem doesn't seem to be on the agenda for them guys to sort that problem out. So a lot of things going on in football in that way.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like buying a new house and then getting demotion. Like you have you're making a certain amount of income and you can afford this new house, and then all of a sudden, they say, oh, we're gonna have to make some cuts and we're gonna have to cut your salary, and now all of a sudden, you're not exactly, that mortgage comes and you're not able to take on that mortgage. It's gonna be interesting if Everton does. Do you have and I'll ask you and then I'll ask Brian as well, and in the chat too, you guys. Do you think that the Premier League is being harsh with Everton by the fact that they are about to possibly have to go through another point deduction, in the same year? In the same year too? In the same year?
Yeah.
Or is it one last caveat to it? Or is it karma, considering they somewhat got away with not having it be in the same year from last year. If they had to deal with it last year, they would have got relegated already, So they missed out because they didn't fine them until this year for action from last year, So
yeah.
Do you think it's karma, or do you think it's rightfully so, or do you think that the Premier League is being too harsh?
I just think Everton they're just using them as an example. I think why haven't City been dealt with already? So it's like Everton is just like Liverpool as a city is getting the what do you call it? They're just getting the brunt of it, Yeah. So Everton is a part of Liverpool. So Everton are the club that's being used to show other clubs you can't do it. I think City should have been that club for me. So Everton have got the cold shoulder on that one, where they can't really. Can they financially afford to get out of this mess? You know, because the new owner 777, they've got. I think they have to pay a fine of 20 million on the side about something as well.
Oh wow, yeah.
They're not gone through yet. Even they're in limbo as well. That deal hasn't even been.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it
Finalized,
hasn't been finalized, right? It's
Oh,
still
they're
in limbo
totally in
because of,
limbo. Yeah, they're in limbo. Man. Totally.
it's because of the regulations and everything that they're facing, right?
I think
all
it's
kinds of snags in the road, apparently. Yeah.
Gene Gray's got a question for you guys. It says, if they're going to look at all of cities as one, then why shouldn't any other club get the same treatment?
True. You know, because how can they do that twice to Everton? If they take another 6 points or 10 points, well, I don't know what it's going to be for Everton, and not one points deduction from Man City, considering the amount of charges they have. So it's just ridiculous.
I saw this take on the football terrace, right? Terry was actually taking the side of City somewhat, in that he was saying basically at one, he said that City and Everton and now even Nottingham Forest, that they're dealing with it too. I somewhat had a feeling that Nottingham Forest was going to be in a bit of a bind or a little bit of trouble, considering the amount of transfers they went through. They spent a lot of money this past offseason. But he made it say his point was, and even his panelist's point was, that this for Everton and City are two different things. He's like, Everton accepted or admitted that they did it, but City is adamant that they're not doing it, or that they're not guilty. And I'm just like, it's pretty much the same thing. It pretty much is.
No, City are
the response isn't the same. Everton has said, yes, we screwed up, what's our fine? And now they're appealing that decision because they think the fine was too harsh, right? But they did accept it. It's just, and even go to like, it made me think about, well, what about Chelsea? I know we're talking about City, but Chelsea has come out and openly said that they cheated. They did the review of the books, and they said, oh, well, hey, I know you probably will come across this sooner or later. And I don't understand why it took them admitting that. And that again shows you that there's no transparency with the books really at all. There's really no transparency with the books, apparently, because if Chelsea was able to hide it for as long as they were, and it took them getting sold, and it took the threat of now with Everton being fined, that Chelsea had to say, oh, wait, we might as well just get this out of the way and say we screwed up, or the previous administration screwed up.
Yeah.
Now we've come to find out that Chelsea has screwed up themselves. Hey, man.
Yeah, but Chelsea should think, you know what, this season's a write-off anyway. We're not going to get top 4, top 5. Let's take that points deduction this season instead of next season, if you understand my point.
That's a really good point that you're after making there, man. That there are a couple of clubs that have kind of spied that it is probably, that's something that's doable, is to basically say, right, they're not going to allow us to do what we want to do, so we can absorb 6 points. They're going to force clubs to do that. I think that's actually.
Oh wow! So you think that teams are going to basically continue to do what they do, even if they're going to chant that's the gamble they're willing to take, is to say, okay, if we do get caught, we get caught, but this is the only way that we can realistically compete.
They will get caught. No, they will get caught. But like, you see, everything, it's fine. Like, I know what everyone is saying, and it's cool. And everyone is like, well, if this happened to this club, what about that club? Every single case is like, well, 12th man, you got pulled over, and I got pulled over.
Mhm.
You'd had 2 beers, I'd had 2 beers. Your case went differently to mine. Right. Well, hang on. Why are you look? Well, there was different context. There was this. There was that. I fought it. You didn't fight it. Every single case is different. Everything fessed up. I don't know. I'm not going to speak because I don't know about these second charges for Everton. I didn't see them come.
Mhm.
Everton basically said, "Oh yeah, hands up. We messed up. Give us our punishment for the first round." Then they're like, "Whoa, hang on a minute. That's some pretty harsh fucking punishment right there."
Yeah.
Here. Sorry for language, but
Yeah.
they were like, "No, okay, we thought we were going to get this. That's why we put our hands up." Right? Can we chip something off that? No,
Right.
you can't. Okay, here comes another set of charges. I don't know what that's about. Nottingham Forest, yeah, it's easy to say, oh, well, obviously we're going to do it, but a lot of that was free transfers and players they had on loans and stuff like that. So I didn't know that they were close to the edge, but the edge it's not that far from where most clubs are operating.
Right.
So the Chelsea thing, well, that's them fessing up basically to, oh, we just took over this company and we had a look through the books and we found something that the previous owners were doing.
Mm.
And yeah, we're just putting that out there. So every single thing, but the main thing about Man City is they're fighting. They're fighting every single step of the way. That's why people are saying, oh, why haven't they been given a punishment? Because they haven't been found guilty of anything.
Yeah, 2025, Brian. That's the date.
Yeah. It won't start until 2024.
Right.
And they're speculating at least a year.
Yep.
And then maybe after that. So yeah, anybody that's expecting Man City to get any kind of punishment before close to 2026, that's how long they're going to drag this out for.
What if you're one of those clubs, though, that is on the, newly appointed clubs, let's say you're Burnley and the difference, or let's say you're Luton, that's a better example because Burnley and Sheffield are way too far down. But let's say you're Luton, and the loss that you had to City ends up being like one of the major reasons why, like as in if you didn't have to face City.
I know what you're saying. No, and in 3 years' time they get that. So where's the recompense?
Yeah, like where, like that doesn't. That's almost as like that's as shallow as the PGMOL giving us our apology for the goals that the goal or the handball that Honesty brought up earlier. That they admit it should have been a handball. Well, that doesn't do us any good now.
Part of the strategy.
It's part of the strategy.
Yeah, it's what. Look, if they admit to stuff tomorrow, then they might lose a title. They might get sued. But if it's in 4 years' time, then
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, what club is going to say?
It's basically what I Love Liverpool has said, basically, which is they're legit trying to delay it till they can just brush it under the rug. And that goes for the Premier League and for even City. It seems like
it will be if you commit murder or if you commit a serious crime, it's a high-profile crime and it's all in the papers, right? And you get caught for it, and you immediately plead guilty. A week later, right? All the press are going to be hang him, give him life. He's pleaded guilty, yada yada. If you pleaded not guilty and 4 years later your trial comes up, how many papers are going to cover it?
No, you're absolutely right.
Like the desire for retribution and the desire for to relegate them, get rid of them, this is played a long game. Let it all dilute, let it all wear away. So basically, when they do actually get, because they know they're guilty, so it's basically right. Let's get it to the point where as many people as possible have forgotten about it. The bloodlust has kind of receded a little bit. The whole relegate them, dock them 20 points. These guys are seriously high level operators. They know, look, you're going to get found guilty. We're going to make this basically as painless as possible. We're going to obfuscate. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. So when eventually you do have to pay your price, it'll be the lowest possible price, and guess what? Most people will have kind of forgotten about it, and most people will have moved on. And yeah, all those people, like you're saying, oh, Liverpool are like, well, we should have had a title. We should have this, and we should have had that. It's like, well, it'll be 5 years down the line, and they're not going to be demanding anything.
I mean,
So
like, look,
it's horrible and it's evil, man. This is how these corporations work, and these are the highest level of Death Star type corporations. This is freaking Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, no, I was going to just add that it's crazy that Everton missed out. Everton last year, if they had gotten the 10-point deduction, they would have been relegated last year. They didn't. That's why they were in the Prem this year, right? This year, though, if you're going to do it that way, then this year, then it should be, okay, held off till the end, right? Like they did last year somewhat. And then you'll figure out, then you have your court cases in maybe the summertime or whatever, and then you figure out, okay, whether you're going to be dropped or you're going to be relegated or not. The court case might go that way, right? At least that would make some type of sense. But then for Everton's case, they now said, no, we're going to deal with these problems during the season.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think you should start to see if you're minus 10 points, you should be starting the season on minus 10. You can't just walk into the middle of someone's season and go minus 10.
Yeah. No, it's almost like, it's like the free parking tax or something, you know?
Yeah. Is that better for Everton? It's better for Everton that they take it during the season so they can come back and fight to get them 10 points back. But when you start a season, when you start a season minus 10.
But what is it? But how does that even work? So what is it, like $1 over, it's 10 points? Or is it, are you $1 million over, it's 10 points? Or is it every $1 million is 10 points? So if you're 5 million over, it's 50 points?
It wasn't far what you're describing. Sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I was just say there must be a little bit of leeway with the figures and stuff, but we ain't going to see them figures. And the thing is, what's really going on with this topic?
I would want to. They should have an open case. The case should not be held behind closed doors. It should be a publicized. It should be a publicly seen case. It should be something that there's cameras in the courthouse, and every person, every team, every supporter out there can actually watch what is going on, especially if it's your team that is related to the charge. I think you should be able to see and hear what's going on.
Like today, Ratcliffe and I was just going to say, like today, Ratcliffe and Parry were at the court hearing, and an Everton fan woman just sat right behind them. Like they're showing it on the news, and I was like, that's funny.
That's funny. Were you about to say, Brian?
No, I mean you can't. It's just they don't allow cameras in UK courts. You know that.
Oh, is that not allowed?
Yeah.
Oh no, in England you're not allowed cameras. That's not.
In America, you can some court cases you can, and some court. Yeah. I think it might be if it's like a federal case you can't, but if it's a state case you can, or it's up to the state if they want to or not. That's interesting.
You can read about it after. They can't broadcast that stuff, but it depends. Like some of these things are in European courts and all that. But yeah, you don't you can read about them afterwards as long as.
But as long as what happened, it's like a court case. What if it's like? Because I mean, I know it's a court case technically, but it's not like
it's published.
Jail.
As long as they publish it afterwards, as long as they release what was said and things. But there will be some things that will be. Barred because it will mention a certain person or a certain company or whatever. Right. But as long as they release the gist of it, they tell you why it was. But look, this just comes down to City, and they said it. They said, as people say, they said the quiet bit out loud. Mm-hmm. They did it 6 years ago when they were a bit more brash and kind of on the new on the scene. They said lawyers. They said, "Come on, take us to court.
We have more money than you, and we'll just make this. We'll make this be your worst mistake ever in challenging."
How long did they say?
Yeah.
They said 10 years.
Yeah,
He said, we'll tie you up in courts for 10 years.
right.
They're probably about 6 years into that. They weren't lying. They weren't. You know, they told
the
you
reason
what they
why,
were going to do. They told you what they were going to do from day one. They told you what they were going to do.
this is the reason why I've been saying that, you know, as much as I know people want nation state type ownership for their clubs, I think that
Oh no, fuck no. Sorry.
it is a slippery slope that we never should have. I don't even think Roman should have had his team, to tell you the truth, considering his back history. But I mean, realistically, you know, it's a slippery slope when you deal with these nation states. You know, like you're really. And you know what's really funny about it? And Nolante, welcome back, Nolante. You know what's really funny about it? I was watching the kickoff, and I was listening to True Geordie, who, you know, True Geordie does not like Klopp. He doesn't like Liverpool really at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's obvious now. I just think it's because Liverpool are like Liverpool own Newcastle in the sense of the fixture results.
Yeah.
But he was making a point about we should scrap FFP, and he's saying how he doesn't even understand FFP completely, because how is it that City was able to utilize the FFP that they were and get have their club spend a lot of money, get to the place and level that they're at, but yet here's Newcastle that has ownership that has 5, 6, 10 times or whatever amount of money backing them than even a Manchester City has, and yet they're at that cusp of going into FFP breach.
Poor True Geordie. Poor Newcastle. Can't buy the league.
That's basically, you know what, and he's saying, like, it did come off as sounding like that, to be honest with you, Brian. It sounded like, how come they get to cheat and we don't?
They got too late to the game. I'm sorry, Brian. That's his name as well, as Brian.
Yeah.
The True Geordie.
Yeah.
They're too late to the game, man. They're too late to the game. FFP, he's saying he doesn't understand FFP. Well, yeah, he doesn't, probably, because it's not even.
It doesn't.
FFP doesn't exist anymore. It's called
PSP. It actually doesn't. It doesn't even.
No, it's profit and sustainability.
Profit and sustainability, right? Yep.
Protocols. That's it. There's no more FFP. That's not even, literally, it's not a thing anymore.
Right.
So there are a different set of protocols, different set of rules, and they do have teeth now. Clubs are actually having to play by the rules now. And what True Geordie is finding out, and Newcastle owners are finding out, is that, ye got in just as they closed the doors on the Wild West.
Yep.
You may have all the money in the world, but you just got in the door too late, because now, you're going to have to sell players. This is what we're talking about. The boys are saying, why can't City have to? Well, look, again, we've spoken about why City aren't facing these immediate action, but Newcastle are. Look at Newcastle. They're been told to sell players. This is FFP, as you want to call it, showing its teeth. City are just dragging it through the mud. This is it working. This is it stopping Newcastle just going out and announcing, oh, guess what? We've just been signed $1 billion sponsorship deal with Saudi Arabian Airlines, and they now sponsored the football pitch. Mm-hmm. This is it. It's shown that it does have teeth, and they maybe have to sell Bruno Guimaraes. And what True Geordie is out there saying, hang on a minute, why can't Newcastle just go out and buy all the players they want and spend all the money they want and come up with some false accounting later on, just like City?
Right.
Why can't they do that? Because he's some bitter bastard that got on. Look, seriously, the guy.
Hey.
Come on, man. He is. We all know what he's like. He's he made a few mistakes.
To be fair.
He was on his way to the top in the podcasting world, and he made a few mistakes along the way. And now he's not what he used to be. Now he doesn't have the cachet that he used to be. And people are, they don't just worship him like they used to. So he has to say other stuff. Right. Well, Newcastle now, sorry, but you may have the richest owners in the world, which they even aren't that. But they just can't bully their way in because I think they're 5 years too late. I'd say 5 years too late.
Yeah, they're like that Wild West city
No.
that just got a new
Yeah.
has a sheriff now. They never
They
had a sheriff
realize-
before. Now they have a sheriff.
The books have
And
to
that's what they
balance.
used in Everton.
Yeah.
The books have to balance, and Newcastle do not make money. They don't make.
Well, that's
money.
what and I'll let Milante chime in right after this one little quote or one saying from the chat. That's what I love. Liverpool was saying. He was saying how he says from his reading, this second Everton charge is for the same thing as the first charge. It's a legit legal loophole, oversight in the actual rules, and I get that, but it was also because they apparently they tried the same thing basically that they got caught for the first, and when they put in their books the second time, they still were like, you can't put this in this column type thing, this can't be in this category, this money has to be accounted for. And they were kind of trying to say, oh well, you know what, we're going to put this under this category so that we can kind of take a look at it later on, or this, to kind of like make the books all balanced. Accounting guys can make anything balance out if they want to, but
it's like stats, man. It's like stats. You can finagle them and move numbers around and make it say what you want to say. And if somebody doesn't look at it properly, you just throw a few papers in and go, no, we're cool on the money. Don't worry. We're cool. We're fine. Someone looks at it and goes, hang on a minute. Where's that 60 million gone?
Yeah.
That's all it takes. Because that's the thing. Everton weren't spending Everton only went 5 miles over the speed limit.
Yeah.
They weren't doing 120 in a 60 mile. They were doing 45 in a 40.
Yeah. But that's because City's
yeah,
got the drop top. City's got the window down, middle finger out the
No
window
plates,
of the law.
no plates, tinted windows, illegal exhaust, the whole lot.
No plates.
They're minding the business.
Yeah.
Definitely so.
Just throwing bags of coke at the road as they're going along. Get rid of the evidence. Get rid of the evidence.
Licking cigarettes out the window, just to do it. For sure, that's funny. Milante, do you want to have a say on it?
Yeah, I'll just have a bit because Brian quickly summed it
yeah.
up. I mean, the old Chevrolet, old school Chevrolet with the rooftop down. Obviously talk about you thinking about being in the old sunny Arizona. Rooftop down. See a nice young lady approach the car. Taking your interest. Yeah.
Yeah. You know how it is. I know it rains a lot more in England than it does in Arizona for sure.
Well,
so
all right, but let's not kill the fight. We ain't talking about England or the UK, man. We'll get to your part, Arizona, yeah. But anyway, in terms of the FFB charge, well, it'll be the bottom line of it. It's basically, and I'll just sum it up nice and easy. It's like the government. It's like the UK government. It's just corruption at the top. That's all it is, really. It's picking in certain loopholes and certain holes on who's who, really. Now, in the case of Everton, from what I read, the first charge was going to be harsh. Harsh, but it had to be done. And now the second charge. So for me, again, they're just picking who they are, and because City have the backing and the firepower of a whole country. So really and truly, if all their hands are tied, because if they were to go against City, then they're gonna get stung. They've got all the power, they've got all the lawyers, they've got all the finesse. That's all it is. It's just power in the game and politics of who and choose to pick in terms of the whole FFP movement. And it's double standards, but I mean, are we surprised? Not really, to be honest.
But Nilante, can I ask you? Isn't it like this, right? It's like Everton, right? Okay, City, right? If you're going to turn it, it's like you're in a band, right? It's like if it's up to you, right? If the lead singer, right, you're in a band and the lead singer is super good looking, he's all the girls love him, it's brilliant, and he does something dodgy, and then the drummer, who nobody really recognizes, also does something dodgy, You're going to sack the drummer, but you're not sacking the lead singer who makes. You know what I mean?
I see where you're going with this,
It's the
Brian.
Beatles.
Yeah.
Brian, it's the Beatles.
Mhm.
It's the reason.
But the Premier League sees City as
yeah.
their poster boy. Like, what can the Premier League turn around and go? Yeah, guess what? We're deleting our back catalogue because our lead singer was a total weirdo. The biggest, like City are like the ones who won. They're going to have to turn and go, yeah, our whole league was just a fraud. Our whole league was just, yeah, City were cheating. Yeah, get rid of all of them. No, they'd rather just sack the drummer, like Everton and Forest. Say, oh, look, yeah, no, we're really tough on stuff like this. But by doing that, you're admitting that your whole product, all your biggest hits of the last 4 or 5 years were fronted by a fraud and a criminal. They don't want
tainted.
Do you think that's the case for Italy? Do you think that's the case for Italy, Brian?
What do you think? But do you guys think that is that why they're just going hard on these? Like, do you think that they'll ever come down on City in such a way as to say that?
No, I mean,
really
I'm asking. Do you think that's because? Do you think that the Premier League is taking a page from the Italian league? In that,
Not really.
I mean, Juventus got hit. Juventus definitely got hit.
Yeah, but they're used to scandal over there. I mean, Italians are used to scandals. If they have a politician that isn't involved in a scandal, they're like, you're weird, man.
Yeah. I can understand.
We don't live a real life. There must be scandals somewhere. They're just used to people getting demoted, and so in England,
at the end of the day, well, Gene said in the chat that what it is, Man City as a product, as a club, is very valuable to the Premier League.
Yeah, exactly.
And because of that, it's like gangster shit. It's like gangster stuff, It's like they're top dog. We've got to keep them in the Premier League. So how can we just sort of keep it hush hush? So what they're doing, they've used Everton and Nottingham Forest as a little scapegoat. That's football, man. It's turned into politics, gangster. They should make a film about it. I'm telling you.
Agree, JK.
Bless, bro.
I was going to say real quick. You know what? I know you guys didn't necessarily have this circumstance exactly, but in America, there was this thing called too big to fail, basically. Yeah. And it was with the banks. In America, the banks made all these bad, like, speculation, loans or things such that. I'm not a banker, so I'm just paraphrasing. But the banks made all these, like, they were basically betting with bad money and with the housing situation, everything else. When the bubble popped, it was bad, and people started like making a run on their money. And in America here, the government came and bailed the banks, which is crazy. But they bailed the banks out, the institutions that's supposed to have the money. They gave them even more money to make sure, or even like they did the same for the auto industry here. They did the same for a couple of different industries here. There's like, it's just too big to fail. As if these things go down, it'll have such an impact on everything in our economy that we have to make some type of, what's a parachute type thing, parachute rescue for them to save them. Is that what you're basically saying? What happened here is that Manchester City is big to fail?
Yeah, but I reckon, as I always say, banks are printers. Like they're a print they print money, they can print how much they want and stuff. So for them, they just give the politicians an excuse to make the masses' lives harder by saying, "Oh, look, the banks are in trouble. Your life is going to make it more expensive." So it's a big circle. So for me, the football thing is same as politics. It's like that, it's like they're misleading the people of what actually the truth is. Does anyone know what really is going to happen to Man City? No one's got a clue.
Yeah.
So they're banking on that, JK. They're banking on that being just too big to fail in it. That's what they're banking on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's going to want to really destroy them? Because they're already, according to Forbes, the richest club in the world, which is crazy.
Brian, it's going to sound maybe it sounds shallow. Maybe I should think before I speak actually here. But you know what? If City, I want to see City face their punishment. and I get it because I think that it
We all do.
sucks to be the team, to be one of the teams that had their main competition was a
the issue.
cheater. Yet you're doing it right. You're doing it as best by the books as you can, and yet you have a team that continues to. It's like playing Monopoly. I'm sure we all play Monopoly, and and it's almost as if City's the bank, and they're in charge of the bank, and they're slipping $500 bills into their accounts, and you get there and you go, well, of course I'm losing. I'm facing someone that's cheating, openly cheating, and when I call them for cheating, they're gonna just say, well, how about we wait till like the third or fourth game down the line, and then we can talk about that fourth game. That game.
We'll sort this out in Christmas 2025. We got a game to play now. Yeah, it's what they're doing is all classic tactics, lawyers, business, all that. It's going to be too difficult because what I think a lot of what will happen is people say, "Oh, relegate them." Well, they'll just say, right, we're all for a Super League. Because it will have gone so far and too far that they'll have worn down what people want and what people expect. And if they have another 3 more league titles between now and they win another Champions League, I mean, they're building that up to be too big to fail, and they don't need anybody to bail them out.
They don't need anyone to bail them out.
Exactly, Brian. And I think like when you see what they've done to football in the last few years alone, VAR, the referees, now this with this stuff, they're going to think, what's that saying? If there's a problem, they've got the solution. So it's like when a system fails, they've got someone else ready. So what this one's going to be is going to be the Super League. Yeah. So if the Premier League's failing by clubs overspending, they'll be like, there's too much of this going on now. So we have to let's do the Super League. That's what I reckon.
Nilante, have you seen, so the original statement by Pep, for instance, was if this team is cheating, being City, if City is cheating, I will put in my resignation. He said, like, he was basically saying, if they're cheating, if all, this is the original, this is like what, 5-6 years ago, as Brian was saying. When those original reports were coming out and he was getting asked about that, he was basically saying, if we're cheating, I don't want to be a part of that. He's like, I would sooner resign. But yet now, when you hear him get asked the same question, he talks about, oh well, if we're caught cheating, or if we're caught guilty, then I'm going to go. Then I guess I'll be going down to the lower leagues with them, and we'll just have to work from there. Do you think? Is that not a little bit of like a tell, a little bit that he knows that they're cheating?
You know what? To be honest, 12th man, all three of you, I think we all know that's possibility that it could be. It could be a little bit because he chats to the owners, he chats to the sheik, so he might know a little bit more than he tell. But of course, whether he does or not, we all know he's never gonna come out and admit it. He's never gonna come out. But at the end of the day, even if it happens tomorrow, it's not gonna bother him because you know what? He's got what he's won out of the club. He's done his bit. So it's, if that happens tomorrow, all right, cool. I'll just manage Spain international teams, and then someone unfortunately has to pick up the slack for City. Actually, not unfortunately, just has to pick up the slack for City. That's it, really. You
don't think so? Exactly. Hypothetically, they get relegated, and I don't even know if that's even possible for them to be relegated beyond. I don't even know.
It won't happen. It really won't happen.
Has a team ever been relegated more because of infractions? Been relegated? Beyond the one lower league, you know what I mean? Like, did they get relegated to the third tier or fourth tier?
No, they don't. They don't relegate. But basically, also what you have to remember as well is that you have the Premier League, and then you also have the Football League.
Right.
So you can relegate a club from the Premier League. The Premier League is separate to the Football League, then, which is Championship, League One, League Two.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't tell the Football League what to do.
Right.
You can relegate Man City, but you can't tell the Football League that they now have to go into the Championship.
Right.
So there's also that. Like that's why they'll never be relegated. What you'll do is you'll give a points deduction, but you can't expel. You can't relegate them. You'd have to expel them from the league.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all kinds of shit like that is tied up in how you would actually do it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll just give them a points deduction, but at this stage, I'd almost rather someone just say, give these motherfuckers a plea deal and just come out and just admit what you've done. Admit all the things, because a lot of what it's going on with City is it's actually, this was some football.
It's brand. It's all about their brand.
But it's not about the charges they're facing are false accounting,
mm-hmm.
which are criminal charges. This got nothing to, like, the big thing that they've been accused of doing isn't FFP stuff. It's not overspending. It's not this. It's false accounting.
Money laundering.
Yeah, it's false. Yeah, literally, it's criminal charges.
Right.
That's why they don't want to come out and say, yeah, we did that, because then someone else will turn around and go, well, hang on, you may have admitted that to the Premier League, but that's actually a criminal offence. That's the issue there, because what they're doing is, if what they're proven to have done is basically providing false accounts.
Right.
That's why their case is so bigger and so much different to everybody else's, because
that part of the case is definitely different than Everton.
Yeah.
Definitely different than
like there's nobody. Technically, people could go to prison for what they do. Like Everton and Nottingham Forest, they're just points deduction. But what City have been doing is full on fraud, criminal crap, like proper stuff.
Yeah.
So it's there. That's another thing. It's not just like, we overspent by 25 million on players. No, this is hiding salaries, hiding payments, hiding
setting up offshore accounts, doing
exactly, man. It's way above football stuff.
Yeah.
It's fraud, it's financial fraud, it's all of those kind of things.
That's the more troubling thing for me, is that, like, as I'm not saying that the team that they put on the pitch is like, cheating games or something like that or whatever. I'm not saying that. Right, you're right. When it goes to the level that they've taken it, it's more so. It's like what True Geordie was railing about or going on and on about, in the sense of, why aren't we allowed to do the same shady, suspect things that the 115 are allowed to do?
It's, why can't they go from 60 to 110 overnight? Why can't they do that? We have the money. Why can't we spend it?
So bottom line, what do you think? I'll go Nolante, then I'll go JK, now I'll let Brian be the last say. But what do you guys think is the result then? Do you think that Manchester City at the end of the court case, how about this, better question? Do you think that 115 charges are on the table? Do you think they get off on all of them? Because I mean, like, even if you get caught, let's just say you get caught with 10, let's say 10 of the charges, not even half. Let's just say 10 of the charges get found as guilty. Well, we already saw one charge did to Everton. So, do you think that they get off scot-free, or do you think that there's going to be some type of hell to be paid, Nolante, for the 115?
One word, yes.
Wow.
They're just not going to be touched. It doesn't matter if it's 10, as you said, 12, man. They're just going to get off. It's just plain and simple. Again, they've got the paper, they've got the resources. It's one rule for one and one rule for other. But I think all of us can say that we've seen it in life. It happens everyday life. So there you go.
Wow. JK?
Yeah, same what Brian was saying earlier. The later you push the court case, the less people showing their interest in the topic, Yeah. So there you go.
It's just, so they'll get off scot-free, or maybe like a little slap on the wrist, basically, you said, as KJ and some of the other guys in the chat have said.
I just reckon they'll get a fine for money for sure, and they'll pay that, no problem. I just can't see them getting relegated. and I can't see points getting deducted from them. They're always involved in a title race, you know. If they're mid-table, that's what I was saying about Chelsea. If they're going to get their points deducted, do it this season. They've got nothing to play for. So Man City always involved. So, you know.
That's wow, you guys are depressing me now. Give me
Let's all
sad.
Liverpool,
Brian,
man.
it's all good. I know it's the truth. I know it's the truth. But Brian, what is your
I think we as fans are going to be disappointed as in where this ends up. I think I wouldn't like to be involved because it's so hard to not punish them. The amount of evidence, the amount of all this stuff, they're going to have to be hit with something. But like we've spoken about, it's like, holy crap! Like, how do we slap these guys on the wrist when they're the biggest players in the room? I think it's whatever happens. I think there'll be some form of them getting caught and having to kind of own up to some stuff, but they'll obfuscate about it, and they'll get
like basically what happened. It'll be a repeat then, basically, of what
happened with the last case. It'll be Donald Trump type stuff. They'll even when they get caught, they'll deny it. And I think I'm with JK. I think it'll just be some kind of really big fine, and they forget any kind of trophies getting taken away. Forget anything like that. I just think it'll be they'll be proven guilty. They'll come out and say, "Oh, they're guilty, they're guilty." So the people that do these investigations, like, we found them guilty. City will come out and say, "No, we're not. This, and this," and they get paid. They'll have to pay off some money or something. But yeah, relegations, anything like that. I think they've realized that the only way to do these points deductions thing is, like I've said at the start of a season, but like really right on the money. Like, there's no point really deducting points for something that happened 7 years ago. All that they've just played it really well. City have just played it really well, and they'll continue to play it really well. And by the time it gets done, people will be just like, "Can we just please do this? Can we finish this?
Just move on."
Yeah, and
move on for our lives.
They'll have gotten to the point where it's the least possible thing, but they will get found guilty, definitely. I know that. I know they're getting found guilty because they are. They just clearly are. But I just think us as fans will probably be a little bit disappointed in what the end result is.
Do you think do you think they're going to do what I Love Liverpool would like to see be done, which is the goodness and justice, and have? Do you think that they strip them of the trophies that they?
I'm with you, and you mentioned it earlier on. Italy is another good way of looking at it, because within one season they stripped Juventus of points. Juventus appealed that, got their points given back to them. The league then appealed that appeal, and Juventus lost those points again, and they deducted them again, all within one season, because they have mechanisms in place to make this stuff happen really quickly, because they're used to dealing with corruption that goes through the court. Whereas in England, it's like, I can meet you for this in early 2024. Is that okay with you? Okay, fine, let's do that. It's like, no, man. In Italy, it's like, no, we're going to sort this out in the next 6 weeks. You've got a week to appeal it, and then you have 2 weeks after that, and then it's done. And within a season. But can you imagine that in English football? Like what I Love Liverpool was saying, I would love that if this only took 2 years and we could say, right, this and that happened. But again, even if it's 6 months later, I'm not one for retrospective trophy.
Yeah. Oh, that time and place for you to appreciate that. It's gone. It's pretty much gone. Yeah.
You can chalk it off their record and you can add it to ours if you want. But the celebration.
I'll take it. I'm not gonna say no. But
you'll take the trophy. Exactly. You can take the trophy, and more than anything else, you take it off them. If you just expunged the year and nobody won a league that year, okay, fine. But yeah, I'd love that. That'd be brilliant. If somebody, even if it took 10 years, And okay, let's look at it that way. And all that happens is the record books are changed. I'd be cool.
Yeah, but to say the record books change because I mean, like,
I'd be cool with that.
if you get if like hypothetically we get one of the trophies, or I think it was 2 years, wasn't it 2 years that we're that is in question, that we ended up coming in second place, but
I don't want the trophies. Like, I don't want them added to our record, but just take them off now. If it's been proven that they cheated, okay, don't give them to someone else because whatever, but take them off their record. That's what I'm saying with the record books. So if you want the trophies, take the trophies. If you don't want to vote, if they are found guilty, and in 10 years' time, that's all what we get to is fine. But just definitely take them off their.
They need to be. That's because you know why too. When you guys said that, I know JK, and I think you're saying it as well. Says that they get fined, or they get they get subject to some type of fine. Because I think I'm trying to remember what the they ended up having to pay a fine. Even though quote unquote, they said that they got off.
They banned them from Europe and they appealed it. They got back in.
Right.
Come on, we've already seen evidence of this. They got the biggest fine they were prepared to give them. They kicked them out of the Champions League.
Right, but they ended up still paying a fine, even though they appealed it and won the appeal. They still had to pay a fine. They ended up still paying out some money. It was like a pretty nice chunk of change too. But
and that should go in your FFP as well. That should go on your that should go down as if almost like transfer money. If you have to pay fines. So if they have to pay.
So what are you saying? Basically, like, you guys remember what happened to Chelsea, right? When they got the fine, basically that the reason why Lampard had to go with like playing the youth players was because they got the transfer the transfer ban.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they got a transfer ban as being. They got a 5-year transfer ban or something like that, but got to stay up. Would you accept that?
Yeah, but Haaland would end up going to Madrid, so they'll end up having.
I think all the players get the option to leave their contracts. I think if that's the case, but like you just can't bring in new players. So would you be cool that City got punished? They got to stay up. They paid a fine, but the bulk of what they had to pay was a transfer ban. So for 5 years, let's say 5 years, they could not make any transfers.
Yeah,
I think 3 years would be about right. I can't really see 5 years; it's too long.
Okay,
just looking at
3
it,
years.
You know what I'm saying? 3 years. I could see a 3-year transfer ban coming in. But for me, a points deduction at the start of a new season is the one.
20 points.
It has to be point deductions. What you have to take. Okay. I understand it could be a combination of things. It could be maybe transfer ban and point deduction. But I'm just saying, if it was just a point deduction, would you just take a point deduction? Or no, I mean a transfer ban instead of a point deduction? Because I mean, a transfer ban could have that would have a major effect on them. Imagine if
they got enough good youth coming through.
Hypothetically, was the year before Haaland ever came over to the team. We're most likely not looking at definitely not the same City that we're looking at right now.
Can I just say something about Haaland and Man City, right?
Do it.
Haaland has there's a release clause in his contract, which has been speculated. Obviously, it isn't available to every club, but that release clause is attainable for sort of around 160, 170. And every year that he's at Manchester City, that goes down.
Right.
Right. Now, Manchester City negotiated their balls off to get rid of that. They tried absolutely everything to get that out of his contract, and he would not give up on that release clause. So that shows you that they are still a stepping stone. He might win the Champions League with them. The biggest competition in world football for a player is winning the Champions League. It doesn't get bigger than that. And he could win that with Man City. But he is still looking at that going, yeah, but they're not my top club. I want to go to Real Madrid. I want to go. So even though they're not that big, even though they're as big as they are money wise, they're still a small club. He's still there looking at them going, oh yeah, this is cool and all that because Pep Guardiola, but I'm not doing an Alan Shearer at the Newcastle here. I'm going to Madrid. I want to do a couple of City are still a small football. They're the biggest small football club in the world. But anybody like Haaland is still looking at them going, yeah, unless such and such happens, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. I want to go to the next level. He considers Real the next level. So City, as big as they are, they're not as big as Liverpool are. They're not as big as Man United are. They're not as big as Barcelona. Not as big as Real Madrid.
Yeah, the thing is, people don't realize the value of Pep. As soon as Pep is gone,
oh hell
it's gonna be
man,
back to the old days. You know, the
Who's going in
Pellegrini. Yeah, who's going to replace the guy? That's the question. Who? Yeah, this is a good question. Who's going to be more difficult to replace, Klopp or Guardiola?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Wow, come on.
Yeah, Pep is going to be next impossible to replicate. He's going to be very difficult to replace him. I mean, like I'm going to say this crazy statement, but you know, I could see City hiring Arteta.
he's there, Alex Ferguson. JK, you're man. He's there, Alex Ferguson.
Yeah.
Like who walks in after
Moisey?
That's a good.
No, Arteta is their Moyes.
Yeah,
Arteta will be their Moyes. Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. Yes, he would be.
Because you can people talk about they troll Pep, and it's like they troll certain managers. It's like the easiest thing in the world to say, "Oh, if I had all those players, I'd win something." It's like,
no,
yeah, but if you walked into that dressing room, which are weak guys, no CD, yeah, come on, they respect him, they work for him, they play for him, they do it for Klopp. I mean, the next guy that comes in there when they've won, we were talking about earlier on, what's their objective this year? The Champions League or the league? If you ask their owners, they're going to look at you and say both. Both. Like they want the prestige of the Champions League. That's their main objective from the ownership group, is they want that because they think that's like the big prize. So they want a couple of them to establish themselves, and they're seeing but the players, the management, the staff, they're going to be looking at it. Why would ask us? We can win both of these. They want to do the double treble.
Though I got pushback for me saying, I know that it was on Beijing Reds TV, and I know that the pound for pound is a boxing reference. I'm only making that reference only in the pretense of trying to have a relatable analogy that people can kind of like grasp.
Manager wise,
yeah, and manager wise, I personally think that Klopp, pound for pound, again, keep that with a grain of salt, okay? But pound for pound, I think Klopp is a better coach than Pep. It's very similar to Gerrard and Scholes, both excellent players. But I think pound for pound, Steven Gerrard is a better player than Scholes was.
Prof, just before you go on that Gerrard's another boring. To me, again, you guys answered good. For me, Scholes is way overrated, in my opinion. Way overhyped. Because let's be real, because I get on my nerves when I have these arguments with Man United fans and stuff like that. And yes, and again, these donut, the Man United fans, no clue. And yeah, it's not about just a club thing, because look, as much as I can't stand Man United, we all can't. I mean, I rate gigs highly. So it's not just about the club. But they talk about this technical thing with Scholes. Of, oh, he can spread the ball, he can dictate play, but hold on, wait a minute. Doesn't Gerrard do the same and more? So what? I ask these people, what games has he dictated from start to finish? And then obviously they go on the quotes of Zidane and this person, but flipping out, Zidane said the same about Gerrard. But if that's the case, Scholes is this great player. Why was he never forward ever in his career top 10 Ballon d'Or? Because it wasn't rated. He wasn't highly rated by the players as people think he was. You know what I mean? So I see what you mean about the analogy about, but yeah, sorry, I just wanted to get that off in the group, man, because it just bugs me how overrated Paul Scholes is. It's just a joke, really.
That was on your chest.
That was on your chest, bro.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to get out, guys. I don't know what your opinion's about that. I know it's a boring cliche.
No, it's one of the biggest questions of the last 20 years in the Premier League. Lampard, Gerrard, Scholes.
Well, hey, Brian, not to give any spoiler, but I'm going to do a piece, or one of my episodes coming up is basically, is the new Mount Rushmore for midfielders at least, is it Gerrard, Lampard, Scholes, and KDB? Are they now the four? Because there's people out there saying that KDB is the greatest midfielder of all time.
Well, if you ask anybody to do it, you're talking about the Premier League, especially if you say
just the Prem, just the Prem, not all.
Your Lampard 700 games and 400 goals, great 200 goals, 700 games. Scholes 700 games, every title under the book. Gerrard, all this that's your top three basically. And are you a Chelsea fan? Are you a Man United fan? Are you a Liverpool fan? So which way do you order? Then you'll have your Vieira's and people like that. But yeah.
No, I mean, there's some people.
England managers
push back. Real quick, some people push back with Yaya actually being in that.
Oh yeah, go. But these are your guys. These are like the Gerrard, Lampard, Scholes debate. How to get them all in an England team was like I would argue. We got sick of that. Like they were pushing Scholes on the left and Lampard on the bench and Gerrard. It's three of the greatest midfielders ever to play in the Premier League. Scholes, I know what you're saying. Scholes is someone who, for me, I never remember watching Scholes and going, "Oh my God, look at this guy!" Like Gerrard just going out dominating games, doing things.
You know what though? It's like what 12 was saying about pound for pound. It's like look what Klopp spent and look what Pep spent, and then. Look at the players who has Pep improved as a player? Yeah, he's improved Foden, but Klopp improved Firmino, Mane, Salah. He like a lot of people. And the same goes for the Gerrard topic. Chelsea, when Lampard was playing for them, they were the Man City of the Premier League. They were the ones who were spending money.
Yeah.
Man United as well. They spent money as well. So Gerrard was playing next to. Say again, bro.
Sorry, and Klopp did it in Germany. He went toe to toe with Bayern. He's pound for pound.
That was on the show too on Beijing and Beijing Pops is in the chat. I know he can't get on the panel, but he can verify those things. When we were chopping it up, I was basically saying that I believe that Pep was one openly admitted that he could not do what Klopp has done at Liverpool. But he believes that Klopp could have done what he has done or has done at City. Mm-hmm. If you gave Klopp all the tools and all the money in the world to do what he needs to do, yes. But Pep has come out and says, I don't know if I could work under an FSG budget. You know, I don't know if the players, all these players that I'm getting and bringing in, that you're going to tell me, oh, I've got to make things work with a Jordan Henderson, you know. Or Emery Can, or or like good players, but obviously not KDB, not your Bernardo Silvas.
That's why I would say Ferguson is better than Pep, because Ferguson, he had a lot of youth players in that team, Beckham, Scholes, Neville, and such. And Pep has always bought players, and out of the youth, who's there? You've got Foden, and you got that other lad now coming through, Bob and.
Bob.
and the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
So not real.
Bob looks like
they're
a
not.
player. Bob does look like a player. He does look like a player.
Yeah, but he's not on the same level as say Ferguson has, and even Klopp now. There's a few more guys coming through our system more than I would say City's, and that's what I don't understand about City. You would expect a few more top quality youth players coming through at the same time they're spending big dough.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've always that's the biggest thing. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead,
yeah.
Sorry,
Palmer.
the City sold Cole Palmer to Chelsea for 45 million quid, and he's the best player at Chelsea this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Go and get in the City
Yeah.
team. And
Yeah.
they sell
Yeah,
him
that's
on.
a great statement. That's a great
True.
statement. They
That's
and they also sold him. I think they sold him for that kind of price primarily because of the the profit and sustainability rules and FFP whatever being phased out. But I think they sold him because of some of the acquisitions and knowing that they're trying to be more transparent with their books a little bit. I think if they could have done they would have kept them.
Yeah, you sell a player like that, it's pure profit on your books for a season. 45 million quid profit on your books for a season.
Yeah.
You buy a player for 50
yeah.
million quid for a 5-year deal. That's 10 million on your book.
Mhm.
Whereas that's how they're making these money. That's how they're making money. They're selling players.
Oh yeah,
that we don't
that's
even
proportion
remember.
how they make their money. It's the reason why, for instance, we're in.
We don't sell players like they do. Sorry, no,
we
like Chelsea
don't.
does.
We don't.
Like, we don't sell players like that.
Imagine selling
you guys
Kwanzaa.
I definitely know of a take as to why. I know what people perceive it as being, but why do you think that we don't sell players the way that City or some of these other clubs get really? Because the only player that we've ever really made a grip off of was Coutinho.
Well,
I would say because I just reckon
or Torres. Torres we made a lot of money off of too, technically.
Yeah, but we don't sell our youth players though, do we? 12. Like we don't sell Trent. We're not going to sell our youth players, and I think it's a bit of a respect thing there. And I like it like that. I prefer us keeping them guys. But for me, Trent not in our team, forget about it. That guy is he's a main guy in our team. So like I was saying, I can't understand Man City, even Chelsea. Look how much guys they're bought through the youth systems, and not one is a star.
But you know what, too, and I'll let Milante and Brian. I'll let you guys all jump back into this. But I just wanted to just put out there. You know what's really crazy about Chelsea is that I think the worst thing that could have happened to Chelsea was that new ruling that was because of Chelsea, and that is the new ruling that they have on loans, the new regulations they have on loan deals, and how because Chelsea, I know KJ just said that that just shows how poor Chelsea's recruitment has been. I think Chelsea has a really good recruitment. I think they recruit a lot of players. They recruit a lot of players and then just send them out on loan. The money they were making off of loans was incredible. But yeah, okay. You guys there still? Make sure I didn't freeze me. Oh, okay. Just make sure. No, I was just saying that. No, I just think that the loan deal really impacted Chelsea more so than anything, in my opinion, because I just think that what happened with Chelsea is they weren't able to now buy these players and then put them out on There's some players on Chelsea that have been on. I remember they were talking about there was one player that they had. And especially now that Chelsea's got these 7-8 year deals, I mean, you think about it. You could arguably buy a player, have him on an 8-year deal, and then if you're not really into him, have him be on 8 different clubs, stuck in this void or this abyss, purgatory is a better word for it, of a loan purgatory, and that's what Chelsea used to do during the Roman era, especially. But they've tried to cut that out now.
I think the long contracts is just to protect their product.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
To going on a free later on. Yeah.
Well, I think it helps with their books, the way that they're able to break it down, too.
Yeah, what are you saying, Brian? Sorry?
Sorry, no, I wasn't talking. Sorry, no, yeah. Look, they're like, look at Ruben Loftus-Cheek. These guys that they were keep giving deals to. This goes way back to.
Yeah.
There's one guy I'm after forgetting his name. That's really annoying me. But they bought two guys from Brazil.
Kennedy?
And Andre Kennedy, that's it. Kennedy was there. They bought
Yeah, the
Kennedy
left
like
back. Yeah.
yeah, a
Amazing.
4-year deal they got him, and he was still
Yeah.
there 7 years later. 7 years later, he's still on a
Crazy.
Chelsea,
Yeah.
and he's never played for the club. This is what they do, and this is how they make money. It seems crazy, it seems mad, but when you actually dig into it, this is how they make money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you actually imagine, right? This is going back to City. This deal, I think, went so far under the radar that it baffles me. Can you imagine if Liverpool had an 18-year-old attacking midfielder that had never really played for the club but was brilliant, and we sold him to Chelsea for 45 million quid? That world doesn't exist,
Mhm.
but Manchester City can do it. We live in a world where Manchester City can sell someone that instantly becomes the best player in a Chelsea team that spent £1 billion, and he's a youth player from Manchester City. That even though they have Kevin De Bruyne out, Mahrez gone, all that, they're like, yeah, we can get rid of that Cole Palmer guy. That's cool, and he's worth 45 million quid. This is insane.
Yeah.
Is it the idea that Liverpool would ever have a player that good, worth that kind of money, just kind of sitting there in the reserves, not able to get in the team? And it's like, oh yeah, and we just went out and bought Jeremy Doku for 50 million quid, and we're going to sell someone to Chelsea for 45 million quid.
That's mad. Yep.
It is completely mad.
It is. And the maddest thing is with Doku and Palmer, I don't think there's much difference. Doku's good, but Palmer's just as good in my opinion. So why they got rid of him? Well, obviously, I know you did explain, I think Brian and JK about it, it's true, but I don't think there's any much difference. But that's it, they can do what they want, innit, really? If they're bored, they can get rid of you and replace you with another new shiny toy.
Who knew who Cole Palmer was last season, outside of City fans? Who knew who Cole Palmer was?
Yeah.
No.
Now he's one of the most effective players in the Premier League.
Yeah, but to be fair, I've been watching. He's played well in I watched the England under 21s, and he's one of the, along with Curtis, he's one of the main players. I've seen he's a very, very good player. He's got that. How can I say? He's got that arrogance about him.
This is Cole Palmer you're talking about?
Yeah, Cole Palmer. Yeah. So again, he could
Do you think he
protect
gained
me.
that because he was a former City player and had to play? Obviously, it was every day coming out in front of that mentality of level mentality where your Mahrez's and everything else. They expect it. Your Aguero was Aguero there when he was there? I think Aguero was there, right?
Yeah, but I think he was young because he's young. He's probably in the youth team by that time. Yeah, very young in the youth team. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise that he left. But look at the players that leave City after Pep's had them for 3-4 years, Jesus, Zinchenko and such. They don't really push on after that. You know what I'm saying? So maybe Karma left at a good time, so he didn't get burnt out, for example. You know what I'm saying? So you don't know.
No, 100%. But with that, and it's funny, isn't it? Because I like to call him Cone Man. Thought he done a number on us by signing Jesus and Shevchenko and all the Arsenal fans hyping it, and then look at them, mate. Pep just gave him the leftovers. Said, "There you go, mate. There you go, mate. That's just if you can, mate. I ain't bothered. You ain't gonna threaten me." It's just very hilarious, honestly.
No, I said that from the start, man.
Yeah, bro.
Pep Guardiola is not going to sell you weapons. He is going to sell you.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Zinchenko and Jesus.
Yeah, look, for a start, look, you can rewind to the start on that, where a club supposedly as big as Arsenal, supposedly as massive as Arsenal, has basically hired somebody whose last job, whose highest profile job, was a coach. The guy's never managed a football club before in his life, and he gets to manage Arsenal. As far as I'm concerned, warning signs. I don't care how good you are. I really don't. I don't care how good you are. You don't get to go from never managing a club to managing Arsenal just because you're this basically really average. Like, they bought him in last day buying spree along with, like, they bought him to replace.
Yeah, I remember.
But you got to recognize, maybe
2012.
Arsenal just really rates the way
Even
that
Everton.
No, I'm just
But
saying maybe Arsenal really rate the way that someone's able to pick up cones on the pitch.
Look, it's a skill. It's a skill. Not everyone can do it. We all know Pep Guardiola is very picky about. But this is the thing. He's go, you're going off on the road here, are you?
Yeah.
Here, just do you want this lad as well? Do you want Zinchenko and Jesus? Go on, sure, you can have them. I give them to you for 90 million quid. No, like I don't know. So I think Jesus costs like about 40 million, and Zinchenko costs about 20. Like, they won't know the jump on it. Here you go. You're off now to Arsenal. Here, have these two lads. Yeah, good luck winning the league with them, by the way. One of them can't score goals. The other one is never fit. Oh, but he's a brilliant inverted fullback, and you look really clever doing the inverted fullback thing with Zinchenko. And Jesus can look really good up front for you. Nice one. Well done. Nah, come on, man. Seriously, 60 million. He's had so much money. Arteta has had more money. I don't think is there ever been a manager in world football that has never won a league title that's had so much money? Over 400 million quid.
Well, apparently he's the best thing since sliced bread. Remember last season, they linked him to Barcelona, all kinds of jobs. Oh my God, yeah. I mean, Arteta, he's the great new revelation, the young Pep. But it's just embarrassing because Arsenal, they can't even get their own identity. They have to try and be a second-rate Pep. Exactly. They think Arteta, just because he can coach, do a bit of co-man picking, as 12th man said, brilliantly expertise 12th man about the cones and having nice little cozy chats, 10-minute chats with the players that all of a sudden, he's going to bring us we're going to be the second-rate Man City, and look at it now, mate. All that money spent and what's happened. I mean,
Declan Rice for 100 million quid.
Brian, JK, I was just going to get onto that. Brian, let's not even call him Declan Rice. Let's call him Basmati Rice. 100 million for Basmati Rice. I mean, again, good payer. Exactly, good payer, but another one who's a bit overrated. I mean, he does the job, but I mean,
that's the price tag. If he costs 60 million, no one would say nothing. I reckon he's quality myself. He's better than what I thought he was going to be. He's like, back in the days when the tabloids would be like, there's a guy coming through, he's top, and that's what they said about Rice.
Yeah.
And Rice is one guy who's actually did it, So, from where he's come from, I think he's doing all right, He's a regular for England anyway.
Yeah, but it's the numbers. It's the numbers, man, isn't it? It's like when you spend 100 million quid on a player, you add that player like 100, and actually I think it's more like 110, and you put him into a team, and that team then is worse than it was the previous season, and he's not someone I'm from back in the day where 40 million quid was we've just bought Europe's top striker. We spent 40 million quid. Holy shit! Now 110 million quid gets you a metronome in midfield, a good box to box type player. I mean, fair enough, cool. It ties the team together, but 110 million quid. Hell, I'd expect fireworks, So,
and I was going to say about Arsenal. Do you remember, back in the days, Brian, where all Arsenal used to do was sell their best players to Manchester, either City or United, Van Persie, Nasri. Yeah, it was they were just working for them guys. So they've had a weird connection with them guys, That's why Arteta is definitely going to go to City. But the problem with Arteta, if he fails at Arsenal, I don't think he'll get that City job.
No, they did. They drained. It was like any the weird thing was, as soon as City showed up, it was like, hang on a minute. Clichy is gone there. Nasri's gone there. Like, what's going on? Why are you taking all our best players? So there is definitely a link there where it used to be one way, but now it's like if you're doing well for Arsenal, maybe City are going to snap you up. But
And the
this
thing
is
is
the
that,
thing.
yeah,
What you were saying earlier, when the guys were saying this earlier on, right? Per Guardiola owns Girona. Yeah, Pep's brother owns Girona, and the people who own Manchester City own the other 70% of Girona. All this stuff about like Pep, does he know this? Does he know that? Man, this is one big huge cartel going on. Like the Guardiola family and the City Football Group are literally business partners, right? Like that's like the Girona that are top of the La Liga and everyone's going nuts about. That's a City-owned club, and the guy who owns the rest of it and runs that club is Pep Guardiola's brother. So don't tell me that City and Pep aren't in bed where Pep is going, oh, if we are caught cheating, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Dude, come on, man. You know, you're right in the middle of this. Your family is literally in bed with the City group. It's crazy.
That is wild, man.
I
But that's also why I've been really vocal about, and I know Liverpool, I know FSG own different clubs and different, there's a lot of different multi-owners now. I think Brian had the term exactly for that.
multi-club model.
Was it?
Yeah. The multi-club model.
Just multi-club owners. So like, but it to me that's kind of dangerous though, because now like, okay, well then obviously there are some rules that kind of help protect against it, but like, if I'm trying to offload these players and I'm trying to get my books right, or I'm trying to get these books correct, then having another team in another league and all of a sudden transferring that player to that team, and if it makes the books work out the way that they need to work out, or maybe that league doesn't have the strict rules that are set in place in the Premier League, but yet they're able to get around certain like stipulations. That's a very, very dangerous thing. I think think it's just dangerous that you have all these teams that are owned by or all these multiple clubs owned by the same ownership groups. It's dangerous, and sometimes it could be like what we saw with Chelsea. Some of those the consortium that is with Chelsea, for instance, have ties to the Saudi Arabia league. So people are like, well, how are they getting these deals for some of these players? How are they getting? And they're getting good value money for them. And I'm like, yes, because they have ties. The consortium has ties to it. At least that was my perception.
I can explain that if you want.
Do it.
Well, basically, Chelsea are owned by an investment company called Clearlake Capital, and Clearlake is on the stock. You can invest in Clearlake if you want. Like you can buy a share in Clearlake if you want. And the Saudi PIF, which owns Newcastle, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, is basically an investment arm of the government. So it invests in literally everything out there. It invests in Apple, it invests in Amazon. Part of what it does is by buying Newcastle. But
It's
the
a virtual
PIF,
BlackRock, basically. Is that what you're trying to say?
it just buys the PIF is Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. That's what owns Newcastle United.
Oh, you're talking about PIF. Yes.
Yeah, so they invest in everything. So the PIF has shares in Clearlake Capital. Clearlake Capital owns Chelsea, but PIF has like 0.0. It has no controlling share. Nothing. It basically invests in millions of things, and Clearlake is one of the things it invested in. Clearlake bought Chelsea, and the PIF bought Newcastle. That's where the link is. It is a genuine link, but it's like they own. It's like saying they own, like they will have shares in Apple, but it's like saying they have a controlling stake in Apple, but they don't.
Right. Okay.
So that's there was a paper trail there, but they made a big deal about that. Sorry, that's really boring, but that's just what the actual fact.
But You would definitely agree, though. You might have a more favorable chance of getting that deal accomplished.
Yeah, but why would they say for instance? So like basically the PIF, where it all falls down is basically the PIF owns 0.000% of Chelsea, but it owns
yeah,
it owns 80% of Newcastle. So why
Right.
would it favor Chelsea over Newcastle? Okay, clubs will sell players, but it's just it all falls into place if you want to do. But there's no conspiracy there. But this is the problem: is that this is what's going to happen? Is massive overlap constantly now, where it's like, well, hang on a minute, you actually own that club as well. It's fine if you own Manchester United and then you own a 4th division club in Finland. That's fine. But now you've got players and clubs that are kind of overlapping in some ways as well. And the thing where Girona, that's owned by Manchester City, that's fine if Girona were only ever going to finish like 18th at best. But what if they finish in the Champions League now and they're playing Manchester City and one of Manchester City's other clubs finishes top of the Belgian league and they're also in the Champions League? So that's where the problem is.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. All right. It definitely doesn't. The smell test though there is still suspect.
No, it's fine. Like I say, if you own Manchester City and then you own a club in New York and you own a club in Sao Paulo,
Which they do. I mean, Brian, remember the Messi? You remember the potential when originally one of the potential landing spots for Messi was going to be him being able to play for City, but then he would have a deal set in place for him to be able to play for New York, the New York City team that they have in the MLS. That was originally.
So it's fine if they're never going to meet in a competition.
Right.
You can own an American club and an English club and an Australian club and an Argentinian club. That's fine. But now when you have like City owning and Tottenham own a club and Chelsea own a club, but actually those clubs are actually quite decent, and they might end up meeting in the Europa League or something. You just can't have that. You can't.
Yeah. It just doesn't. It's the appearance. The appearance.
No, but it's legally as well. You can't have an owner of two clubs playing each other in a European competition. It's just not allowed. It's just so how this stuff is going to end up in the next 10 years, where you're going to have a load of clubs that, I mean, even small clubs like Sunderland. Sorry, small clubs like Sunderland. But there are clubs in the Championship that have bought feeder clubs in like Belgium.
Sure.
Like that. It's just weird. It's really weird. Like clubs shouldn't own other clubs. That's just weird.
You would think, yeah. But like you know what? I was gonna, and Jake, I'll let you chime in right after this one point. I just wanted to say is that for me, like also if I was on the board of FSG, I'd be like, okay, cool. Well, let's buy a team in Portugal, and then be that, considering that so much South American talent goes through Portugal now before going into like the Premier League or into these other bigger leagues, well then, we can have a feeder system for our South American prospects to now go to Portugal and then play for that team and then develop, and then we can and also obviously enhance their ability with getting the passport, or not passport, getting the transfers together and everything, and having the proper paperwork to get them to England. I mean, I know that for instance, the new owner of Manchester United, he has a French club that he owns, right?
Yeah, Rennes.
Nice, right?
Yeah, Nice, big club.
And it's a big club. That's a big club.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like they ain't no small fry. They could be playing Man United next season in the Champions.
Right. So what happens then, Bri?
Exactly.
What happens then? What happens when it's a semifinal, hypothetically, a semifinal in the Champions League, and it's Nice versus Manchester United?
It's just stupid. It's just, this is where football is gone. Where do we go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you know what it is. What they're collecting clubs together is like when you see the future of football, they're going to have European Super League. It'll be easier. So if Manchester United say, "Yeah, we're going to be in the Super League," and then Nice, if they're being successful, they'll be straight away yes as well. So I think they're doing that as well. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like easier to make big decisions. Just if one team does it, the rest of the team that owner owns, they'll do the same thing as well.
You're right. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's like
Like
draw
politics.
together. Yeah.
Wait, say that point one more time. What was it? What was the point?
Vote winners.
It's like when a owner owns more teams, say 5-6 teams, and says that if they want to vote for a Super League, if that guy's got 3-4 teams that are top quality,
yeah.
all of them are going to say yeah. So that's what they're doing as well.
I don't know. I mean, like, you obviously you can't. I don't think you can own a team in the same 2 teams in the same league.
No, you can't do that.
Right?
No.
I mean, if that was the place we're at, then you might as well just call it a wrap and just say, hey, he called a Sunday league, because that's just that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, well, you'd have you have a situation where there was Manov that was kind of getting out of Arsenal, but he was also financing the guy that was buying Everton. So they just put it in the guy's name, Mashiri, and Usmanov was actually giving him the money. So there's been these guys sail really close to the wind a lot of times, because the regulation of football can be quite this is the problem. Really, it's fine. Like I said, the City Group, if they want to set up their thing where they have Adelaide City and Mumbai City and New York City and Sao Paulo City, that's fine. That's cool. They're basically looking at, well, why should we scout all these areas and we can just set up a football team instead? We just bring in all of it and we'll scout them that way, or we'll buy up.
And then if they're good, and if they're good, send them to City. Yeah,
and via whatever team they own. But for me, the problem was, I'm not sure if it was Chelsea. I think it was Chelsea. The tipping point for me was last season. Now, this isn't me throwing shade on other clubs like Open, that Belgian club that's owned by someone small. They're owned by Brentford or something. They're owned by Brighton. Yeah, Open is owned by Brighton. They're like a kind of a middle. They're like a Bournemouth in Belgium. So they're not like some 4th division team. They're a proper team, but okay, they're not like super high profile. And they're owned by Brighton. Okay, that's not ideal, but it is what it is. But in France, last season, I can't remember, but Auxerre were bought by something. Now, I'm sorry, but Auxerre have won league titles in France. Auxerre is over 100 years old. They're 110 years old, I think, out there. That's like Everton or Spurs in France. That's a serious. It's a serious football team. And they were just bought by Chelsea. Now, I know that's me going, elitist. It's okay to buy a 3rd division team, but it's not okay to buy a 4th. Well, okay, yeah. No, I am going to say that. It's not okay that somebody go out and buy Auxerre. That's a proper football team. And they're going out and buying teams like that. That's like, Christ, where do we go? Like, they've won European. I don't want to labor the point, but it's a serious football club.
Yeah.
Zidane came from there. Laurent Blanc comes from there. It's like, where does it stop?
Would the panel, and this is for the chat too, but would the panel be against having then a salary cap for teams? Like I know it's an American term, possibly even, but in like football, American football, basketball, there's salary caps, and each team has the same amount of money that they can spend. Whether you choose to spend up to that amount or not, it's up to you. But you'd have an actual salary cap. Would you be against it, or would you be for it for a salary cap? Would you want a salary cap? It would definitely bring parity. It'll bring some real parity to the league, because now there's no cities spent. If you look at cities like wage bill, it's like stupid. as opposed to Luton's wage bill. I remember I brought up this before when Luton was coming into the league. I think Luton's entire wage bill for the entire wage bill was like 400,000 or something ridiculous like that.
That's a football. That's how it works.
But would you be against? Would yes or no? You can just do a yes or no, or you can elaborate. But would you be? I'm getting some mixed answers in the chat. That's why I was wondering. And I get it's an American term. I get it's an American concept, but I was just trying to explain the salary cap because there is stuff. There's something as a soft cap. There's something as a soft cap and a hard cap. I don't know if I need a pause behind that or not, but there's like baseball, for instance, has a different style of a salary cap than basketball, for instance. And like and it's different than football. Like as in basketball, you could go over the salary cap, but then if you do, you get charged. You get a fine of like 75 million or something like that. I don't know the exact number, but you get fined. It's called a luxury tax. So if you go over the salary cap, you get a luxury tax, and that luxury tax gets divided by all the other clubs. So basically, you're almost like giving your money to all the other clubs in essence, But would you be against a salary cap, or would you be or are you for it, or you think it's a good idea or no?
I just think we're past that stage of.
Go ahead, JK.
I think we're past that stage now where, regarding salaries and stuff, them players are used to a certain lifestyle. So if you're going to cap that salary for him, he might be able to buy that new house he wanted to buy or whatever. But we're past that stage of the transfer fees of like Coutinho went for 140 million pound, bro. That's a lot of money. And
no, I get that.
I think it's going to get worse.
I don't know whatever the wage bill is. I don't know what the wage bill the total wage bill, for instance, for City is. But let's say the Premier League goes and says, you know what, this is what we're going to do. We're going to say we're going to take the top 5 teams, because if you look at their salaries, it's ridiculous. The wage bills are ridiculous. But you say to take the top 5 wage bills in the Prem, and they say we're going to make an average number off of that. And that's the number that will come at. We'll put as every team can now do. So let's say City does 200 million and Chelsea does 100 million. We'll make it 150 is the number that every team will do. And then the teams that are over, you're gonna have to figure out how to get underneath that cap or pay that luxury tax.
Yeah,
Is that too revolutionary, or is that too American? Is that what you guys want to say? Basically, is that just too American?
It don't really affect the game, bro.
That's the way forward. I'm just asking if that's something that you would see.
But I just think
that was actually True Geordie said that he wanted to basically have a salary cap. That was his exact words.
Yeah, but the salary cap don't the salary cap don't affect the feel. The gameplay, you know what I'm saying? Like what a guy earns, it don't really make no difference to me personally. But I think when you're going to like crazy figures like the Saudi league is, like million a week and stuff, it's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money if you understand what I'm saying. It's like he's a sportsman and he's getting paid those big figures now because that's the game. But I think what's happening at the same time is the lower league teams cannot keep up, and that's what's this negative side of that whole topic, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like Beijing Pop says it best, I think, because there's a bunch of answers. There's Philly Liverpool FC said no, he's not for it. Philip Bidwell says yes, he would be for it. I Love Liverpool said nope. He said, but Beijing Pops goes and says that's not likely to happen. Player power is massive. And then let's see, Philly Liverpool says that's an American thing and keep it that way. Liverpool is an American. I got you. And then I Love Liverpool says, I'm a radical, though. I say let clubs spend whatever they want. The corruption we see is only there because of the corrupt organizations meant to govern. And then he ends up saying this as a final piece. Pop says, our wage bill was stupid, too, with all the performance bonus. Yeah, the performance bonuses definitely make a difference. They definitely make a difference.
Yeah, the there's a fatal flaw because basically what you're talking about is a salary cap, right? A wage cap.
Yeah.
And and it is. I'm not saying this in a negative way or pejorative way. It is an American way of looking at it because if you put a salary cap on the NFL, you put a salary cap on baseball. Where
Recently, baseball didn't have a salary cap always. That's the reason. Baseball was one of the leagues in America that didn't have a salary cap, but because so A-Rod got like and I'll let you finish your point. I was going to say clarity. Like A-Rod, I remember got like a $250 million deal or something like that, right? And it was getting to the point where like salaries were like just getting stupid. They were getting ridiculous. Only the big cities could afford them, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, right, if you put a salary cap on NFL, right, where is the NFL player going to go? Nowhere.
Right.
The NFL only exists in America, right? Major League.
I get where you're going with this. Okay.
So you can cap those sports, those salaries, because there isn't a European version of NFL that's going to pay you more. You're getting the most you're going to get paid is in the NFL, so they can cap salaries in the NFL because it's still the most you're going to get paid anywhere. Even if you do cap it, you're not going to go to Mexico or Canada and get paid more for playing football in Canada or playing baseball in Mexico. Or playing baseball.
Use basketball. Use basketball as your reference because there are basketball leagues in Europe.
Yeah, so but you can't go so you can't go to Ukraine or Lithuania or Latvia where it's really big, or Germany and Spain where it's really big and get paid more. So you can cap those and that'll be fine. So it's like, okay, well, this is still going to be the most. So basically, if you say, well, let's cap salaries in the Premier League, basically what you have to do is first you have to get all 20 clubs to agree to that, and they'll go, hell no, I want to be able to get the best players in the world, and if I can only pay him 200 grand a year, then I'm not going to be able to get him. No, I want to be able to buy the best players in the world, so I'm not going to agree to a salary cap. And then also, if you get a salary cap, okay, in England and just in the Premier League, then all Spain and Italy and Germany have to do is offer double the money. There'll be no salary cap. They don't have to agree to a salary cap. If the English Premier League want to cap their salaries at, say, 100 grand a week, then all Spain, Germany, and Italy have to do is offer 300 grand a week. And all the best players in the world will go and play in those clubs.
Right.
So you have to get every league in Europe to individually agree to a salary cap. And that will never happen. So that will never happen in football. Clubs want to be able to pay.
How they do get to that number, Brian, is so. For instance, the salary cap is increased. For instance, I know your football reference, so I'll just use NBA since there are leagues in like Spain, France have professional leagues as well, right? So the NBA every year the salary cap goes up. Same with all the other leagues, and how they justify it is how much money they're generating from. It's more of the relationship of the player relationship with the league is they get because NBA has the best relationship as in essence of like how much of the revenue they get to split up. So the number is dictated on how much the television stations are spending. So let's say they give them $5 billion. Well, the NBA players get 50. The deal they agreed to was they get 50% of that. Let's say, So now that means $2.5 billion is being put towards the players. So now they figure out there's 32 teams, so they divide 2.5. And then that's how they get their number.
Totally different way of doing stuff.
Yeah.
It's if you try to introduce something like that in England, they'd blow their mind.
Yeah. I know it's very. And they shoot it down because it's American. I get that.
No, it's not because it's American. It's just different ways of doing business.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a totally different way of doing business. The way they work out this, like it's similar to that's similar to rugby where they have central contracts. Cricket, they have central contracts, things like that. But football is just its own. Like if you try, that's the thing. Like it's a captive market in America.
Mhm.
It's like it's why there could never be a draft system for football because there's no college system.
Right,
For football.
right.
You know, it's not you can't draft people. Where are you going to draft them from?
Right,
They're
right,
already in clubs academies at the age of 8 or 10. You can't draft them from stuff.
right, right.
Yeah, it's like so it'll never. It's like if you try and introduce a relegation system into NFL, relegation and promotion into NFL, they'll be like, "What? That doesn't work."
Mhm.
You know, it's just some things they just don't cross over. So like in English football, they'll always be like, "No, why do you want us to cap?" They've always fought against capping their ability to spend money. They're like, "No, we have money, we want to spend it." They
Right.
don't want.
I'm playing devil's advocate, by the way, to the
Yeah,
chat.
but they don't want an even.
Before
They don't
people start
want an
talking.
even. No, but they don't want an even playing field. They don't want
Right.
an even playing field. They want to be able to outspend everybody, and then
Right,
they
that's
don't
the thing.
want to like
That's
where
exactly what I was getting at. The cap, but once salary caps became a natural thing in these leagues, parity became even more prevalent in a lot
and
of
that's a
leagues.
brilliant thing about American sports.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant thing about American sports. It's like there's no way that it's like the team that was awful 3 years ago is now winning the Super Bowl. That
Yeah.
doesn't happen in England.
Yeah.
But it's just the way. It's just look. It's just different. I mean, it's just the way stuff is
But
different.
I mean, like, would the league be better if you had more Leicesters?
No, it's different, man. It's just different.
Just different.
Like it would be. Maybe it would be for Leicester fans. But if you want, I don't know. I just accept it for what it is. That's football. The bigger clubs will always be bigger clubs. And if you in an American football, yeah, all it takes is like that's the brilliant thing is that the worst team gets to pick the best player from the draft.
Oh, in the draft.
That's just cool.
Draft. Sure. Yeah.
That's just cool. But how do you apply that to football? But that's just a really cool thing. But it's different sport.
Yeah, I mean, we do
have the IPL do it.
In America, we do that way. We still have drafts in the MLS too, as well. But there are academies too. It's a weird system for football in America because like we have academies, but we also have drafts as well. So,
yeah, America is a different country. It's literally
because there is a college. There's college and there's all the other
college thing. The college thing is so huge. It's huge, and people like you need to look at that. Like, that's how you can draft these.
Yeah, have you seen the way IPL has done it in India, where they sort of do a draft system and they auction off the players?
That's brilliant. That stuff is
brilliant.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, it's different stuff in different sports. It's like, okay, here's the top player out of the the Mumbai Academy. Yeah, who's got the money? That stuff is cool. But yeah, leave it be in the sport that it's in. Don't try and transfer it to other sports. Yeah. Even to other sports, women, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Just let it be.
I'm not suggesting that this is the way for the future or something. I'm just.
Oh no, it'll never come in though. But that's no. You're right because it'll never come because it's the college thing.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand those differences. Certainly. Yeah, the college, the difference between college, the way that a lot of times there's very few players from high school that go into the pros, for instance. In any of these sports, there's always your Kobe Bryants every once in a while, but for the most part, your LeBron Jameses. There's some, but for the most part, people go to college and then they go on to the professional levels. But that's like our academy system, the college.
Yeah, it's completely different. Like there's 300 million people in America. There's 50 in England. That are,
Yeah, I get you. I just asked the question because I know we're talking about all these different ways, all these financial ways.
The sporting infrastructure, man, you don't even realize the sporting infrastructure that you guys have in America is like Star Wars stuff compared to most of the rest of the world. It really, like you guys, you think it's just normal for you to know someone who goes to a college that has like 3 football pitches and world-class coaches and gyms. That's not normal in most of the rest of the world. Like the sporting infrastructure, if you're good at golf or tennis or something and you're in a college in America, you get world-class levels of stuff that just doesn't exist across most countries. So if you're good at sports in America, I mean,
Is the one.
yeah, it's a good place to be good at sports. It's like, yeah, come to university.
It depends.
So obviously not in everywhere, but in a good place.
You have the ability to get an education out of it in the sense, like, as in you can go to college and get an education, getting a scholarship, blah, blah, blah. But in the sense, you know what, you look at the money that the teams make off of you as a player, for instance, though, it is not even remotely close to what even not even remotely close to what the tuition that you're gaining by the scholarship that you're gaining in the end. It just isn't remotely even close. But the money that they make, it's the reason why now a lot of things are happening different with college sports in America. Whereas players are now going to be eventually, more so than not, they're going to be able to find, they're going to be able to advertisements, like they're going to get paid. They're going to be able to get paid to do advertisements. They're going to be able to because before you had to be you had to be more like an amateur, the way that you could be qualify for the Olympics, as opposed to nowadays, they're now incorporating a little bit more like, I guess, rules in there so that these player athletes can make money while they're at the school. Because a lot of times, some of these player athletes, especially some of these player athletes that come from some of the areas that they come from, they have no money almost no money to go for lunch, much less but yet they're playing in front of like 70,000 people, it's incredible.
College football and all that. I think it's like the 3rd biggest sport in America. It's college football.
Yeah, easily.
Not even professional sport.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like in Ireland, the Irish version of that is like 400 people going to a GAA match. Whereas in America, it's like one of the biggest sports on the planet. It's crazy. Sports in America is crazy. Pressure.
Oh, sorry, Brian. I was going to say again, I'm not saying that I'm an advocate for bringing in a salary cap. I'm not. I don't want to get. I don't want to get clipped up and have someone say that I'm like. Next thing you know, if I said something like we should have an all-star game. No, like
you're socialist. They're going to call you a socialist.
Right? Don't hit up my my ex account with the backlash of that, But it's just funny. It's just something that it could bring something of a difference, I mean, like if you knew that I was just looking at this list of Premier League players, for instance, the top salaries. KDB makes $400K a week. 400K, 400,000 pounds a week. Erling Haaland, makes 375,000 pounds. Manchester United is getting. I can't believe Manchester United should call. I don't know what's the number for police in England. It's 911 here in America.
999.
999. Manchester United needs to hit 999 because Casemiro is making 350,000 pounds. 350,000 pounds a week for Casemiro. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's their downfall. They choose players who are going to cost. His fee was pretty high as well, so they always buy players with high wages, man. And I'm thinking who's making these decisions there wrong.
Yeah, no, Rafael Varane, 340,000 pounds a week.
Crazy.
That is crazy. Let's see, Sterling, 325,000 pounds a week. Obviously, he plays for a different team, but all the same. That's Chelsea. Chelsea's a whole different ball game too of how they do their books. But Jack Grealish, Jack Grealish is making 300,000 pounds a week. Mo Salah is 350. I get that.
On the bench. Huh?
What's that?
To sit on the bench most of the time.
Yeah, to sit on the bench. Marcus Rashford's making £300,000 a week. Bernardo Silva makes £300,000 a week. Kai Havertz makes £280,000 a week. Gabriel Jesus makes £265,000 a week. Holy crap. Why couldn't I be their agent? John Stones makes £250,000 a week. Anthony Martial makes £250,000 a week. Mason Mount makes £250,000 a week. Jeez. Reece James, £250,000.
Yeah, Man U, man.
All these teams so far that I've mentioned are pretty much like the same teams over and over and over and over and over again. Bruno Fernandes, once again, £240,000 a week. Martin Odegaard, £240,000 a week. Declan Rice, £240,000 a week. Phil Foden, £225,000 a week. You realize that albeit we had Mo Salah up there at 350. All those players I mentioned. And now I'm finally getting to Virgil van Dijk makes £225,000 a week. That's incredible, man.
Most of those players don't even deserve that. The good players earn about like Foden, Rice, and Van Dijk.
Phil Foden makes 225, and Virgil van Dijk makes 220. I know that there's bonuses and everything else that can be probably involved in some of these ratings, but like in essence, his weekly paycheck, Phil Foden's weekly paycheck is more than Virgil van Dijk's. And that's why, like, you know what? I know that we not all of us, but some people would be interested in getting a Mbappe here, for instance. But, you know, if you don't think that Mbappe coming to Liverpool isn't going to upset, you talk about me rocking the boat. Dude, Mbappe's salary will not rock the boat. That will sink the boat.
Mm-hmm.
There's absolutely no way that will sink. That won't be a discussion for every person in that locker room. That what I just said is a discussion. I don't even know how FSG gets away with it, to be honest with you.
Look, if Mbappe comes into a club, I reckon most players are going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and of course, you're doubling maybe what someone like Salah is on, and it's not something a club I would expect like Liverpool to do. But at the same time, he's the kind of player where very quickly there'd be nobody in the dressing room that could be sitting there complaining because he's that good.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what it is, that's what it is. I don't think Andy Robertson, Alexis McAllister, Dominic Szoboszlai are going to be sitting there in a Liverpool dressing room going, "Oh no, I don't want us to sign Mbappe. I don't want to be playing Mbappe." They're going to be thinking, "Look, the money is the money. That's the club's money." If Mbappe shows up and starts acting like the massive diva and a massive problem, yeah, okay, you might have some issues, but if he shows up and scores 27 goals, nobody in the club is really going to care what he's being paid. So it's all about context.
The thing is, remember,
yeah, no, he is. He's freaking Mbappe. Like, who's sitting there going, "Oh no, I am."
Yeah, I know.
I want to know.
Probably saying he doesn't deserve whatever it is that he deserves.
Nobody's saying that, man. If he shows up,
bro.
It's just one of those. I mean, like, but there was a lot of pushback. You can openly accept. I mean, we can openly admit that there was a lot of pushback when Mo Salah was asking for a new deal, and the numbers that they were talking about were like 400,000 or 500,000 that they were wanting to get. And I'm happy to see that Mo probably accepted the deal to be less than what his agent was pushing for, you know, because he didn't have to accept that deal. He could have just moved on if he wanted to, you know. But
yeah, but
guys,
PSG,
that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Like I said,
yeah,
I think I named about 20 players before I even got to Virgil van Dijk. And Virgil van Dijk is the second highest salary in our locker room. But yet like, you know,
Mbappe had a good manager, bro.
you
You know what I'm
realize that
saying?
Wesley Fofana makes more money than weekly than almost he'd be the third. If Wesley Fofana was on our team, he'd be the third highest paid player on the team.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Wesley Fofana makes 200K. You talk about availability. Thomas Partey, who we haven't seen at all really this year, makes £200,000 a week. I get it. That's a wash because that's Thiago. I get that people will push back and say that. But I mean, Ben Chilwell is making £200,000 a week. And Nkuku is making 195K. Sancho was making at least 195K. That's just, I mean,
that's the Premier League, man. That's why they all want to be there. That's why all the players want to go there.
That's why.
Yeah, it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. I don't know if I want to be into an 8-year deal with Chelsea the way that they have some of these deals set up, but
They got no choice, I think.
it provides insurance. Yeah, it provides a lot of insurance for you certainly.
Yeah, and Mbappe he's never had a manager at PSG where he stayed 2-3 years, and he's got into his game. He's always frustrated because the manager's not doing well and blah blah blah. If he came to Liverpool, for example, Klopp, he ain't gonna mess around with Klopp, or he wouldn't mess around with Pep. So, or Ancelotti, them 3 managers are the only guys who could sort of get the best out of him without any stress.
I just find it incredible. Some of those salaries are just astronomically ridiculous. I just don't see how, like, you know. And then we talk about. I know you guys were pushing back on the salary caps, and I mean, obviously, with those kind of prices, a lot of teams would have to make some rearranging, to say the least, to make people fit into a salary cap. But
Yeah,
that's
they'll all just go and play somewhere else, man.
yeah.
That's the thing. That just shows you they're all in England now. When I was growing up in the 90s, the likes of Ian Rush, Liam Brady, Gaza, they all went to Italy because
let's say they're going to Italy. Yeah,
they were paying, like, you could get paid 40 grand a week in Italy when 2 grand a week was a massive wage in England.
That Brian,
So
I'm gonna round up here. But
that's where they went. So where the money is.
No, I get it. But look, I'm looking. Mbappe makes. I'm gonna round up, but it's 1.385 million euros a week.
Yeah, that's pre-tax. So, and then you add in, that'll be pre-tax. So he's taking home around 700 grand a week from Paris Saint-Germain. But then
that is if he's not doing what Messi did. You know?
Yeah, but that's a base. That's just a base, and then he's probably taking in about another $1 million a week.
Yeah.
So his deal will be one of the biggest pay cuts. We were joking about this the other day. I wasn't joking.
Mm-hmm.
How do you say 700% pay cut in French? That's what he's going to have to take. Even if he goes to Madrid, he's going to have to take a pay cut.
No, I get that. Yeah, you're right. No
one's paying him what he's getting at Paris. Nobody.
Do you realize this? If you were to take, this is how crazy it is. Mbappe makes so much money a week that if you were to take $1 million off of his salary, he would still be the highest paid player in France. That's legitimately like crazy, because he makes 1.384, let's say, and The next highest salary in France is Dembele at 384,000. So if you were to knock off, Mbappe could go out there and fund almost three more Dembele style salaries. He could
pay 3 clubs. Like, we're going to have to give him maybe a 40 to 50 million signing on fee. As a free agent, he's going to, like, he ain't going to be no free. He's going to be the most expensive free agent of all time.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. I get you. I'm more so reacting to some of the astronomical numbers. I mean, and it's why I brought up the A-Rod reference primarily because that was one of the major reasons why. And I don't even know. I think that was right around when, because like I said, mentioned the MLB here or the Major League Baseball did not have a salary cap for a long time, and that's why the Yankees always were pretty much in contention because George Steinbrenner could just spend. He could just, he could fire. He was so crazy. He fired the same manager like 2, 3, 4 times. There's players that loved him, hated him, but I mean, like he could just spend money all he wants, and now you have all these big salaries that are just crazy. But that's incredible. Even if he would have to take what is that? How much was that, Brian? Did you do the math? He'd have to take a 75% pay cut to even get remotely close to.
Well, for us to get, even if we gave him double what Salah is on, you're asking him to take $1 million a week
off his pay. Yeah. Do you think that's why?
With all his image rights and all your your commercial stuff, that's why that's where he makes the most of his money. I mean, just to sign that guy,
I'd be over the moon if we signed him. Over the moon. But it's just so much money. It's so much money.
I don't see how
I just don't know how you get the accountants to make those numbers work for both parties. Because I mean, I get it. You could possibly make it work for Liverpool, but that doesn't mean you're going to make it work for Mbappe. I mean, no one likes to leave that much money on the table. He might sacrifice it a little. Obviously, he's going to have to sacrifice that to go to Real Madrid, for instance. That's obvious, right? But I don't know, man. I just don't see that conversation would be a difficult conversation to have. I think that's my point. I think it'd be a difficult conversation.
He wants to leave PSG more than anything in the world, but he's backed himself into a corner where no club in the world is going to give him the kind of money that they will offer him to stay. So he's going to have to take a pay cut, even if he goes anywhere. But I don't think he cares about money at this stage. He's probably worth about £1 billion already. I think he'd be happy to take a pay cut because he has backed himself into a corner by not going 2 years ago, because they're the only club in the world that can afford to pay him more than he's on now. Nobody will give him a bigger deal than he's on now than PSG.
PSG, right?
Yeah, but he has
to. Brian, is that also factoring in? Do you think that's also factoring in the fact that he's a French citizen? So therefore, obviously, that relates a bit more.
Yeah, he has to go though. You're talking about potentially one of the best players of the next generation, and he's still stuck in Paris until he starts going to. I don't know. He has to go somewhere. He has to win titles in Spain or in England or wherever it might be.
Right.
He can't stay in France for the rest of his life.
And I get he is going to bring money. I get that. KJ says here, he says Mbappe would bring in how much more sponsors to the club if he signed. Just having Mbappe makes us money. I shirt sales, appearances, all the others, the fact that we can, when we go on tour in Asia, or maybe we do a tour of France, who knows where we go, yeah, that'll bring that much more money because we have Mbappe as our signature player. I'm certain, or one of our signature players. Who knows? But man, I'm just looking at that number. Even if he took, how much of a pay cut do you think he would do? Real Madrid has their top grossing player is Toni Kroos, who makes 468,000 euros. That's it.
That list is traumatized, isn't it, bro?
These other teams in other leagues, especially these Real Madrids, these Barcelonas, these Bayern Munichs, their wage bills. I get it. We're also talking about euros to pounds, you know. So obviously the number is going to be different, but sometimes
wage bill pages messed your head up now.
Yeah, man. I know.
you ain't been saying for the last 10 minutes.
I know. I've been just looking at all these numbers. You know why too? Is because like I remember the early parts of the year when Manchester United were in the running for Frankie de Jong.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, I would love Frankie de Jong and his team. I mean, if he's even remotely contemplating a move, then Liverpool would be such a better move for him than going to Manchester United. I get that he, you know, he's a coveted player, so we're gonna have to pay him well. But Frankie de Jong makes hold on to your chairs for a second. 721,000 euros a week.
I was going to say 700. I knew he's on stupid money.
Yeah.
That's stupid. And that's not even counting the money that Barcelona still owes him. Because when they were going through COVID,
why do you think he didn't leave? They were like, do you want to fuck off there? He was like, no.
Nah.
And they're like, why not? He's like, because you owe me my contract. They're like, I'll go on, leave, will you? And they're like, no. You owe me 20 million quid. And they're like, I'll go on.
Yeah.
It's like that's why he didn't leave. Yeah, he's like, I'm not getting pushed out of here. They're like,
and that was the reason why Barcelona got in a lot of trouble too, because what they were doing was kind of illegal. I know that they were trying to go through some stipulations or some rule loopholes and all that other crap, but they were somewhat like trying to make themselves get under to be, you know, La Liga compliant. They were like asking players to take like, you know, stipends almost, or, you know, take some type of like, you know, put their salaries on hold for a second, you know, and say, I know we owe you this amount of money, but we don't have the money right now. So just, can you hold off till next year? That's incredible, man.
This is one of the points I wanted to make, Turn. I forgot to make it.
Good.
There actually is a salary cap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just have something. Yeah, there already is a salary cap in football. It's just not called a salary cap. When you go to Spain, you're allowed to spend a certain amount of money, and you can spend it on wages and you can spend it on transfer. If you want to spend it all on transfers, you can spend it all on transfers. You want to spend it all on wages, spend it all on wages. But you're only allowed to spend a certain amount. So that is a de facto salary cap. It's just you're allowed to spend a certain amount of money.
Right.
And it's the same in England now with PSV. So there is a de facto salary cap. You're allowed to spend as much money as you can to a degree. And that is basically on transfer fees and wages. So you do kind of have already that kind of restriction. And in Spain, it's even more restrictive because they have to pull all those economic levers, is what Barcelona have been doing recently.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, we can sell a player, we can do this, now we can register a player. So it does kind of, there is kind of a salary cap already in place. And it works in its own little way for football.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, they can't, like Barcelona, they can't do anything now without selling a player or getting rid of a player off their books. Because, yeah, they have this thing in Spain where basically you put your numbers into the system, and if the system says, no, you're negative, you have to make up that negative. And until you're positive or neutral, you can't register certain players. That's why they bought Arda Turan from Atletico Madrid. They bought him, you know, they spent like 40 million quid on him couldn't register them to play for 6 months because they couldn't find room on the books for his wages. So a player they bought for 40 million quid just until January came around and they could register, and then he could start playing for Barcelona. Can you imagine if Liverpool did that? Imagine if Liverpool bought a player for 45 million quid, and because we were so badly run, we couldn't even register him for the first team. But Barcelona were doing stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, man. Crazy.
It is
and people
crazy.
say FSG are bad owners. I don't know, man. I think they're pretty good owners. They don't run us down these mad places and end up in these crazy situations where we're having to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
FSG looking rosy. FSG looking rosy right now.
Watch out! I was about to say, watch out, Brian. Saying FSG is like saying Candyman 3 times. I don't know if you ever saw that horror movie.
Oh, I've seen it, man. I've seen it.
Yeah. It's almost like that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. You don't want to turn around. But yeah, I also another thing about La Liga too, which is pretty cool, but also somewhat silly, and is why you have the some of those ridiculous release clauses. But La Liga, everyone has to have, and I think you brought this point up actually. All deals have to have release clauses.
Yeah,
it's
they do.
It's like a rule in Spain that they have to have a release clause.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I just think like it's just absolutely incredible that these figures, the salaries that these guys are making is one thing. Even though I have had a life of being an agent in my life, I do like them doing what they're doing about the agent fees, basically, because a lot of times you'll find that it's a scrupulous agent that is basically dictating where the likelihood of a transfer is almost dictated by what the agent gets paid sometimes too.
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, it's
like who knows? Mudryk to Chelsea, was that his best choice? Come on.
Yeah. No, you're right. It probably wasn't. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I would go as far as to say was Caicedo to Chelsea in the player's best interest.
Yeah, I'd like to know his opinion on that one. Actually, that'd be interesting to know.
Yeah.
What more is it?
I know, Delonte. I know it's early in the morning, guys. I'm sure it's early in the morning. We already passed apparently the record of my longest live stream. So
good to be here for that.
5.5 hours. Time flies. I said, oh, I'm only going to do 90 today. But that's what happens when you have good people like Nolante, JK, and Brian. You can get to talking, and we can get some really great subjects and topics, man. Oh, man. It's like, why can't we get Gavi, dude? Gavi's 130,000 euros. Work that out. Figure that out. I don't even know if I thought his contract got like canceled or something, right? Didn't Gavi?
What happened? He re-signed.
Yeah, but I thought that the re-signing was still not. They re-signed him, but I thought that even that wasn't. That's still they like. It still didn't. They re-signed him, but it still didn't get them under the cap or something. It was something like.
It's Barcelona stuff, man. The last 5 years. It's Barcelona stuff. The last 5 years, that club is crazy.
Yeah.
They had to leave him out of a certain squad, but no, they registered all that. But yeah, that's where you don't want to end up. Like, biggest club in the world, greatest club in the world, and all that. But they're having to sell players and do weird stuff just to be able to sign people and give someone an extra 10 grand a week. Like, we just need to be thankful we're not in that position.
I think they try too hard, like Man United. They're trying too hard to keep the fans happy. You know what I'm saying? Buying this guy, getting this guy, doing this and that. You know? just to keep the fans happy. But the fans don't understand. They're actually just making a hole bigger for them. You know, if you ain't got the right team to buy the right players, you ain't gonna get the right results. And that's what Liverpool and Man City have got. They've got that chain right. United, Barcelona, they ain't got that right. You're spending money like crazy all the time.
Like you take Lewandowski, but they get Lewandowski when he's 33 years old and give him like 600 grand a week.
Crazy.
Yeah, Lewandowski's on 500,000 euros a week.
Like they won a league with him, yeah, but they bought a 33-year-old. Like there's no planning, there's no forward thinking at all.
The here and now.
No,
Like I take Lewandowski, I take 33 goals, and I take a league title. But is it a future planning exercise? No, but then they can turn around and go, well, here's Gavi and Pedri and your man Yamin Lascelles, and it's like, Christ, okay. You put up with a...
Yep.
No, good. I was going to say, yeah, that, it's saying here, a Spanish court has ordered La Liga to accept Gavi's new contract at Barcelona and his registration into the first team. The court's ruling said a failure to enroll Gavi with the first team before the January transfer window closes on Tuesday would imply the player's free agency and therefore cause serious irreparable damage to Barca.
Yeah.
La Liga announced they will appeal the decision and that it is unaware of the contents of the main legal claim. The provisional measures have been adopted without La Liga having had the opportunity to present its arguments. La Liga, of course, will abide by provisional measure, but will appeal it, considering that there are significant factual and legal grounds for the court to remove it. Yeah, man, that's shady. I just think that you get into these places and positions where you get your Barcelona's, your Real Madrid, especially Barcelona, who is really, really struggling to hold on to their stranglehold on the La Liga with Real Madrid, and just doing shady stuff. But I know that the Gavi deal was shady. I mean, the release deal for Gavi, I think, is like $1 billion or something like that.
Yep.
Something stupid. Like no one's paying $1 billion for a player, you know. But you know they have to have a release clause.
They said that about Neymar.
Yeah, I don't think someone's paying $1 billion for Gavi. Neymar, maybe.
Yeah, not $1 billion for Gavi, but once you have these kind of, it's like we're saying all around. This is the lead singer in the band. Like they're not going to. Like you said, they went to court, and then all of a sudden the court was like, "Oh yeah, this is the rule, but that was super unfair on Barcelona. So let's just let Barcelona off with it for a while." Because you know, nobody's watching anybody but Real Madrid or Barcelona.
And I get that, but that's why I said they're too big. They're too big to fail. Real Madrid and Barcelona are too big.
They'll get their preferential treatment.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Like nobody, like they shouldn't have to lose. Like they brought through Gavi and Pedri, so
yeah. I'm only saying that because I would love to see Gavi as a Liverpool player. I know there was a little bit of time when we were in the paper talk. I get that, but we were in the running, or we're trying to woo him to Liverpool apparently. But man,
yeah, you're gonna want a kid like that if you can get your hands on him.
Yeah,
but it's going to be about Barcelona failing again with these players.
Well, Barcelona has already failed. The fact that they've had to sign away so much of their television rights just to pay the bills. The fact that they're getting players on they have players on their team that are in such astronomical prices that they can't. That those players, no player, Frankie De Jong would be so crazy if considering he's in a great city. Barcelona is an amazing city, But to say, but then to even go even further to say you're making 721,000 euros a week in Barcelona, and then you go, but you know what? We're going to send you to Manchester. We're trying to work out a deal to send you to Manchester United. There's no way that conversation's even being had. Like he's going to be like, is it April 1st? Is it April Fool's Day or something? Because that's not going down. I don't know. That's just my take. No way, as a player, would I'd say, because you're not even getting half that at Manchester United. You might get close to, but you're not getting even half that at Manchester United. That's just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and you're not winning league titles at Manchester United.
You're not.
That used to be the thing. It's like, okay, well, you're going there because, yeah, it might not be this and it might not be that.
But at least you're contending for league titles.
No,
you're
contending
for Champions League. Yeah.
Yeah, you're winning. In England, if you want to win the league in England for 8-9 years, you went there, you were guaranteed to win the league.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now if you want to go, what are going to give you? What are they going? All they're getting there now is the biggest wage in England that you're going to get offered, because Manchester City have backed away from that stuff. Yeah. Manchester City will not go beyond what they want to pay for a player. They won't overpay wages. United are the ones that are coming in and giving, like they gave Real. We talked about City being happy to sell Zinchenko and Jesus. Real Madrid couldn't believe it when United showed up and offered him 60 million quid for a 30-year-old Casemiro.
Yeah.
And he's there going 350 grand a week. And then they offered him 60 million pounds for Rafa Varane before that. Rafa Varane is finished.
Is Casemiro even fit?
And I'm just cutting quickly. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna come off now anyway. So
no
I just
worries,
wanted to come
I know
in,
it's late.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, but work in the morning.
Yeah,
Take it easy, boy.
Yeah, no problems, bro. JK, man, always a pleasure with you guys, man. Always a pleasure. All right, man. 12.
Definitely.
Peace out, guys.
Appreciate it. Made it through the marathon, brother. You made it through the marathon. I appreciate it. It was so 100%. Much. Logged back on. It's still going. But yeah. I appreciate it, Delonte.
All right, take care, guys.
Pleasure.
Take care, me.
That's all. All right.
Yeah. We're gonna land the plane here. It's been a long flight, but hopefully you enjoyed it. I know it's
we've been circling the airport for quite some time.
You missed that flight.
Exactly. Kind of layover here or there, but hopefully you enjoyed it. Man, yeah, it's been a very insightful discussion for sure. We've talked about a bunch of things, whether it was like geez, there's so many things that
I had a brilliant time. I just hope the people watching enjoyed it.
Oh, I do too. I hope that you guys enjoyed the ride, enjoyed the conversation, enjoyed participating. I think they did. I think that the chat did, because I know that they were definitely participating. I know it's getting late over in England and Ireland, and so yeah, definitely going to land the plane here. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Chat, appreciate you guys. Appreciate my panelists and Delonte that just logged off. Obviously, I appreciate you, Brian, as well, and Jay Kismet. Thank you for both. Giving us some really good insight, man. Because a lot of times, we hear things and they're not given with the proper context, and then narratives start to run, and then all of a sudden, you're facing people saying things as if they're facts when they're just opinions. but definitely thank you. Yeah, man. Brian, do you have anything coming up by any chance?
No, nothing coming up at the moment. The other channel is fairly quiet, so hopefully Tamer will be coming back online soon. But no, at the moment, just you'll find me somewhere.
Okay. Hopefully here. Always, you're always welcome here. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. You're always welcome here. We, as you said, we definitely need our foot soldiers. You know what I mean? Like Brian's a foot soldier, so it's always important to have them in the army. Jay Kismet. Do you have anything coming up, JK?
No, just on Thursday night about 8 o'clock UK time with Frank Carlisle.
Okay.
Lee Vase of Flowers is on there as well. You
Okay.
guys can join us as well, man. You, Brian.
For sure.
So-
Yeah, I'll definitely tune in.
Yeah,
I definitely will. I've got Frank's podcast on notification on my phone. So yeah, I definitely tune in. Yeah, I will be having Brian, JK, anyone, especially some of you guys in the panel or some of you guys in the chat, excuse me. I will be doing that piece I said earlier about the Mount Rushmore, or how we're going to reference it, with Gerrard and Lampard, Scholes, and possibly if KDB deserves to be included in that conversation. I'm going to be doing that most likely Wednesday, so that's tomorrow. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. I was going to do it on Thursday, but I'll probably do it tomorrow, because there's another piece that I want to do as well, a South American version of it. I'm trying to coordinate with Chris and coordinate with I'm going to have a special treat for you guys. I'm going to have one of my former players. He's played in South America. He's played here in America as well. He's going to participate in that to kind of give us some references. So he's a great guy. He's Colombian. So I'll have hopefully both of my Colombian brethren with
Not
me.
Luis Diaz, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, man. You never know. You never know. He's actually friends with Lucho. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I mean, like, hey, I'm still trying to get. I'm still trying to get Sturridge on here, man. I'm gonna eventually. I think I'm gonna be. He's too big time for me now, in that he's on Sky Sports and stuff. So him showing up and talking on a podcast is very unlikely. But
well, those guys, man, you just got to catch them at the right time, because they're awful busy because they're footballers, but they also have a lot of free time. Footballers have a lot of free time.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about Sturridge. Yeah, Daniel Sturridge.
Yeah, I know he's gone, man. Butter him up the right way, man. But I've seen some really, really big. I've seen some really, really big names and big on really tiny podcasts.
Really?
Before.
I didn't know.
Small YouTube channels. I've seen people with like 700 subscribers talking to people who you'd be on like. It's just if you just ask people.
He's good enough. He's a good enough friend of mine that he would possibly do it, depending on his schedule. But because when Sturridge was hurt, when he got his injury, he came over to America and did his rehab here in America. So
yeah, I remember that. I remember him being. Yeah, we used to send everyone over to Boston and stuff. When FSG came here first. Yeah,
and Arizona is because of the climate here in Arizona. A lot of times, players come either come to Arizona, and all depending, they either come to Arizona or they go to Colorado sometimes too, because of the
altitude.
Yeah, preparation for altitude type stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of rehab that goes on in the facilities here in Arizona for football. Is pretty incredible, like as in some of the facilities, because the academies, a lot of the MLS academies are here in Arizona. So it's a place called Casa Grande. It's a little bit south of me, and that's where a lot of that's why I know some of the guys that play for like the LA Galaxy and like Kansas City plays here. Real Salt Lake play here, that kind of deal. But yeah, I've reached out to him a couple of times. I'm trying to figure. I reached out a couple of times, but I'm asking. I was asking him to. I'm like, hey, I'm trying to get my my Liverpool page, my Liverpool channel, like really rocking and rolling. I'm like, I'm like, if I had you do like come on and answer, like a Q&A or just like, engage with them, I think I could really make a big jump in the numbers, but we'll see.
Yeah, but Sturridge would be cool, man. My brother knows Callum Wilson. I can ask him to ask him.
Oh, that would be definitely cool. That'd be
He did
definitely
his
cool.
wedding, for his suits and stuff like that. He did his wedding for him, so I can ask him.
Like I don't know. I've been trying to do just so. I had the op to get Drogba to do. This is before. So Drogba owns the team here in Arizona. It's kind of like it's not. We don't have an MLS team here in Arizona, but we have like the next tier down team, right? And Drogba's, what's that?
Is it MLSB or something like that? It's like the second division.
It's just the second division. It's I forget what division. I forget what the division is called for the. We have a team called the Phoenix Rising. I'll tell you in a second here. But yeah, he owns one of the teams. He owns that team. He's a part owner, and some of my friends are owners, are his partners. You know, and I've been telling him it's a USL championship. That's what it's called, USL. And so it's like the it's I forget what USL stands for. Probably like United Soccer League or something like that, probably. But United Soccer League. Yeah, it's the United Soccer League. But yeah, I was trying to like or not trying to, but one of my friends was like, oh yeah, you know, like I could ask my my dad, or I could ask, you know, so and so to if Drogba wants to be a part of it. And I was kind of like, yeah, I don't know if Liverpool fans would be interested in talking to Drogba. Not many Liverpool fans have a real interest in Drogba, but you know, you'll have to tell me, guys. You'll have to tell me in the comments if you guys rock all the way through, because I'm almost at 6 hours of airtime here. You know, I don't know if you'd be thumbs up or thumbs down on seeing Drogba and hearing him have to talk. You know, because obviously he'd be doing a lot of talking about some his Chelsea days and everything else. But Drogba's a cool guy. He's actually a pretty cool person. I've met him before, so he's a cool guy. I'm not like best friends with him.
We'll get someone on.
Drogba, the original big game player, man. Scored in every final he ever played.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll get someone on.
yeah. If you got Dini, I've seen Dini. I saw his interviews get crazy. He's a G. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll see if I can get Drogba and Sturridge on the same broadcast. Who knows?
And Chris Angel.
There you go. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe do something like that. We'll have them do what you could have real quick. Brian, JK, did you see Rio Ferdinand has his own podcast or show or you know, and he had VVD on his podcast, or not podcast, on his show, and they were rating the greatest. They rated their top 5 center backs of all time. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that, Brian?
No, but I saw the thing you did afterwards.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, maybe I could set them up for something like that. You know, where they kind of like talk about their their have them debate who's their top 5. That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe that could be the way I get both of them on there, or at least one of them. But maybe that could be it. Well, we'll see. We'll put that into the works. But for now,
okay.
Hey, what's that?
Thanks, guys. No, I was just saying thanks, guys. Good night. And
thank you for that. Thank you for
nice one, Brian. Good chat, bro.
Thank you, JK, as well.
Bless,
good seeing you both. Definitely.
Good talking to you guys.
To the chat, thank you. Like I said earlier, thank you to the chat for rocking with us all the way through. We're at 5 hours and 58 minutes. I'm almost like I'm almost looking as if I should hold on for 2 more minutes just to break the 6 hour mark.
Yeah, hit the 6.
You know, why not? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, you guys don't have to go there with me, but maybe I'll just like hang out and play Xbox for like 2 minutes or something.
You know what it
I
is?
just
If someone
I
asks them
don't
over the
know.
longest stream, they're gonna say you can't say 5 minutes 58. You can just say 6 hours. You know,
Yeah.
that's what that is. You can't say 5 minutes 58.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. No, Dini is for sure real. I saw some crazy interviews about him talking about
Oh, he
like
doesn't mess around, man. He keeps it straight. He's
oh
like,
yeah.
I'm 32 years old. I'm not going to make it a big club. I really don't care what anybody thinks. I'm going to say this, 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 and this. Come at me.
Yeah. No, he keeps it gully, as we would say out here in America. Yeah, he's a real G. Like he does not mess around. He does not care. And the stories that he talks about, some of the stories that he was saying on some of the interviews I saw him talk about like how he like he tells his stories about being up in the club. And I was just like, yo, you know, there's a lot of stories that, yeah, I would not try to offer up on a podcast.
Well, he knows what. Yeah, he knows what people want to hear. He knows like that. Everybody has heard every footballer sit there going, "Oh, I love being at the club. I love the city. I love the manager. I love the fans. Yada yada yada." He knows people want to hear about what goes on behind the scenes, what goes on, and he's played at every level. Like Dini has played
Yeah.
at the Premier League, so he's
Yeah.
been in dressing rooms with people who are earning like $100 a week, and he's been
Yeah.
dressing rooms with people who are earning like £200 a week. He's
Yeah.
seen it at all levels, and he's like,
Yes.
"This is." Yeah, he's like most of these guys in the Premier League. That's why he was so successful at the start. He used to go around roughing up defenders, and they'd be like, "These guys have been like, who the hell is this guy? He's kicked me. He's pushed me." And they're like,
No.
"Dini, don't give a shit."
Yeah.
Dini didn't give a shit. Like,
He didn't. He went into the story about like the his time at Watford, for instance, and how like, you know, there's like he just opened up about his conversations that he was having, because it was like him and like his home and two of his homeboys somewhat, you know, in the interview, and they're just like hanging out, and you know, like kind of like he's like, I'm gonna give you the straight dirt, man. Like he does not mess, and he's like the kind of guy that like he'll tell you to your face if he's got a problem. You'll know he has a problem with you, you know. So it's
yeah,
pretty
he's not
interesting.
ruining any moves to Real Madrid or anything like that. Like he's 32, 33 now. He's going to dish all the dirt. He's he's made his money. He's got his big move. He's played in the Premier League.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah,
people like him, man. Podcasts
he was
are
talking
good.
about popping bottles in the club, and how like he was at one club and like, you know, some guy was like, they're trying to go back, and there's this thing they call them like bottle wars, basically. So basically it's like if you have like a big name guy, you know, that has a table, he'll get a big presentation, he'll do a lot of bottles, and they'll have like 5, 10, 20 different bottles of champagne. Great. Well, that guy got 20 champagne. Cool. I'll get 30. And then 30 bottles come out. And then the guy goes, "Hey, trying to show me up, I'll do 40. And it's just like it gets ridiculous up in the club, man.
That's the R&B flex.
Yeah, man. It's just different settings, man.
PDD settings.
It was 50 Fellas was the name of the clip I saw. It's called it was Troy Deeney on Filthy Fellas. It's on YouTube if you want to check it out. I'm giving, you know, obviously unsponsored plug for their thing, but he was getting it, like the stories he was telling. He was talking about like jail and like, you know, and like how
he's been in jail.
He got into like a big fight or something like that, where he like really ended up like hurting someone or something. Like it was legit. Like I was like, dang, this guy he's about that life, you know. That's cool. It's cool. Well, I'll keep you guys all on board. I'll keep you guys on board if I, you know, help me get these numbers up. You know, the likelihood of me being able to coerce Sturridge into, you know, Daniel into like really taking my text message as like as like a real option, okay, or me putting out the feelers for Drogba to join. It's more likely to happen if I start getting those numbers up a little higher. But hey, the foundational base of you guys, a part of it, really means something to me. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Brian, JK, hope to see you guys tomorrow. Hope I can keep you guys up too late.
Okay.
We broke the 6-hour mark. We did it.
Boom.
We did it.
We did it.
Bayesian Pops, Antar Mizzi, KJ, Nigel. Oh my goodness, the list. There's so many people. 6 hours. You're gonna come across a lot of people to mention. Vase of Flowers, Drunk Vigo, Marion, Jean Gray, Nalante, Philly, Liverpool FC. I love Liverpool. Chris Angel. A lot of good people up in this mug, you know. I just say Nigel, I believe. Philip Bidwell. I gotta make sure I say Philip. Big up to Philip. A lot of good people. A lot of fun times to talk about on this podcast because it was an enjoyable conversation. I will be back tomorrow at 7 UK time for another broadcast. I'm looking to do the Stevie G piece tomorrow. So definitely be a part of it. Please be a part of it. Help me out. Be a part of it. Share it with your friends. Do what you need to do. Even if you come solo, that's cool too. I appreciate each and every one of you. JK, thank you again for being here. And thank you all for watching the show and being a part of it. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Peace.
All right, peace out.